Our story kicks off at the prestigious Dillon Royal Academy, where a teacher is preaching to his students. Listen up, class. This is the legendary age of heroes, 5 millennia since the heroic chronicles first emerged. The world has evolved since then, and now our very own academy has been chosen for something huge. We are the official site for this year's Lumern entrance exam, where the next legends will be born. Some of you will actually make it into the chronicles. I can feel that future icons are sitting right here. To reach that peak, the teacher's hype was suddenly killed by a loud, sudden thud. Annoyance flared in the teacher's eyes. "Pay attention," he snapped dead, staring a specific student in the back. He caught a white-haired boy completely passed out. The kid's face had just bounced off his wooden desk. "Leo, since you're so bored, tell us which ancient rites were performed 5,000 years ago. What was the price of becoming a hero?" Leo just yawned, scratched his head and stood up lazily. If you do something cool and get famous, people just respect you." Introducing the unbothered Leo Plov. At 15 years old, Leo is the black sheep of the Plov family, driving his teacher's blood pressure through the roof. The teacher just sighed, clearly used to this nonsense, and looked for a better student to flex. Anyone else actually care? Instantly, a red-haired student next to Leo shot his hand into the air. Back then, mortals needed divine recognition through sacred ceremonies like the brutal blood ritual. The teacher beamed with pride. "Spot on. Behold Gulliver Trenton, our kingdom's greatest young magical prodigy." Moving on, the teacher reminded everyone that the kingdom has massive expectations for this year's Lumern tryouts. Leo ignored the noise, finally cracking open his book now that he was somewhat awake. He mused that back in his day, meeting gods was easy while fighting off the demon hordes. The chronicles were a gift to humanity, yet now the world treats me like a total ghost. He closed the book with a heavy heart. Plot twist: this kid is actually the legendary hero Kyle reincarnated. But right now, he is a forgotten relic. Suddenly, the entire class rushed to the windows in a frenzy. Leo watched as they pointed outside. "Look, it is the royal crest of the Zerdinger family." "No way is that Celia Zerdinger." The students were simping like their favorite idol had just arrived. Out in the hallway, a powerful young woman marched forward, flanked by an elite squad of soldiers. An announcement blared, ordering every student to the assembly hall to welcome the Zerdinger delegation. Leo stood up to head out, but Trenton couldn't resist throwing some shade his way. "Trying to flex for the Zerdingers, a nobody like you won't even register on their radar." Leo just looked at him like he was stupid. "I'm leaving because I'm bored, not to fanboy like you." Without a second thought, Leo walked out, leaving a fuming and embarrassed Trenton in the dust. "I'm not fanboying," Trenton screamed. "I only see her as a rival I need to surpass." Leo just gave a lazy wave over his shoulder, making Trenton lose it. Scene shift to the training grounds. Leo gripped a practice sword, his knuckles white, as he pushed his new body to its limits. "I will forge this body into something truly elite this time," he vowed to himself. Thinking deep thoughts again, a sharp voice pierced the air just as a shadow lunged at him. A blade came whistling toward him with lethal intent. Leo didn't hesitate and raised his own sword. He parried the heavy blow, but before he could speak, his mother stared him down. "Spar with me. Average talent won't get you into Lumern. Consider this your final exam," she yelled, charging back in. Leo gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming as he absorbed the crushing impact of his mother's attack. Seeing him wobble, she smirked. "Is that all? Let us see how you handle some real speed." She poured more power into her swings, her blade becoming a blur that forced Leo into survival mode. After a minute of pure chaos, Leo was gasping for air. "Mom, you're trying to kill me." His complaints fell on deaf ears. "You have enough breath to talk. Then you're not working hard enough." She lunged forward like a gale of wind, but as her sword connected, her heart sank. "Oh no, I went too far. If he doesn't dodge this, he's done for." Leo swayed his head, dodging the lethal strike with icy composure, seizing his mother's momentary lapse in focus. He whipped his blade around, leveling it at her jugular. "You all right, mother?" he asked softly. The noblewoman stood frozen, reeling from her sudden defeat. Just how bottomless is this boy's potential? Composing herself, she stood up and dusted off her robes. "Leo is Lumon Academy, still your goal. Lumon, the premier academy for human heroes. It's the best place to track your meteoric rise in power." Leo gave a firm mental nod. "Absolutely," he confirmed, witnessing his unwavering resolve. His mother beamed. "The Zerdinger clan is visiting Dillon and will be staying at our estate." "The Zerdingers here," Leo mused. His mother wasn't just thrilled about the visit. She planned to beg Viscount Zeiss to teach him their legendary aerial technique. Armed with that skill, he'd finally be ready for next year's entrance exams. She patted his head, unaware he was thinking. "Actually, mother, I'm entering this year." Later, a carriage pulled up to the front gate. The Zerdingers arrived in a sleek, coal-black carriage. A young girl named Celia emerged, her face clouded with annoyance. Why visit such a backwater estate instead of a luxury hotel? She needed to focus on the Lumon exams. Why waste time in this tiny household? Doubts swirled. Curious about Leo, Zeiss asked, "I thought you said you didn't care about branch families." Celia tossed her hair with a sneer. A wannabe knight who can't use the aerial technique. Isn't even worth my time, right? Zeiss smiled thinly. I'm not so sure about that. The pair approached the manor's lords. An honor to meet you, Zeiss Zerdinger bowed deeply. Renee Plove, the family matriarch, greeted them alongside her husband and clan head Dade Plove. Celia, offer your respects, the Viscount prompted. Placing a hand over her heart, Celia spoke. I am Celia Zerdinger. Thank you for your hospitality. Renee offered a warm, welcoming smile. This girl was the spitting image of her kin. Then Renee's features hit her. Ebony hair, crimson eyes. Was she part of the main bloodline too? Reading her shock, Zeiss gave a knowing nod. Meet Renee Plove, your aunt. Inside the parlor, Zeiss and Renee shared tea and old stories. Zeiss mentioned their detour to the royal school, which was swarming with ambitious young students. Apparently, Leo didn't give us a second look and just left. Renee let out a spirited laugh. I guess our legendary reputation didn't impress him. Forgive my son's behavior if it offended you. He's a training fanatic. Zeiss leaned in. So tell me, what's this Leo really like? Renee swore his talent was otherworldly. Zeiss's expression turned grave. Do you believe he can inherit? The Zerdinger firebrand. It's not motherly bias, Renee replied. He's earned that right through sheer merit. Zeiss grinned. High praise. But I'll have to judge the boy's potential with my own eyes. Elsewhere, Leo sat in deep meditation, focusing his internal energy into a sharp point. A faint glow pulsed from his wrist. Snapping his eyes open, he whispered, the vessel is finally ready. He'd avoided the aerial technique because once the body adapts to it, you lose the chance to accumulate raw mana. In his past life, if he'd truly mastered that balance, he might have avoided total disaster. Had he been more perfect then, those seeds of ruin would never have taken root. This time, I'll conquer it all, Leo vowed, starting with the aerial technique. A sudden voice broke his concentration. You're Leo Plove, aren't you? He spun around, startled. It was Celia Zerdinger. She smirked. Your foundation looks decent. Want some pointers? I'll personally train you in swordsmanship, she chirped, though her motives weren't entirely pure. She just wanted to impress his mother, Renee. Unfazed, Leo asked bluntly, and who are you? I'm Celia Zerdinger, the world sword maiden, she boasted. Noted, Leo replied coolly. But no thanks. I'm not interested in learning from someone weaker than myself. Celia's jaw hit the floor. You think you're stronger than me, she gasped. In a deathmatch, you'd win, Leo admitted, since I lack the aerial technique. But in pure swordplay, that's a different story, he declared. Fury ignited in Celia's gaze as she scanned the arsenal. Snatching up a blade, her eyes locked onto his. A challenge rang out, duel me if you've got the guts. Behind her smirk, a cold arrogance brewed. Did he really think aerial arts made him invincible? She was about to give him a brutal reality check. The stakes were set. When I win, you're my personal gopher for a week. No excuses. And if the tables turn, Leo countered. Celia didn't flinch. Losing wasn't an option. The pact was forged. Leo lunged, a simple wooden sword becoming a blur. Let's go. He unleashed a devastating gale force strike. Celia's reflexes kicked in her steel meeting his wood, but the moment they clashed, her confidence wavered. Something was off. His speed was impressive, sure, but there was a terrifying weight behind his movement. She went on the offensive, but Leo mirrored her every move. This time, he was a heartbeat faster. Forced into a desperate parry, Celia felt the impact rattle her bones like a runaway carriage hitting a wall. Where did this insane strength come from? She scrambled back, desperate to shed the crushing momentum. Leo's blade shattered the stone floor where she stood. He didn't stop, surging forward like a tidal wave. There was no breathing room. Trapped by his sheer presence, Celia realized she couldn't halt his advance. Leo swung for the finish, only to hit a shimmering aerial barrier. I thought this was a fair fight. Just a reflex, Celia muttered, her voice trembling. Leo didn't care. It doesn't matter. I'm still winning. Celia's jaw dropped. Was he serious? The gap between an aerial master and a commoner was astronomical. Want to see that gap for yourself? Leo asked. He casually unlatched the heavy mana-suppressing bracelet from his wrist. It hit the dirt with a thud. Celia gasped, recognizing the artifact instantly. You're absolutely out of your mind. Without a word, Leo's lips curled into a smirk. He exploded forward, driving his wooden weapon into her shield. The impenetrable barrier didn't just break, it detonated into 1,000 glowing shards. How is he this monstrously strong? Celia screamed internally. Meanwhile, Renee and Zeiss were enjoying a quiet stroll. They spotted a familiar face ahead. Renee beamed Leo. Come meet our guests. Leo offered a respectful bow to his uncle. I am Leo Plove, he stated, composed and calm. Zeiss reached out with a firm grip. Zeiss Zerdinger, your uncle. It's a pleasure, kid. The pleasantries ended when Renee noticed a certain someone. Leo looked over at Celia, passed out on a stretcher. The knights scrambled past. What on earth happened? The group stood frozen as they saw the unconscious girl. Zeiss demanded answers. As the knight recounted the duel, Zeiss's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Defeating an aerial master without using techniques. Incredible, he muttered, though Leo didn't look proud. She lost because she was arrogant, Leo noted. Zeiss then asked about the terms of their little bet. The loser serves the winner, Leo replied. Zeiss's face darkened instantly. This was a massive scandal. Honor matters, but she's a Zerdinger, Zeiss growled. You can't treat a noble daughter like a common maid. Drop the bet. I'll make it worth your while with a better prize. Leo cut him off before he could finish. A promise is a promise. If she's a Zerdinger, she keeps her word. Zeiss tried to sweeten the deal. He offered their family's secret cultivation scrolls, unaware he was talking to a literal god of war. Leo scoffed. A single technique in exchange for her failure, that's not even worth my time. The atmosphere turned icy. Zeiss could no longer hide his growing irritation at the boy's defiance. So let me get this straight, Zeiss hissed. You're enslaving a Zerdinger and calling our legacy trash. That about sums it up, Leo replied, standing his ground without blinking. Suddenly, Zeiss burst into laughter. Kid, aren't you being a bit too bold for your own good? Leo clarified he wasn't insulting the name. I'd take the gift for winning, but not as a bribe. You think she only lost because of a mistake. You think the outcome wasn't earned. But make no mistake, even if she went all out, she never stood a chance. The sheer audacity made Zeiss grin. This kid had some serious backbone. Fascinating. A Zerdinger with this much fire. He gestured to his guards with a sharp flick of his wrist. Take Celia to the servants' wing. A deal is a deal. Then he turned back to Leo. Look strictly between us, just call me uncle. Leo nodded, accepting the new title. Zeiss felt satisfied. With Leo gone, his urge to probe the boy's potential vanished. Sister, he beckoned. You'll request the head to grant Leo the family's elite aerial field technique right. I'll convince the eldest. Anything for him to master the phoenix breath, she answered. Fast forward to the next morning in Leo's quarters. Celia stood there in a maid uniform, face burning with shame as she gritted her teeth. I'll serve as the young master's maid for 1 week. I am Celia Zerdinger. Leo remained buried in books. He looked up, scanned her outfit with a nod, and remarked, It actually fits you perfectly. That basic uniform paired with your posh vibe. It's quite the look. His voice carried a teasing edge. Celia fumed, trembling. I know I'm a 10, but that sounded creepy. Chill, I didn't mean to offend. My bad. An old friend was obsessed with aesthetics. Guess some of that rubbed off on me, Leo sighed. Recalling a comrade from his past life who said, Once the world finds peace, I'll dedicate my life to beauty. That was his teammate's mantra. Celia softened. A friend who appreciates beauty sounds like a wonderful soul. Problem was, he was way too sincere, Leo muttered his mind, drifting back to that beauty-obsessed comrade. He once asked the 2 girls in their squad to model. Licinius's grace was unmatched by anyone else. Luna, for art's sake, mine posing nude, I've got my sketchbook, he beamed. The reaction? Both girls absolutely thrashed him. Back in reality, Celia noticed Leo gripping a book that looked like a manual. What's the read, she asked. Leo glanced down. This just a childhood favorite I've revisited a lot. It's The Hero's Origin. Celia froze. Why was a 15-year-old guy reading a literal nursery fairy tale? Leaning in to inspect his shelves, she noted his bizarre obsession with those legendary hero chronicles. He owned more lore than professional historians. She was genuinely stunned by the sheer volume of his collection. He claimed it happened by chance. Scanning a spine, Celia whispered, You've got a ton of stuff on Kyle. Leo's expression shifted. Many legendary feats in history books had their true owners omitted or erased. I bet those belong to him. Celia immediately scoffed. Please, the guy was most likely just a fraud. A clout chaser stealing credit from real heroes. That's the consensus anyway. I agree. Leo muttered something inaudible. Say again, she pressed, but he wasn't planning on repeating his words. Changing the subject, he said, Let's hit the training grounds after breakfast. Her eyes lit up. Mind if I join you? She asked eagerly, thinking this was her chance to decode his insane strength. Leo shrugged and agreed instantly. After all, his power didn't rely on some hidden gimmick or trick. Doubt you can keep up. Still game. His arrogance made her snap. Don't underestimate a Zerdinger like me. The routine was pure hell. Within minutes, Celia was completely drenched in sweat, gasping for air. As she wheezed, Leo noted, When you're gassed, your reflexes tank and your form becomes absolute trash, leaving your back wide open. Like this. Celia glared at him, wondering if this was even actual training. Is this a joke? Leo shook his head, unimpressed. Modern kids are seriously lacking in the grit department. 5 millennia of aerial field evolution had made people lazy about raw physical conditioning. This power is meant to amplify your body, yet they ignore the vessel. Buffing the body buffs the field. Celia hauled herself up, launching another strike. Don't you dare look down on me, you white-haired brat. She charged, but her movements were sluggish. One flick of Leo's blade sent her soaring. She nearly cried. Why can't I touch him? Leo approached calmly. Frustrating, right? Here, put this on, he commanded. He handed her a bracelet. The moment she touched it, its insane gravity slammed her hands to earth. Train with this starting tomorrow. Leo smirked, finally having a partner to share his brutal grind. Days flew by. From the shadows of the empty lot, Uncle watched their intense sessions in total silence. This reality check was perfect for Celia before she hit Lumen. Crushing her pride was a necessary evil. Stepping out, he called to Leo. I'm requesting the family head to grant you the Phoenix Breath inheritance. Leo flinched. He knew exactly what that meant. The legendary Phoenix Breath. The primordial source of every Zerdinger technique. An honor reserved strictly for those the clan truly acknowledged. Inheriting it might be possible, he mused. Celia countered instantly. Father won't yield that easily. Zai nodded. Correct. There is a catch. You must conquer this year's Lumen entrance exam. He spoke coolly, but Celia panicked for Leo. What Lumen's entry is a brutal live combat trial. It is suicide for someone without aerial fields like Leo. Yet Leo remained unfazed. An electric excitement coursed through him. Real combat, huh? Fine, I have no other choice. Zai challenged. Your thoughts? Leo gave a firm nod. My parents will respect my path. I am in, he declared. Leo's resolve didn't shock Zai, just as I expected. Fueled by a new fire, the boy dove into hellish training. Break time's over. Let's move. Back to the grind. Who said I'm quitting? Celia barked. Fast forward a week later at Dylan's gates. D-Day at Lumen Academy. A massive crowd gathered at dawn, but Celia's arrival stole the spotlight. Isn't that the genius Celia Zerdinger? Look at her. Who's the guy next to her? Whispers erupted. Celia glanced over. Nervous. Not a bit, young Master Leo replied with a gentle smile. His eyes teased her silently. But you should drop the formal act. The sudden jab rattled her. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Miss Celia. They turned to see their fiery red-haired friend, Gulliver Trayden. Seeing Leo, his jaw dropped. Leo, what are you doing here? You can't even use aerial fields. Trayden then pivoted to Celia. Miss Celia, you look radiant today. How have you been? The duo stared at Trayden like he was a clown, leaving him drowning in awkwardness. Fumbling for words, he finally introduced himself. I'm Gulliver Trayden. We met during your school visit. Dylan's greatest magical prodigy, he bragged. But before he could finish, Celia cut him down. Sorry, I don't recall you at all. Bye. She snatched Leo's hand and bolted. Then another shout, Celia. Long time. The booming greeting turned every head in the hall. The newcomers were a pair of siblings sporting striking silver hair. The brother, Abad Llewellyn, and his sister Chelsea. Who are they? Leo asked. Noticing their aura, Celia tightened her grip, her voice turning serious. They are the Llewellyns, a legendary hero bloodline from the Rodan Empire. Absolute powerhouses. There are rivals today. The Zerdingers will never bow to the Llewellyns, she hissed, eyes blazing. But I'm a pluv, Leo noted blankly. The Llewellyn duo approached their presence heavy. Long time, Celia. The swordswoman gave a curt nod. Indeed. Abad Llewellyn, who is this standing beside you? Abad asked, sizing up Leo. Celia announced proudly, he is a member of the Marquis family. From the Delroad Kingdom, Leo Pluv of the Pluv House. Chelsea's interest evaporated instantly. Just a commoner, she sneered. Abad dismissed him with a look. He turned to Celia before leaving. That top rank, it belongs to me. Let's move, sister. Understood, Chelsea replied coldly. Arrogant brats, Celia fumed. I'll make them eat those words. I have to win. Suddenly, a thunderous sound silenced the crowd. A young professor materialized on the high stage. Looks like the cattle have gathered. I am Albay Geron, a professor here at Lumen Academy. The name sent shockwaves through the hall. Celia's face went pale. Wait, Albay of the Evil Eye. Seeing her shock, Leo leaned in. Is he famous? Celia was stunned by his ignorance. You don't know him. He's a living legend in the heroic records. Her voice trembled with awe. Leo finally took the man seriously. A modern-day hero, that swirling mana in his eye, truly dangerous. Leo observed the raw power radiating from Albay, while the professor remained unaware of his gaze. Albay got straight to business. The test consists of duels and monster culling, he explained. Usually we do these one by one. But that's boring, he muttered with a yawn. He suddenly incinerated his official papers with a wave. He pulled a tome from his coat, the heroic records. Albay's world manifested. The Beast Forest, a massive magic circle erupted beneath them, pulsing with fury. I hate waiting, Albay stated coldly. We're doing this all at once. Buckle up, candidates. As the world shifted, Leo steadied his breathing, ready to prove everyone wrong. Game on. Fragments of heroic chronicles. These weren't just logs. Their power resided in preserving ancient, brutal tribulations. Trials faced by icons of old manifesting their realms. Conquering these domains grants one the hero's divine strength. From those who preceded us, it functioned like a hero-forging system. Back in reality, they suddenly manifested. Surrounded by shadow-choked woods, Albay's booming voice descended. Welcome to the Beast Forest. Survive or perish. Team up or betray your choice. Do anything to stay alive. To forfeit, shatter your globe and escape. Silence followed as he faded. While panic gripped the rest, Leo felt a strange sense of déjà vu. This terrain predated Beast Queen Salatna's rot. Long ago, it was the sacred domain of the fairies. Flimsy students instantly lost their cool. I'm out, one shrieked. Fake magic, another scoffed dismissively. Pathetic, Leo thought. They're dead wrong. Though this world was merely reconstructed, born from Albie's memories, every threat was lethal. If your life was pushed to the brink, death was permanent here. Suddenly, a luminous emerald projectile streaked toward Leo. Fortunately, his razor-sharp reflexes saved him. The assailant, Chelsea Llewellyn herself. Seeing Leo evade, Chelsea emerged, smirking. Familiar face right, I'll relish crushing a member of the Zerdinger bloodline. Leo corrected, actually, I'm a plow. You were with Celia, though, Chelsea yelled, unleashing Windblade sorcery, conjuring a shimmering monoscythe. Leo's veteran eyes blinked. This specific incantation didn't exist in his era, yet the core mechanics were identical. He tightened his grip, braced, seeing Leo's unwavering composure. Chelsea huffed in annoyance. Stone-faced even against me, she twirled her scythe into a blurring disc, launching it like a buzzing saw. But the attack was child's play. With a effortless flick, he parried the energy scythe easily. Seeing his casual defense, Chelsea's cocky grin finally faltered. He didn't manifest anything. No detectable aura. Is his field naturally invisible? She pondered, baffled. Leo offered. That was underwhelming. How about a partnership instead? Survival time dictates the top grades. Wouldn't a mage benefit from having a frontline vanguard? He grinned persuasively. But Chelsea was unimpressed. Wrong, I'm a battle mage, I don't need backup. Plus, you insulted my magic, she hissed. Leo shrugged. Just being honest. That wind technique, it's painfully linear in output. Chelsea rolled her eyes at the unsolicited critique. Teaching magic to a Llewellyn fine, try handling this simple barrage. She brandished her staff, unleashing a storm of gale blades and piercing arrows. But mid-strike, Leo had evaporated from his spot. Vanished. No mana signature either. How? Panic flared. Instantly, Leo materialized within her guard, burying a fist into her gut. She collapsed, gasping. Now, should I ask for your cooperation more politely? Leo bound her to a stake, igniting a bonfire with a sinister grin. Shadows lengthened. Night arrived. Chelsea blinked back to consciousness. She was trussed up like a roast above dancing flames. It looked like a dark ritual. What are you doing? She shrieked. Leo just reiterated his deal. Ready to work together, Chelsea's face twisted in sheer loathing. Not a chance. My brother and my magic are enough. She channeled mana to sever the bindings. Suddenly, a crimson seal sparked on her wrist, choking her mana flow. A magic suppression circle. Leo muttered, I'm low on fuel so it won't last. Chelsea snapped. I'll shatter this petty lock. Leo's smile turned icy. Think I'll give you time. Heat surged upward, licking at her hem. Stop, it's burning, she wailed. Leo remained unmoved, staring her down for an answer. Breaking, Chelsea surrendered. Fine, I'll help. Leo didn't budge. He demanded a blood vow on her name. I swear, on the Llewellyn name. Just stop. Sobs threatened to spill as she choked out the words. Leo's inner demon smirked. Child's play, he thought. He yanked the binding tether violently, sending Chelsea tumbling. Leo caught her softly, his voice dripping with faux warmth. Happy to have you. My dear mage. Meanwhile, candidates were getting pulverized outside. Faculty watched every failure on holographic feeds, judging their every move. Professor Albie's blood boiled as he spectated. Incompetent fools. Sending low-tier students into this fray was pure suicide, yet Albie noted two who truly grasped the battlefield's essence, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. Rodrin's empire might actually have a future. Shifting his gaze, Albie spotted an unlikely duo on the monitor, Leo and Chelsea. They were currently hunting a massive buffalo. Wait, Leo Plove. His bizarre behavior at the campfire was still fresh in everyone's mind. Somehow, he'd convinced Chelsea Llewellyn to tag along. He lacked Celia's raw dominance or Abed's genius, yet something was different. He's a complete wild card, Albie muttered, eyes glued to the screen. Meanwhile, despite her initial reluctance, Chelsea was beginning to see his worth. Watching him work was a revelation. Having a high-level knight as a shield was more than just convenient. It was a game-changer. Hey, what kind of aura are you channeling? I can't feel a single drop of mana from you, she asked, genuinely puzzled. Leo didn't even look up as he dropped a bombshell. I don't know how to use aura. Chelsea nearly tripped over her own feet. You're joking. How do you fight like that without aura? Leo simply shrugged. It's about the essence of things, not just power. Magic follows the same rules. Tell me, what do you think is the true core of wind magic? He challenged her, mid-stride. To prove her point, Chelsea unleashed a flurry of wind-cutting spells. Sharp blades of air shredded a monster lunging from the shadows. She sliced the beast clean in half with a smug grin, lecturing a Llewellyn on magic. You're way out of your league, Leo. Unfazed, Leo just shook his head. Your power is impressive, but your execution is a total mess. He stepped forward with authority. He started lecturing her like a seasoned grandmaster. You're so annoying, Chelsea groaned, but Leo suddenly stiffened. Wait, stop right there. The sarcasm died in her throat. Propped against the trees were several desiccated husks, corpses withered into skeletal mummies. Chelsea's blood ran cold. I've seen this before. Leo narrowed his eyes, whispering, I finally understand the real goal of this trial. Danger spiked in his senses. Without a word, Leo lunged forward, grabbed Chelsea, and tackled her out of the line of fire. A lethal projectile whistled past where her head had been. A group emerged from the brush. Teased, I really wanted to drop a Llewellyn. If she's gone, the nobody next to her is easy pickings. The voice belonged to Traden, looking more arrogant than ever. He'd gathered a pack of students to hunt down the top contenders. All right, boys, take them down, Traden commanded. They charged like starved hounds, but they made one fatal mistake, getting within Leo's reach. He didn't even hesitate. A single bone-shattering punch sent their leader flying like a rag doll. The rest of the gang froze, their confidence evaporating instantly. They hovered at a distance, terrified. Back me up, Leo signaled to Chelsea. Right, she snapped out of her shock. Her hands were still shaking from the near miss. Traden's group tried to rally their courage, screaming for a counterattack. Get in there, what are you waiting for? They rushed in blindly, unaware that their leader Traden had already bolted. He was long gone, thinking only of survival. I can't let my journey end here. I'll find easier prey elsewhere. He vanished into the woods, but his luck was running out. Not far away, Celia's sharp eyes caught his fleeing shadow. She pivoted instantly. Moments later, Celia and Abad Llewellyn stumbled upon Leo Chelsea and a field of defeated students. Bodies lay everywhere. Seeing a familiar face, Chelsea's brother exhaled in relief as she rushed over to embrace Abad. Are you hurt? Abad asked softly. Celia watched the scene with a smirk. So how did this dream team happen? I suggested we team up. She was being difficult, so I had to. Persuade her, Leo replied with a mysterious glint. That sly smile told Celia there was more to the story. All right, Leo, what's the actual plan this time? To their surprise, Leo began helping their former enemies back to their feet. Chelsea stared at him like he'd lost his mind. This competition is over, Leo declared. We need to unite. This forest has transformed into something far more dangerous. Look at those mummies. Every drop of moisture was sucked out of them. That's not natural, and it's not the only red flag. Notice how quiet it is. Where are all the monsters? Celia's eyes widened as the realization hit her like a truck. You're right. It's eerily still. It's as if something has been devouring everything in sight. A high-rank predator is out there. It's cleared the area. Abad Llewellyn nodded solemnly. This mirrors the records of the hero Alby's first legendary hunt. He rose to fame by slaying a high-level monster. Just as the words left his lips, a suffocating pressure crushed the air. A tidal wave of killing intent washed over them, soaking them in cold sweat. It's here, Leo whispered, hand on his hilt. Somewhere else, Traden was desperately using light magic to navigate. I don't care how, Leo, I will ruin you. He spat the words through grit teeth until a massive shadow blocked his path. He raised his staff to see what was ahead. It was another desiccated corpse. Traden recoiled in horror, a scream catching in his throat. What the hell is this? A thick, viscous liquid dripped from the canopy onto his staff. Trembling, Traden slowly tilted his head upward to the trees. His heart stopped. Looming directly above him, fangs bared and eyes glowing, was a monstrous, nightmare-sized spider. A predatory gaze locked onto him. Outside, the Great Hall buzzed with students. Survivors bragged about escaping the chaos. I took down 15 of them, an ecstatic student cheered. Same here, his peer agreed. Meanwhile, Professor Albay watched the boastful crowd with pure, unadulterated disappointment. 500 tried and 500 failed. Another professor panicked at the staggering mortality rate, but Albay stood firm. 100 must be chosen no matter the regional standards. Only 50 remained in the fray. My standards are absolute, Albay muttered, refusing to yield. Failing every single one is fine by me. Principal Callion chose me for this exact ruthlessness. He turned his cold gaze toward the screen, monitoring Leo lost in deep thought. True heroes only emerge when pushed to the brink. Leo Plove. He definitely smelled something fishy. Can he survive this hell, he mused. Inside, Leo's squad tightened their formation and pushed ahead. It's pitch black, a student hissed. Suddenly, Celia froze and signaled the group. Hold up, something's lurking. Weapons out, she channeled mana, igniting her blade with a crimson glow. The soft red aura cut the dark. Seconds later, they saw Traden caught in a nightmare. What the hell? That one's the real body, Abad warned, struggling to weave a counterspell. Leo intervened, shouting, Traden, snap out of it. Smash your crystal right now. Traden gnashed his teeth, shattering the glass stone. He dissolved into light, escaping the death trap. The monstrous spider shrieked as its meal vanished. With Traden gone, the real fight began. Abad let loose. Wind fangs, he chanted, firing a storm of sharp air. Razor-sharp gusts shredded the beast, painting the walls in its ichor. But the nightmare wasn't over. Its flesh knitted back together instantly. The group's faces drained of color. Was that all? Leo's eyes narrowed. Just as I thought. This is the Spider Princess Tarantulia. An axe wielder charged in screaming, "Die, monster!" But he never even got close. A massive leg swatted him like a fly, sending him tumbling. Celia couldn't stop to help. Breathless, she stood her ground. One shot. That's all I need. She focused every ounce of energy. Mana gathered at her tip. Celia fired a devastating beam that bored straight through the spider's skull. Yet the hole closed in seconds. Its regenerative power was simply on another level. Celia stood frozen, her mind reeling. Seeing her fail, Abad Llewellyn stepped into the spotlight. Time to show the gap between magic and steel. He prepared a massive bombardment spell. A lethal vortex of wind lashed out, but the Spider Queen barely flinched at the impact. It only stoked her fury. Abad became the primary target of her burning, multi-eyed hatred. Chelsea surged forward, casting a desperate shield just in time to save her brother's life. Abad clutched his bleeding arm. "You okay?" Chelsea gasped. "Thanks, sis," he managed to grunt. Panic set in as their best attacks failed. "What is this thing?" Leo finally spoke up. "It's a freak of nature. Tarantulia's daughter. An Erebos beast that once leveled the fairy forest." They stared at Leo like he was crazy. Meanwhile, memories flashed through his mind like lightning. Albay's eye holds the fairy king's mana. Tarantulia, the tyrant who ravaged the cursed wilds. It once devoured a king's arm. I thought Luna ended this beast for good, but the ring of life inside its gut provided infinite vitality. It literally cannot die. Battle heat flared. "If this is the test, I'll crush it," Abad yelled, ignoring the odds. Celia joined him, both unleashing everything they had. But Leo knew it was just wasted mana. "It'll just keep healing until you're empty," he warned. "So what's the plan, genius?" Celia asked. "We need to sync our attacks," Leo replied. Abad snapped. "No way. I'm taking the top spot, not you. Stop acting like children," Celia screamed at them. Leo barked back. "If we fail this trial, we're all done." The two rivals froze in realization. "Fine," Abad muttered. "But prepping a killing blow takes time. We need to hold the line." Celia fell silent as the group's confusion mounted. Breaking the tension, Leo stood up with absolute poise. "I'll handle this," he declared, his face radiating ironclad confidence. "Are you insane? That's a death wish," they gasped. "You haven't even mastered Aki," sensing Leo, countered coolly. "I have. I can stall it for 5 minutes." He spoke with such nonchalance it was chilling. A worried Abad pressed. "And if the strike misses?" Leo's gaze never wavered. "Failure isn't an option. Fire and wind are the ultimate duo. Their synergy is unmatched." At his words, Celia and Abad traded a sharp look. A desperate plan was beginning to take shape. Without waiting for a response, Leo charged the Titan spider. He gripped his axe with white-knuckled intensity, swinging it directly into the beast's gaping maw. A hideous screech of agony ripped through the air. Seeing the monster's flesh knit back together instantly, Leo realized he'd pushed his physical limits to the edge. Without using Aki to find a strategic opening, they were doomed. Chelsea Leo roared over the chaos. "Use your wind magic to hurl every fallen blade toward me." Even as he barked the order, he performed a hair-raising sidestep, narrowly dodging a lethal spear-like leg. Chelsea's heart hammered against her ribs. "If you move that fast, the blades will shred you," she shrieked. Leo's voice was like ice. "No time to explain. Just throw them. I'll catch them. Don't hesitate, just move. Now," Leo barked. "Which ones?" Chelsea cried out. Leo didn't even look back. Every single one of them. Pushed by his command, Chelsea unleashed a gale, sending a stray weapon whistling through the air. Just by the hum of the wind, Leo identified the steel. A curved short sword or perhaps a heavy long blade. He coiled his muscles like a spring and launched himself into the sky, defying gravity. Mid-air, he snatched the flying steel with predatory grace. Using the sheer momentum of his descent, Leo became a whirlwind of cold, shimmering death. With surgical precision, he severed the spider's limbs one by one. But the pressure was too much. The mundane blades shattered into shards after only a few strikes. More Leo demanded immediately. Understanding the rhythm now, Chelsea synchronized her magic perfectly, feeding him a constant stream of jagged iron. Leo's blade work was a masterpiece of carnage, battering the monster so relentlessly, it couldn't even twitch. Chelsea watched breathless and completely awestruck. He's our age. But he fights like a literal god of war. Even Abad, humbled by the display, couldn't deny the truth. "He's no mere ant," he whispered. Amidst the flurry of steel, a stray claw grazed Leo's cheek. Feeling the heat of his own blood, a wild, ecstatic grin spread across his face. "I'm still alive. If I can't squash a pathetic bug like this, the legends in the afterlife will never let me hear the end of it." His battle spirit was reaching its peak. Channeling every ounce of his remaining strength, he drove his blade into the monster's core. Predictably, the overtaxed steel exploded into dust upon impact. "Next sword," Leo yelled, but Chelsea's face went pale. That was it. That was the last one. The sudden silence felt like a death sentence. But in that heartbeat, Celia's aura exploded. A terrifying surge of mana radiated from her. "How do you like this, you overgrown pest?" With a primal scream, Celia swung her blade, unleashing a titanic pillar of incinerating flame that swallowed the spider before it could even let out a final cry. The beast was reduced to a charred, smoking husk. As it crumbled, a glowing system notification flickered before their eyes. Albay's trial updated. Stage 1 Wildwood cleared. Celia collapsed to her knees, her mana pools completely bone dry. It's finally over, she exhaled, trembling. Looking at Leo with newfound reverence, she sighed. You actually held that nightmare back for 5 whole minutes. Incredible work, Leo. Chelsea rushed over, her eyes sparkling. That was legendary. You're just like a hero from the myths. Leo just let out a tired, knowing sigh. To her, he wasn't just like a hero, he was the real deal. I've decided, Chelsea declared. I want to be a battle mage. Please teach me your ways. But my close combat is total trash. You have to help me. Celia watched the naive girl and felt a pang of pity for the training that awaited her. Thinking of Leo's brutal methods, Celia smirked. Oh, everyone should experience Leo's special training at least once, she said, her voice dripping with irony. Her mischievous look left Chelsea blinking in confusion. Ignoring the chatter, Leo's sharp eyes caught a glint of gold in the dirt. He retrieved a fallen ring, wondering if this was their true prize. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the band, manifesting a tiny winged silhouette. Leo recognized the spirit instantly. Silly, do you remember me? It's Kyle, the small figure whispered with a gentle, ethereal warmth. Prince Silly offered a faint, knowing smile. In a flash of radiance, he dissolved into pure energy and merged into the depths of the ring. It seemed Albay's treasure had crowned Leo as a fairy king. Instantly, his vision shifted as he unlocked a legendary skill, the Mana Eye. The reality around them began to splinter and fade. A cold, mechanical voice began the final countdown for their departure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The ultimate reward, the Fairy King's Oath. Just before the world vanished, a cryptic shadow materialized before Leo, whispering into the void. Though the figure's face remained shrouded in darkness, Leo's eyes widened in stunned recognition, as if seeing a ghost from his past. Time jumped forward to a sun-drenched, bustling city. In a quiet office, an elderly man pored over the latest examination reports with a focused frown. This was Kalyan Badian, a legendary swordmaster and the formidable headmaster of the prestigious Lumen Academy. His exhausted secretary hovered nearby. Finished already, the other sectors are still struggling. How many did Professor Albay actually pass? Kalyan's eyebrows shot up as he scanned the results. Albay's group actually performed quite well. 40 students made the cut. Impressive. The secretary let out a long, relieved sigh. Kalyan chuckled. Relax, I honestly expected barely 10 to survive. The secretary leaned in, curious. I assume Celia Zerdinger or Abad Llewellyn took the top spot. Who is our new number 1? She waited for the inevitable names. Kalyan leaned back, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Apparently, the choice was difficult, but we have a singular freshman representative. The secretary gasped. Professor Albay just dropped a total bombshell with his nomination. Celia Llewellyn Kalyan had never even heard this name before. Who could impress the professor this much? The mystery student was finally revealed. It was none other than Leo Plove, selected as the rookie representative for his god-tier potential. Before long, the scene skipped ahead in time. We cut to a massive bathhouse. Our protagonist Leo was vibing in the hot water, soaking away his battle fatigue. Pure bliss, he sighed. Suddenly, a dark voice hissed inside his mind, announcing a reward, the Fairy King's vow. Leo was shook. Entering a living hero's realm usually did not come with crazy legendary loot like this. He was the chosen one, but his deep thoughts were cut short when Madame Renee walked right into the bath. Leo froze in absolute shock. Mother, what is up? He stuttered. Renee looked dead serious as she approached him. She dropped a truth bomb about her exile. She had sacrificed her Zerdinger flame just to save a comrade. No regrets, though. She pleaded with Leo to use his OP powers for actual good in the world. Congrats on making it into Lumen, she beamed. Fast forward to a stunning high-end city looming on the horizon. Welcome to Lumeria. Leo's squad stepped through the teleport gate and finally set foot in the prestigious city. Grab your gear, kids, the announcer yelled. Leo's eyes drifted toward the massive complex facility over the river. So, that is the heart of Lumeria and our academy, he whispered. Then, Uncle Zai's voice called out to him. How has the month been? Huge congrats on crushing that entrance exam. Zai waved as Leo walked over. Thanks, but what brings you here? Leo asked. Zai dodged the question and asked one of his own. The clan is in total chaos right now, Zai teased. Leo knew they were debating the Phoenix Breath inheritance. Spot on. Even if your mom is technically out, you still carry that royal Zerdinger bloodline in your veins. The elders were hyped you survived that brutal Western exam. Zai pulled a mysterious golden key from his pocket. Take this space key and open it. Leo grabbed the key and twisted the air like a literal door. An ancient grimoire materialized, glowing with insane energy. Zai told him to offer a drop of blood to it. One finger bite later, the book exploded with light. Arcane runes began crawling across the pages before his eyes. This book is bound to you now. Mastering the Zerdinger secrets, that is a whole different beast, my boy. But I bet you will ace it. Welcome to the Zerdinger clan for real this time, Zai said confidently. Zai gave him a firm pat. Next, we see Leo heading to a tavern to link up with Celia. Searching for her, Leo accidentally slammed into a girl, sending her mountain of books flying everywhere. My bad, I was spacing out. She scrambled to grab her stuff and bolted, dropping her student ID card. Leo checked the card. Chloe Mueller, a fellow freshman. He shrugged and finally stepped inside the shop. Celia was fuming. You are late, Leo. We have tons of school shopping to finish before we depart. Sorry, Uncle Zai held me up, he apologized. Celia perked up instantly, dying to know the clan's final verdict. Leo just showed her. Massive fire wings erupted from his back. Like this, he asked, totally chill. Celia's jaw hit the floor. Impossible. It took me 3 whole weeks just to even feel that energy. Who is this guy? She wondered. Honestly, Leo is just a legendary beast who masters techniques instantly. Time skipped forward to the docks. A sleek, high-tech engine ship was waiting there for the new students. The rookies were starstruck by the size. A professor stepped up. Welcome to the big leagues, freshmen. I am Ina Landiu, your novice instructor. Pack it up, we are heading to Lumen right now. All aboard. The students rushed on deck to find a massive dessert buffet waiting for them to feast. While they were eating, a voice called out, Yo, you two over there got a second to talk. I am Carr Thomas, your go-to dealer for potions or weapons. Hit me up once we are on campus. He flashed a business card flexing his alchemy skills. Celia was low-key annoyed. He thought they were dating. I am Leo from Delad, he replied. Carr's eyes widened in shock. Wait, did you just say Delad? You survived the Western exam sick, but Leo felt a chill. Something about this situation felt totally off. It is too quiet, he muttered. Celia rolled her eyes. Is a warm welcome really that suspicious to you? Carr agreed through a mouthful of cake. Why would they mess with us before school even starts? Right on cue, the ship groaned. A massive tentacle exploded from the ocean, smashing the deck to pieces. Desperate screams pierced the air. Professor Ina Landu, save us. Unfazed, the professor merely swirled his wine and offered a chilling response. Help you, your Lumen Academy students, future heroes. When death knocks, you either evolve or perish by your own hand. He shifted his gaze to the horizon, where a nightmare materialized, a colossal octopus, its maw, a jagged canyon of fangs erupting from the depths. The chaos pushed Celia over the edge. Snapping, she crushed the cake in her grip. Seeing the opening, Leo's blade blurred in a silver arc. He lopped off a massive tentacle before glancing back. Celia, keep your head in the game, she hissed back. Worry about your own skin, amateur. Charging with a roar, she struck the beast with a sword wreathed in celestial light. But the monster was faster, unhinging its jaw. A high-pressure torrent blasted Celia, leaving her soaked and gasping like a drowned rat. Leo deadpanned. Nature doesn't care about your pride. It reacts to heat with water. That's basic biology, Celia. His cold logic only fueled the inferno of her temper. Nearby, a nameless student was hoisted high, crushed in a rubbery coil, and seconds away from becoming a snack for the abyss. Useless monster, Leo growled, his boots hitting the deck in a dead sprint. In a flash, the duo unleashed a synchronized strike. The tentacle fell in 2 clean chunks. From under a table, Carr watched the pair's lethal chemistry with wide, trembling eyes. So this is the legendary power of the West's top scorer. But who the hell is this Leo guy? He whispered in awe. Before he could process it, a frozen limb was catapulted toward him, narrowly missing his skull. Hey, watch the friendly fire. He barked at the mage responsible. Leo turned and spotted a familiar face, the girl he'd bumped into earlier. Her ice magic was terrifying, sharp and precise. She glared at Carr. If you can't even defend yourself, why aren't you hiding in the back? Carr grumbled under his breath. Figures. The elite never care about the collateral damage we weaklings suffer. As if the universe agreed, another severed limb flew straight for him. It was like he was a magnet for monster guts. This time, the Abad siblings intercepted the blow. The competition isn't over yet, Celia Zerdinger Abad challenged. I wasn't planning on losing, Celia snapped back, her blade dancing as the students finally rallied their counterattack. Sipping his vintage, Professor Landu smirked. The waters of Lumen Academy are infested for a reason. Every party needs a guest of honor. His eyes sharpened, scanning the battlefield for the true predators among the prey. Everything was falling into place. The Titans had arrived, Celia of the East and Abad Llewellyn, representing the West. Chloe Mueller, from the North, the Southern Wall, Walden Titan, and the Central Prodigy Duran. This year's crop was peak, but one anomaly stood out. That mystery freshman, his swordsmanship was hauntingly perfect, devoid of any waste. He moves as if he's already lived through the Kraken's strikes, Landu whispered. I look forward to our night class, boy. Overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the prodigies, the Kraken finally broke and retreated back into the dark depths. The ship finally limped into Lumen Academy's port. Half the students were doubled over, emptying their stomachs while looking like ghosts. I think I've seen enough sea life to last a lifetime, Carr wheezed. Landu leaped elegantly from the bow landing without a sound. Get used to the nausea. You'll cross this lake often. Now move. The enrollment hall awaits. At the Electra training grounds, the new blood gathered under the watchful, predatory eyes of senior scouts looking for the next big thing. See, not a single one is normal this year. Let's hope someone actually survives the first week. Professor Landu stepped forward. Ceremony starts now. Region lines top scorers at the front. Prepare for the principal. The air grew heavy as the students snapped to attention. Then the legendary Principal Kalian took the stage. You're here to be heroes, then listen well. If your dream is the top, put your life on the line and shatter your limits. The weak have no seat at this table. Caught in his own hype, he slammed his fist, obliterating the stone podium into dust. Silence fell. The students stared, paralyzed by the raw display of violence. Kalian froze, sweating. Did I overdo the cool vibe? Suddenly the crowd exploded into cheers. Kalian beamed, but as the noise dipped, his ego took over. I can't hear you. Is that all the spirit you have? Behind him, the professors sighed. The great architect's image was crumbling fast. Shaking off the principal's antics, the announcer took the mic. It's time for the freshman representative's address. Representative Leo Plove, please take the stage. The name sent a ripple of confusion through the ranks. Leo froze, glancing at Professor Albay, who simply gave a knowing nod. With a heavy sigh, he stepped into the spotlight. He began reading the dry, scripted speech provided. We, the newcomers of Lumen, pledge to uphold the honor. Blah, blah, blah. As he finished and tried to escape, the host blocked his path. Not so fast, Leo. One more thing for the crowd. Tell us, as the top representative, what is your true ultimate goal here at Lumen Academy? Leo realized the trap instantly. The school wanted him to light a fire under the egos of every elite student he'd just jumped over. Think anyone can take my crown. I'm Leo Plove, your freshman rep. Step up if you've got the guts. His cold confidence left the faculty stunned. He seemed way more disciplined than they expected. They anticipated a quiet year. Sunset hit, and the freshmen were ushered toward their massive new dorms. Rest up, kids. Tomorrow kicks off a week of exploration classes where you'll scout out different paths. Pick 3 majors wisely. Don't be late for day 1. As they reached their floor, Carl stopped Leo. Looks like we're neighbors. Leo, tomorrow's gonna be epic. Sleep tight. Catch you then, Leo replied. With a simple nod, Leo collapsed onto his bed, not even bothering to unpack his suitcase first. He wasn't just sleeping, though. His mind drifted into a hidden realm, a titanic library of infinite knowledge. Lumiere must hold the key. My legend begins in this very school, Leo mused in the silence. Morning came. Leo was solo at breakfast until Carl arrived, carrying a literal mountain of food. Room for one more? Carl asked. Leo didn't mind giving him a quick okay to join. Suddenly, a tray slammed down. Hey, freshman rep, someone barked, shattering the peaceful morning vibes. You think you're hot stuff after that speech. It was Duran Moira, the Central Region's top dog. A heavy hitter Professor Landu had her eye on. Duran's meal looked totally standard, except for a tiny flag stuck in his burger. Leo just kept eating, completely unfazed by the hostility. Did my words hurt your feelings? Well, random losers starting fights isn't exactly news to me. That did it. Duran's face turned red. You really don't know who you're messing with, do you? I'm the Central Region captain. But Leo and Carl just kept feasting like absolute hunger demons. Duran was being treated like a total clown. Fuming, his temper finally snapped like a bolt of thunder. He booted his tray into the air, aiming to trash Leo's meal too. But Leo was ready. With god-tier reflexes, he snatched every plate mid-air like a machine. Not a single fry was lost. He even grabbed Carl's food, before upgrading his own meal into a massive double-decker cheeseburger. Wasting a meal this good is a sin, Leo smirked. Duran's brain practically short-circuited in rage. I'm ending you right now. I won't let some weakling look down on me, he snarled. As they prepared to clash, a massive hand gripped their shoulders. It was the terrifying Professor Landu. Disorderly conduct, he whispered coldly. A captain and a rep brawling on the very first day. I hope you're ready for the consequences. The aura he gave off made them both freeze instantly. Fast forward to the Night Division's class. The students waited, but Landu remained silent and stern. Professor, it's time to start, a student stammered. Celia looked around, wondering where Leo had vanished to. Right then, Leo and Duran stumbled in, looking like they'd just crawled through a war zone. They were drenched in sweat. Celia rushed over, panicking. Did you guys get into a fight? Leo just offered a mysterious grin, glancing at Duran, who looked like he'd been through hell. All right, settle down, Landu barked. Welcome to the Night Division. I'm your lead, Aina Landu. Duran was still shooting daggers at Leo. Carl whispered. Is this a high-level mental war already? Landu ignored the beef and started the lecture on mana magic and the complexities of aura. Aura is the ultimate challenge to master. Does anyone know why it's so difficult to tame? Celia piped up, stating it hardens mana, making it less flexible. Landu gave a sharp nod. Spot on. While others use mana freely, aura forced the body to process it into raw power. So how do we actually trigger it? Celia thought it was just about sheer willpower and force. The room was silent until Leo spoke. We ignite aura by burning mana. Landiu looked impressed. And what's the secret to that combustion? Endurance, Leo answered, without a second's hesitation. Landiu was floored. Leo Plove, have you studied this before? No, Leo replied, totally chill. To grasp the soul of aura, without training. Fascinating. Enough talk, Landiu smiled. Let's get moving. He channeled energy into his heels. Walk on thin air like it's solid ground. This is aura step. Focus your power into your feet. The possibilities are infinite. Now, break into your squads. Mastering this arcane technique is a nightmare for most. Only the prodigy Celia has truly conquered its secrets. Smirking with pride, she teased Leo, call me big sister, and maybe I'll teach you. Leo just gave her a cold stare. To him, aura was just another energy to manipulate. He didn't need her help. Meanwhile, Analandio noticed Duran's burning gaze fixed on Leo. Sensing a chance for chaos, the professor grinned. He clapped his hands, demanding silence from the rowdy crowd. What's the plan, Teach Chelsea? Llewellyn chirped. Without a word, Analandio beckoned both Leo and Duran forward. He confronted Duran's visible hostility. Duran spat back. I'm not angry, I just can't stand looking at his face. Seeing the spark, the professor ignited the flame. Take it to the field then. Let's see what the central captain can really do. It was official, a high-stakes one-on-one sprint between Duran Mora and the freshman rep Leo Plove to crown the class leader. Aura is fully permitted, the professor shouted. Duran flinched as Carr immediately started taking bets from the frantic students. On one side, the thunder-wielding genius of the heroic Mora line. On the other, the mysterious dark horse from the fringes. The enigma who humbles captains versus the pride of the elite. The crowd buzzed with doubt and excitement. He's the rep, he has to be good, right? One student muttered. Look at him, he can't even use the basic aura step. The rumors turned sour. He's just a fluke, they hissed. A central captain isn't some weakling you can just stumble past. Leo hadn't proven his worth yet. Ignoring the whispers, Ain Alandu signaled for the two racers to take their marks. First to the finish wins it all. No excuses, no grudges. Victory belongs to the swift. Ready logic told Celia that Leo stood no chance, yet her gut feeling screamed something entirely different. He was a man who shattered expectations. Go. At the signal, both challengers exploded off the starting line. Duran's thunder aura flared, launching him ahead like a bolt of lightning. See ya, rookie, he barked. He moved like a guided missile, leaving a trail of dust. The students roared. That's the power of Amora. Then they looked at Leo and scoffed. He was lagging behind, looking exactly like the fraud they expected. What a joke, they jeered. But Chelsea Llewellyn wouldn't have it. Kick some butt, Leo, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Duran was already halfway through the track, a blur of speed. Carr bit his lip, fearing his friend was about to be humiliated. Leo watched the gap widen. As he hit the turn, he didn't slow down. He slammed his heels into the earth. He funneled every ounce of power into his soles. Celia's eyes widened in total shock. What was he doing? In a move of pure insanity, Leo didn't follow the track. He leaped soaring toward the high observation platform. For a split second, he hung in the air, locking onto Duran's silhouette. Then he ignited his legs with an extreme speed technique. The platform shattered under the sheer force of his kick. Leo transformed into a human railgun, tearing through the sky. He streaked past a stunned Duran. Too slow, buddy, Leo shouted as he vanished into a blur of motion. Leo crossed the finish line before anyone could blink. The jeers turned into dead silence. The fraud had just rewritten the rules. It was impossible. The fastest student in the class had been smoked by a guy they thought was a nobody. He didn't even use Aura Step, they whispered in confusion. But Celia knew better. This wasn't a basic move. It was the legendary Phoenix Step. While the elites analyzed him, Chelsea and Carr were just busy celebrating the massive win. Like a couple of hyped-up fans, they didn't care about the how, they just loved the wow. Professor Ain watched with a sharp knowing eye. Duran's thunder was impressive, a classic display of raw power. But Leo was a surgeon. He didn't have the same raw speed, yet his control was otherworldly. He had condensed fire aura into a localized explosion. It was a genius-level application that signaled the rise of a monster. A true hero walks among us, the professor mused. After the dust settled, Leo walked over to his defeated rival. That was a hell of a race, Duran. On a longer track, you might have actually had me. Leo offered a hand in friendship, but Duran's pride was in tatters. He couldn't even look Leo in the eye. He swiped Leo's hand away and stormed off like a sore loser. Chelsea ignored the drama and tackled Leo with a grin. You're a beast, Leo. Train with me, Carr watched pouting. Why does he get all the cool points and not me? He wanted the spotlight too, but Celia just looked at him like he was a lost puppy. Carr tried to bribe everyone with a cafe trip using his betting winnings, but Leo shook his head. Rain check, guys. I've got business to attend to. Carr called out after him. Hey, where are you? I'm dead serious about hitting up this summoning lecture, Leo deadpanned. Carlo stood there totally shook. Why would a hardcore Night Division beast even care? Enroll in summoning, Celia let out a heavy sigh. Don't ask me, his brain just works differently, trekking toward the classroom. Leo was lost in thought. He couldn't wrap his head around why the Fairy King gifted him a literal oath as a reward. Usually, hero rewards mirror the master's own essence. This gift screams summoner, but Master Albi is a pure-blood mage with zero ties to the summoning arts. Typically, I'd just snag a spell to contract a spirit and portal straight to the fairy realm. This whole situation is weird. Basically trash for now, Leo muttered to himself. Suddenly, a girl's voice shattered his internal monologue, bringing him back to reality. Guess you actually showed up for class. Leo spun around to find Chen Zia, the 17-year-old Eastern Division captain, giving him a cool nod. Pleasure's mine, Leo smirked. Zia waved back. Just call me Zia. Still, a look of genuine confusion flashed across her face. You're definitely Night Division material, so why the magic hype, she asked. Just testing the waters of spiritual studies, Leo shrugged it off. He played it off coolly. Guess we'll be seeing a lot of each other then, Zia teased. Leo then asked about her spirit contract. I'm a water spirit summoner, Zia revealed proudly. Then she leaned in with a grin. Come on, show me yours. What have you got? Actually, I haven't made a contract yet. Zia's eyes went wide. No way. Well, if you're struggling later, just hit me up. I can drop some pro tips for your first summon. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, how old are you? Leo asked. I'm 17. And you're 15, right? I caught you chatting with Celia earlier. Leo blinked. 17. She looked way younger than Chelsea. Sensing his vibes, Zia's female intuition went on high alert. Something was definitely sus. You thinking something disrespectful. Who me? Never, Leo lied, dodging her gaze. Zia just chuckled and proposed a deal. That fight with Duran was fire. You've got to accept my challenge one day. Leo flashed a confident grin. Consider it a date. Class was in session, but the turnout was pathetic. Is this the whole squad? Leo asked. Zia looked a bit awkward and embarrassed. It's just an elective, not exactly a crowd pleaser, she explained. Leo couldn't believe it. Wow, their loss, I guess. They gathered in an open meadow when boom, a massive shadow blotted out the sun, sending the entire class into pure chaos. A black dragon, we're all gonna die, get out. One terrified student shrieked, cowering like a total weakling. Where did it come from? Relax, he's just being friendly, a sultry voice echoed. Welcome to class, you little freshies. It's a pleasure to meet ya. I'm Yura Marine, your summoning sensei for the year. As she spoke, every guy there was instantly mesmerized by her gorgeous face. Her insane curves left their hearts racing. Forget spirits, I want to be her familiar, they whispered. Even Leo noticed her beauty. If Dwinho were around, he'd be losing his mind right now. But back to the bombshell, Professor Yura Marin. She waited for the group to settle before starting. All right, rookies, being here proves you've actually got some latent talent. Show me that summoning potential, yes, Professor, the class roared back. Yura smirked, clearly feeling the energy. Very good. Love the enthusiasm. Now, let's head to the field for some real action. Yura signaled her assistant, a guy named Carlo. A nerdy dude with white hair and glasses pulled up leading a massive griffin. Carlo was the TA for this chaotic first year. Rides here, pair up and hop on, Yura commanded. One student raised a shaky hand, looking absolutely terrified of the beasts. Professor, we've never actually ridden a griffin before. He hoped for some guidance, but Yura just gave him a death glare. You scared. If you can't handle this, drop the class now. With that, Yura vaulted onto her black dragon's back, looking like a boss. She soared into the clouds, leaving them behind. Well, you heard her. Let's move out, Carlo urged the panicked group to follow. Surprisingly, riding these things was a total breeze. Zia wasted no time pairing up with Leo. Hey Leo, mind if I take the reins? Leo was caught off guard but shrugged. Sure, go for it. All yours. Once everyone finally settled into their saddles, the squad chased after Yura. With the ocean breeze in their hair, they realized just how epic these mounts actually were. Yo, this is top tier. My turn to fly. Switch with me. Hang on, I'm just getting the hang of it. Excited shouts rang out. I was nervous, but these guys are actually pretty chill, Zia beamed. Leo narrowed his eyes. Don't let your guard down yet. Griffins aren't exactly beginner-friendly, Leo warned. Zia looked puzzled. Really, they feel like kittens. Leo opened his mouth to explain. But then Yura let out a piercing whistle. The sound grated on their ears, and the griffin's vibe instantly flipped into pure rage. The creatures turned feral, bucking wildly. They're out of control. What happened? Professor, help us, the students screamed in terror. Yura didn't even flinch. You call yourselves elites. If you can't tame a simple beast, you don't belong at this academy. Fix it yourselves. As their griffin started losing it, Zia panicked. Without missing a beat, Leo reached out and pulled her close. He grabbed the reins, his hand over hers. Stop fighting it. Griffins are prideful. If you use force, they'll just fight harder. Leo, what are you? Zia's face turned beet red. Ignoring her, Leo took control and masterfully tames the beast as they surged forward. The griffin settled instantly before bolting. Yura smirked, impressed by Leo's lightning-fast reflexes. Turning to Carlo, she questioned the freshman rep's background. Carlo confirmed Leo was indeed a night track candidate. Is he from a griffin-owning family? She asked. Carlo shook his head. He wasn't born into nobility. Yura's eyes gleamed, she'd struck gold. A diamond in the rough, she whispered, intrigued by his raw potential. On Summoning Island, the training grounds were chaotic. Most students were collapsed face down in the burning sand. Nursing a slight case of seasickness, Leo ditched the group to scout the island for anything extraordinary. He spotted a strange fruit, but realized a feather was embedded inside. A feather star, Leo wondered, confused. Zia checked on him, but Leo brushed it off. Suddenly, Yura's voice boomed, ending their break instantly. Wake up and focus. It's time for your first practical exam. The class erupted in panicked groans. A test on day one. The students were baffled, but Yura shut down their whining with a stern look. Summoning is a grueling path compared to other magic. Did you think this would be easy? She challenged. Mana control is just the baseline. True summoning requires a soul-level harmony between you and the spirit. You must tame what you call forth. That is why. Legendary summoners are rare, but those who reach the peak achieve feats that defy all logic. Isn't that why you're here? Eliza Hergen, the silver-haired prodigy from the North's elite clan, stepped forward. What's the objective? Eliza demanded. Yura gestured to the dense forest teeming with wild, mystical creatures. Summoning is your ultimate weapon. This test measures your taming prowess. The goal is simple. Capture a creature within the woods. Once you form a contract, that beast is yours forever. The crowd roared with excitement, the true Lumen experience. As Leo turned to leave, Eliza blocked him. The famous freshman rep rumors say you crushed Duran. Let's see if you're worth the hype. I'm just doing my job, Leo replied dismissively, walking past her. Eliza watched him go, her brow furrowing. Yura smiled secretly, watching the rising stars clash. Nearby, a few students had already managed to tame targets. Leo lingered, still searching for the perfect partner. Look, there's the top student, some classmates whispered mockingly. He's wandering too deep. If he fails this, he'll be crawling back to the night division in shame. Ignoring the noise, Leo ventured into the shadows of the forest, ensuring he was finally alone. He produced the mysterious feather and ignited it with his fiery aura. Bingo, just as I suspected. His smirk vanished as a thunderous blast rocked the ground behind him. Meanwhile, back at the main camp, Renee felt a pang of worry for Leo, but a companion laughed it off. It's only the first week. He'll be fine, right? Renee murmured, taking a sip of water, her maternal instincts screaming otherwise. She had no idea her son was facing the searing heat of a legendary master spirit. A phoenix, Leo gasped, paralyzed by the sight. A booming voice echoed, so you're Zerdinger Star's brat. I recognize Riona's flame. Leo's eyes widened. You knew my mother, the spirit's tone instantly softened. If you're her child, then my hunch was right. I owe Riona a debt that can never be repaid. The voice belonged to Farina, a legendary phoenix. Cloaked in brilliant flames, she gazed at Leo with warmth. I am Farina, she introduced herself. Leo bowed respectfully. I'm Leo Renee's son. It's an honor. Phoenix Farina. What is your connection to my mother? You mentioned a debt, Leo asked, searching for answers. Farina recalled how Renee saved her previous master Luna in a deadly dungeon despite overwhelming odds. Renee lost her aura and suffered horrific burns to save her. Otherwise, she would have been a hero. Leo felt a sharp sting of grief. My mother always told me she never regretted that choice. She really said that, yes, that's the kind of knight she is. Farina smiled, deeply moved. When Leo asked why she was hiding here, Farina turned mysterious. That is a secret I cannot share. But why is a knight studying summoning, she asked. Leo grinned. I'm looking to master both worlds. Farina chuckled at his ambition. Fate is a strange thing, Leo Plove. This is truly interesting. Finally, I can repay your mother. She held out a shimmering golden egg that pulsed with divine power. This is my son. When you become a true master, I hope you will forge a contract together. Pity the poor summoner, who was originally supposed to get this. Leo spoke up. Can we start right now? Farina's jaw dropped. Stop, it is suicide, she screamed, but the boy had already crossed the point of no return. That fearless gaze. You are just like Renee. Good luck. Suddenly, Leo's consciousness dissolved into a void of pure shadow. A tiny golden spark floated before him. Leo reached out. Instantly, a massive firestorm erupted, swallowing him whole. The heat was agonizing the legendary Phoenix fire. To wield such power, one must survive this daily torture. A beast born from its own ashes. I feel your agony, Leo whispered, and I will carry it with you. The raging inferno began to calm, softening under his touch. Back in reality, a faint crack echoed from the shell. The egg drifted from Leo's palm, suspended in midair, as it hungrily inhaled every stray ember in the room. Did it work? Farina gasped. Leo beamed. Mission accomplished. The woman cheered. The kid was a straight-up genius. Leo Plo, you are destined for greatness. The contract is sealed. Meet your new partner, the little one named Fiore. Take care of my baby. Farina fought back, tears heartbroken that her child would leave before even knowing her warmth. 3 seconds later, Leo stared at the legendary beast with pure doubt. Wait, are we sure this is a phoenix? It looked exactly like a chicken. The tiny fluff ball chirped at him, confirming Leo's suspicion that he had summoned a nugget. Meanwhile, Professor Yura Marin gathered the successful students. She turned to her assistant Carlo with a sharp look. Clock is ticking, she noted. 5 minutes left, 4 students to go, Carlo replied. Suddenly the ground began to shake. A massive black bear lumbered forward Chenzia's new partner. Professor, am I late? Zia asked breathless. She looked like she had crawled through hell, earning an approving nod from Yura for her absolute grit. Taming a water bear as a mere apprentice. Impressive. Just then, Walden descended from the sky on a giant raptor. A dark orb, a beast that would humble even the elite clans. Yura could not help but be amazed. Walden admitted the contract was not final, but Yura did not care. Better than failing. Then Eliza Hergen arrived. She sat atop a colossal white serpent, leaving the crowd speechless. The contract is complete, she stated coldly. My family lacked this specimen, she added. Yura's eyes widened at the Gorgon snake. Masterful. But Carlo checked the time. Time is up. As if on cue, Leo sauntered out of the woods with a tiny yellow chick chilling on his head. The class erupted in laughter. Is he for real? He summoned a literal snack. What a total loser. They figured he had failed, but Yura felt a terrifying pressure from the bird. Holy, that brat has a phoenix. Later, Leo arrived at Yura's office for a private meeting. He straightened his collar and gave the door a soft knock. Enter, Yura called out. Leo stepped in, asking why he was summoned. The professor gestured for him to take a seat. I have never actually seen one in person. Who knew a phoenix was even hiding on this island? A freshman taming a phoenix, that is unheard of in Lumen's entire history. I know your secret, Leo. Her gaze pierced right through him. Across the desk, Leo's throat went dry as he braced for the worst. He feared his true identity was out. A hero reborn after 5 millennia was bound to cause a global meltdown, but he was overthinking it. Suddenly, Yura Marin pulled him into a massive proud hug. She hailed him as a once-in-a-generation genius, but warned, we must keep this phoenix a secret for now. The world is not ready. Once trials end, make sure you major in the summoning department. You will be a hero that legends are made of, she said, giving his shoulder a firm, encouraging pat. Next morning, Chloe Mueller and a sleep-deprived mage were seen yawning their heads off in the corridor. Leo and Carl caught them. Careful, Chloe, your jaw might fall off, Carl joked, noticing how drained they looked. Chloe grumbled about an all-nighter spent studying. Remembering the card, Leo asked, You are Chloe Mueller, right? Here is your lost card. Chloe's eyes lit up. Oh, thanks a ton, Mr. Freshman Representative. The trio headed into the lecture hall together. Today's menu, a high-stakes experimental magic trial. You taking magic too, Leo? Carl asked. Leo nodded. I am trying to soak up every bit of knowledge I can. Carl looked impressed. Respect. I am a magic-only guy, so this is my only stop for the day. He leaned in and whispered, Watch out for Chloe. She is the Ice Queen aiming for the top spot. Carl glanced her way and realized she was staring right back. A cold shiver hit him. She is freezing me out. I am moving to the back row, he squeaked. But before he could flinch, a jagged ice spike exploded from the floor. Chloe blocked Kyle's path, shoving him into the front row with a smirk. Worried about class? I'll handle it. She snatched Kyle's collar like a stray pup, leaving him whimpering in silence. While Leo enjoyed the show, the mage siblings returned with Chelsea greeting him. Moments later, the atmosphere shifted. The instructor stepped inside. His arrival sent a wave of excitement through the female students. Talk about eye candy. I am Len Horse, he boomed, commanding the room. I'll be your magic instructor for the coming year. He slammed a heavy stack of exams onto the desk before launching into the trial magic session. Theoretical magic test. Begin. With a snap, the papers surged through the air toward every student. A test already? We haven't even started, the students groaned. A trial class quiz, that is just cruel. Len stood firm. Fail to meet the standard, and you are out. This is the baseline for Lumen. He signaled his assistant. Submit your completed work to Anna when you are finished. Anna waved them over. Papers here. Meanwhile, Leo stared at the questions, his hands trembling. Is this modern magic? The formulas looked like gibberish. He cursed himself for neglecting modern studies in favor of the old ways. Heads went down. Surprisingly, the others found it breezy. Wait, this is actually easier than I expected. But what about that final question? They buzzed with energy. I finished everything except that beast at the end. Leo's brain was short-circuiting. Only one answer sat on his page. He desperately needed more modern magic study. He hung his head, submitting his paper to Anna. Convinced he was a failure, Leo vanished from the room. His ancient wisdom felt useless here. As he fled, Len began grading the stack with lightning speed. A century has passed, and magic has evolved. It used to require a profound soul, deep understanding. Now it is just rote memorization. As standards crumbled, Len unleashed a shimmering veil of light into the air. The room dissolved into a breathtaking cosmic void. Behold, Len spoke the true heart of magic. I build from the finish to the start. Create your own magic. There were 49 basic questions, worth 1 point each. But the final 51st point, That requires analyzing the very fabric of reality. Chloe stared at her paper, frustrated but unsurprised. The final question was a complete mystery to her. Leo already gave up, Chelsea sighed. I was really looking forward to studying magic together. Anna leaned in, whispering, Professor, someone cracked question 50. Len's eyes widened. A huge grin spread across his face. Haha, who is the genius? A perfect score on the first try. Step forward, but Anna cut him off. They did not get a perfect score, sir. Len blinked, still buzzing. Really, did they skip the easy ones? Maybe they hyper-focused on the finale. Still impressive. Bring them here. Anna looked concerned. Actually, he only answered the last one. Len's laughter died instantly. What is his name? Leo Plov. Leo instinctively stood, but the real Leo was long gone. Chelsea added, he left ages ago. Fast forward, Leo is chilling with ice cream, telling Celia about his disastrous test performance. Celia cracked up. You seriously left after one question. First the summoning disaster, now this. Leo, face it. You are a knight major. Stick to the sword and leave the spells to the pros. Leo glared. Want to test your endurance against my blade? Celia winced. Suddenly a familiar voice boomed. So you are the knight major Leo Plov. Think my class is a joke, leaving after just one question. They were too trivial to waste time on. Leo blinked. Wait, Professor, there has been a mistake. I thought I failed. Everything but the last question was way too complex for me to solve. I have only studied ancient texts, so modern formulas are like a foreign language. Len's gaze sharpened instantly. Rage turned to pure hype. He snatched Leo up like a kitten. You are coming with me right now. Without a second to lose, Professor Len dragged Leo away like a prize, ignoring his protests. Celia stood there, jaw dropped. Is that really the legendary magic professor of Lumen Academy? Talk about a total weirdo, she muttered. Suddenly, a frantic Anna appeared, gasping for air. Where is Professor Len? She panted, clearly exhausted from the chase. Did something happen? He just grabbed Leo and bolted, Celia explained. Anna's eyes went wide as she scrambled after them. What is that maniac planning now? She screamed internally, as Len hauled Leo toward a private room. Slamming a list of complex equations on the board, he barked, Solve these, kid. Leo stared, utterly baffled by the sudden, aggressive demand. Leo breezed through the problems alongside Len. This was a secret evaluation, and only pure luck could explain that final impossible answer. Len's mind raced. Leo must possess a hidden mana circuit. Before he could even blink, Leo dropped his pen with a satisfying click. Finished, Leo stated flatly. Cold sweat beaded on Len's forehead. Wait, you did all those complex calculations in your head? Leo just nodded. Leo gave a casual shrug as Len's eyes gleamed with obsession. Meanwhile, Professor Albay was casually strolling down the academy's quiet hallway. He spotted Len charging toward him, looking like he'd just hit the ultimate jackpot. Albay's survival instincts flared, and he tried to dodge. Albay pivoted to flee, but Len dived, death gripping his ankle in a fit of gratitude. Professor Albay, you're a godsend, he wailed. Albay used his magic to hoist Len into the air as a warning. The man was notorious for overreacting, but this was next level. Today, he had completely lost his mind. Len remained in a state of pure euphoria. He's a miracle worker. Leo Plo is a monster. That freshman rep is a once-in-a-century genius. Albay just blinked confusedly, muttering that Leo was supposed to be a lowly knight trainee. Absolutely not, Len roared. Leo belongs in the magic tower. Wasting that talent on a blunt sword would be a literal sin against mana. Sending him to the knights was an insult to the craft. Anna sprinted in as Albay cut his spell, dropping Len into her arms. My hero, Len beamed. Anna's temper flared, a vein throbbing in her neck. Enough, we're heading back to class right now, she hissed. She silently swore to end this lunatic one day. Leo hesitated for a second as he finally approached the chaotic screaming group. Albay gave a curt nod. Leo just stood there thinking all mages were basically high-functioning sociopaths. Fast forward, the trial period ended. Chilling on the rooftop, Leo flipped through Kyle the hero. Was the guy a total fraud? He sighed, frustrated by the lack of intel. Over in Principal Callion's office, the atmosphere shattered as 3 department heads, Magic, Night, and Summoning, burst through the heavy doors. They shoved a petition forward. Sir, look, Leo had pulled an absolute pro-gamer move, enrolling in all 3 major departments simultaneously. Each teacher was desperate to claim the boy. The office quickly devolved into a petty shouting match between the 3 elite instructors. Callion let out a booming laugh. This is straight out of a legend. The mention of the 5th hero tickled his funny bone. The only warrior in history to master every class, he mused. Cut to the track, Celia and Chelsea were gasping for air while jogging. Carr sat nearby, laughing at their misery. Why grind on a weekend? Leo chimed in. They're following my special training regimen. Why just run? Carr asked, confused. Where are the weapons? The girls were too exhausted to even give him a proper answer. It's about building a foundation of stamina, Chelsea wheezed. Now move, she swatted at Carr like he was an annoying summer mosquito. Plopping down next to Leo, Chelsea's attitude flipped 180 degrees instantly. Honestly, jogging on the weekend is such a vibe. I want to synchronize our strides. Celia immediately spat her water out in a spray of disgust, hitting Chelsea right in the face. Gross, what's your problem? Leo ignored the drama. If you're serious about running, I won't be going easy. Celia started yelling. I never agreed to this torture. Carr watched their dynamic whispering. Wait, are you two actually a thing? Like low-key dating? Celia quickly cleared the air. He's my cousin, all right, family. Both boys stared at each other in total wide-eyed disbelief. He's part of the Zerdinger bloodline, she added, then waved it off. It's complicated. Just forget I even mentioned it. She went quiet, clearly unsure of the details herself. Leo stood up, eyes sharpening. Break. Time's over. Let's get lethal. Chelsea cheered, but Carr had seen enough. I'm heading to Lumeria City. Celia begged him to take her away from the hellish training. Leo simply grabbed her like a disobedient kitten and dragged her back. Seeing her despair, Carr realized his noble life was lacking. On the official placement day, Carr spotted Leo among the masses. Yo, Leo, over here, you're already in the 5th-year class. Carr puffed his chest out. I'm a font of knowledge, my friend. Leo noticed Chelsea passed out at a desk. Wait, her too. Carr smirked suspiciously. What exactly were you doing with her all weekend? Leo shrugged casually. Just some fundamental physical conditioning. Chelsea shuddered, traumatized by the memory. Suddenly, a snide voice echoed from the stage. Ah, Class 5, the dumping ground for the suffering. Wonder how many of you will survive. My condolences, losers. The upperclassmen laughed, showing zero empathy for the new recruits. Don't waste your breath on them. A teacher stepped forward, his eyes sharp. Honestly, you two mockers are the ones who are pathetic. The man speaking looked like he'd been living on the streets for weeks. This was the legendary Harold Edmund in the flesh. He was the instructor for Lumen Academy's notorious Class 5, famously known by his terrifying nickname, the Weeping Wall. He muttered a demand for a seat. Instantly, 2 upperclassmen dropped to all fours, bracing themselves to serve as his human chair. Harold sat glaring at the freshmen with pure vitriol. Listen up, you worthless trash. Welcome to the class for absolute failures. You're the bottom of the barrel, the lowest of the low. Surely you've heard why they call me the Weeping Wall, right? Carr, visibly trembling despite his smooth talk, raised a shaky hand. Is it because you're here to help us level up our grades? How narrow-minded. Does no one in this joke of a class grasp the true duty of a Lumen student? Chelsea signaled for attention. To dominate the hero society through field experience. Harrod gave a sharp nod. Yet I only witness fodder who perish instantly in the field. Expelling these losers is an act of mercy. Dead weight only gets allies killed. That is why I lead the 5th years, and why they call me the Weeping Wall. His gaze shifted to Leo. Harrod sensed a survivor, someone who could finally whip these sheltered weaklings into shape. He barked orders to suit up and hit the field. The hour of combat training had finally arrived. The squad assembled at the grounds. Looking completely unbothered, Harrod kicked off the session. Time to purge those delusions. In a world where death is a heartbeat away, what is your actual survival plan? Nella Carvin, a night major, felt her aura flicker. Shouldn't my teammates be my shield? She stammered. Harrod dismissed her. Wrong. Only your own grit matters. When you can thrive in the face of death, only then can you save others. Any volunteers? Eliana stepped up, eyes burning with resolve. Harrod smirked. Fine, then show me that nightmare talent. Conjure a fireball. A flame sparked in Eliana's palm. Harrod just laughed. That pathetic ember wouldn't even singe an ant. Infuriated, Eliana flooded the air with mana, manifesting 2 massive infernos that forced the class to retreat. Gasps filled the air as the flames expanded and multiplied. Even Harrod gave a reluctant nod of approval. Think you can hit a target, he taunted, summoning a miniature wind sprite that zipped toward her. The sprite booped her nose and cackled. Enraged, Eliana swung her flames, but the spirit dodged with ease. The spirit retreated to Harrod, mocking her. What good is double the firepower if you cannot land a hit? Missing is failing. You will keep grinding until you can actually pin this spirit down. Session is not done. Prove your worth. Ayers Leo nodded inwardly. The man was brutal, but he was right. You are up next. Harrod's eyes locked onto him. Show me what you have got, Leo Plove. Let's see if you live up to the legend of Kyle. Chaos erupted as the class scrambled for the sprite. It danced around them like they were toddlers. Leo ignited his aura, focusing every drop into his feet. He launched himself like a rocket, a blur of pure speed. Chelsea and Carr could only stare in awe. How do we even track him? Leo kicked off the air, skyrocketing toward the unsuspecting sprite. Leo plummeted like a hawk. The sprite flinched, barely dodging the strike. Leo's lips curled into a smirk. He wove his energy into a tether, snapping it toward the creature. Victory was within his grasp, but Durin intercepted like a bolt of lightning, snatching the prize. Suddenly, a new figure materialized behind him. Slow clapping echoed. Looks like my freshmen have some lessons for you. It was the cunning white-haired Sejun. The first-year mentor had arrived. Sejun, the perennial runner-up to Harrod since their graduation days. Bad blood ran deep. Harad took a lazy sip of milk. Oh, think you can handle my class. Sejun's glare was pure venom. Carr grinned. The two legendary pillars of Lumen were finally squaring off. The elite staff were all their former pupils. Nella's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. How did you find out? Carr flexed his intel skills, making Chelsea roll her eyes. Sejun simply smiled. Whatever game you are playing with these rejects, Harad, I am going to expose it. Let's settle this with Pastora freshmen versus seniors. Harad rose to his feet, eyes gleaming. Brilliant. Trial by fire is the only way. Sejun's confidence wavered as he realized the stakes. Harad didn't blink. Just worry about your own kids. Sejun seethed, his inferiority complex flaring up again. Harad announced the upcoming clash. The fifth years would face the freshmen in a high-stakes Bastora showdown. Lose and you are all expelled. His cold expression proved he was not playing around. The class froze. You are joking, right? With three captains leading them, the pressure reached a boiling point. Power gaps meant nothing to Harad. Evolution only happens when you are pushed to the absolute brink. The mission was clear: select 6 elite fighters to defend the honor of the fifth year. Leo caught Harad's look. This was not malice, it was a test to reignite their dying spirits. They were on the verge of quitting. This match was the spark needed to set their souls on fire. It's game time. Both classes handpicked their elite representatives, with the freshmen drafting their absolute powerhouse captains. Staring down their rivals, Chelsea panicked. Getting expelled was a nightmare. How could she even face her parents? Leo shrugged. Why the long face? Chelsea snapped back. You've never heard of Bastra. Guess that's suburb life for you. Bastra is no ordinary sport, it's a brutal Lumen tradition. Leo tilted his head. Wait, isn't it just dodgeball? Carr cut in. It's lethal, not simple. Witnessing the group's chaos, Celia smugly hid a smirk behind her hand. Chelsea, why the shaking knees? Giving up already? Celia mocked. Chelsea's eyes flared with pure, unadulterated irritation. Fear who? As if I'd lose to a Zerdinger, Chelsea hissed. Leo tossed an arm around them, radiating confidence. Relax, we're taking this dub, Leo promised. Celia clicked her tongue, shooting him a sharp, icy warning look. Time to witness my true growth. I'm not losing to you, Leo plove Sejun, then began lining up the fighters. Entering the Colosseum, Leo glanced back. Who's stepping up? Most students flinched, thanking their lucky stars they weren't picked. Chelsea and Eliana marched forward. Cracking her knuckles, Chelsea growled, these punks need a serious reality check. Eliana was desperate to impress Harid. If expulsion is on the line, I'll turn my rage into a win. Nella Carvin and a shaky recruit joined. Finally, Leo snagged a retreating Carr by the back of his collar. You're our final man, right? Leo grinned. Carr looked horrified. Why me, team set? Leo reported their lineup. Fifth year locked and loaded. Sejun gave a sharp nod, launching the ball skyward to ignite the chaos. Leo and Duran collided midair. With a crackling, thunderous aura, Duran's superior speed snatched the ball right from Leo. I'm up first, Duran sneered, landing gracefully. Leo pivoted toward Tide, the blonde nearby. Quick, explain the rules. Tide kept it brief, infused the ball with mana and blasted into the goal, but no hands or feet allowed. First to 11 points wins. Tide noticed Duran intensifying his aura, his body coiled like a predator, ready to strike. Heads up, it's coming, someone roared. Duran's strike was so violent the ball warped, screaming through the atmosphere. Leo tensed, shocked by the sheer velocity, and leaped aside. The ball cratered the earth before ricocheting toward the net. Carr stood paralyzed. The freshman erupted. Let's go, Duran, while the fifth years went pale with pure dread. Tide's spirit wavered. Was Herod really trying to axe them? Yet Leo stood tall, his confidence unshaken. How do we take control? Leo asked. Tide listed 3 ways. First, use their own momentum to knock it out. Second, catch it. Third, before he could finish, Nella's scream pierced the air. Get down. They spun around just as the ball slammed into Eliana, her scream echoing through the court. Celia had stepped in. Why the secrets? Play the game, Celia giggled, while Leo and Tide scrambled to help their fallen teammate. Tide spat out the third rule. Don't engage directly. If a teammate gets KO by the ball, your only weapon is the ball itself. Gripping the sphere, Leo gave a sharp nod of thanks. Our move now. Despite the scoreboard favoring his students, Sejun couldn't shake a nagging sense of unease. Fire mages dominate with sheer destructive output, and the Zerdinger flames are the deadliest of them all. You knew Celia was in my class, Herod Sejun muttered. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but your class won't go down easy. Herod stayed silent, making Sejun snap. Say something, damn it. Herod finally spoke. Focus on the ace, Sejun, not just the Zerdinger girl. Sejun nodded, obviously. The Bastra Queen is unforgettable, Herod smirked. And her daughter is a 5th year, but that class was already struggling. With Eliana injured, hope was evaporating. Was this the end? Did they come to Lumon just to get crushed? Celia shot Leo a worried glance. Is it over? In response, Leo erupted in a blinding, ferocious flame. Watch out, someone cried. Channeling every ounce of his power, Leo hurled the ball straight at the enemy's net. The freshmen weren't folding, though. Chloe Mueller instantly conjured a massive ice wall to intercept the projectile. Nobody scores while I'm on defense, she boasted. Suddenly, Leo materialized right beside her, whispering in her ear. You sure about that? Before anyone could react, Leo surged incredible power into the soles of his feet. He soared toward the ice-trapped ball and shattered it with a devastating punch, blasting both wall and ball into the goal. Sejun marveled at his instincts. Herod merely watched a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Hope flared as Nella and Carvin rallied the class. Leo Plove, keep going. The fifth years finally found their rhythm. Sejun chuckled. Now I see. The real fight starts here. Both sides finally clashed in earnest. Keeping the tension high, Duran unleashed a thunderous strike, blasting the ball toward the fifth-year goal line. Carr dived recklessly, snatching the ball, as raw electricity surged through his body. Despite the agonizing pain, he refused to let go. My mana's tapped out, he wheezed, passing to a drained Leo. Meanwhile, Eliana and Chelsea helped a battered Carr exit. Anxiety peaked with the score locked at 10-all. This final point was everything, yet the opposition still held 3 heavy hitters. Only Leo remained. The odds were trash. Chloe knew the next move would decide their fate. Time to go all out. Screw the theory exam, I'm not losing today, she yelled, weaving her hands to cast a high-tier miracle spell. 4 clones manifested instantly. Celia and Duran flared their auras, preparing for the clash. Leo catch, Celia screamed. Leo flooded his legs with pure energy. His after-images flickered and vanished, leaving his opponents frozen in shock. He's way too fast. Leo ghosted right past Celia. Her eyes widened as she realized his true play. He wasn't fighting, he was hunting the goal. Chloe's illusion was failing. Where is he? She hissed, channeling mana into her eyes to pierce through Leo's deception. But every phantom felt authentic. Chloe stood paralyzed as Leo blurred past, scoring effortlessly. Stellar magic, she whispered. How could a human handle ancient power? The whistle blew, 5th year's win. The stadium erupted as the victors shared a tearful embrace. Phew, no expulsion today, but I've got to head home now, Sejun admitted, while Herod watched with a curious gaze. Wait, expulsion, Herod barked a laugh. Just call it extreme motivation, kid. Meanwhile, Celia, Chloe, and Duran hung their heads. Despair clouded their faces. Sejun sighed heavily, swallowing his own frustration to offer some words of comfort to his team. Win or lose, respect the grind. Salute your rivals. You fought like legends today, he declared with pride. Their classmates' cheers echoed, fueling their resolve to stand tall. The first years watched Sejun, their hearts filled with newfound respect. The wholesome vibes died instantly. Harry sneered. Haha, losers, scram before I make you. Sejun's blood boiled, yet he chose grace. He praised the first year's raw talent and the 5th year's unbreakable spirit. You pushed your limits and evolved. Now let harmony prevail. Shake hands like true warriors. Hands were exchanged. Celia smirked. Honestly, you lasted way longer than I thought you would. I expected an early knockout. Chelsea shot back. Same here. You're as stubborn as a literal ice prince. Carr beamed at Duran, gloating. We got the dub. Duran's intense, silent stare made Carr's skin crawl. Chloe just sulked. Leo offered a comforting hand. You were incredible, Chloe. Just gain some experience and you'll be unstoppable. Chloe glared back. Is that a joke, she thought, gripping his hand tightly while silently vowing to crush him one day. A month passed. Over tea, Carr was inhaling food like a demon. So guys, what's the move? Which clubs are we hitting? Chelsea maintained her elegant poise, scolding his manners. Then Leo dropped a bombshell. I'm actually starting my own club. Carr nearly choked. Chelsea's eyes lit up. If Leo's the leader, I'm already in. But what's the theme? Hero research, Leo stated flatly. I'm digging into forgotten legends and the primal hero Kyle. His friends just sighed and shook their heads. Carr wheezed. Kyle is a myth, dude. Nobody's joining that. But Chelsea saw a golden chance for some alone time. I'm joining, she shouted. Suddenly, a roar from the crowd interrupted them. Carr's eyes widened. Oh wait, it's today. The 5th years were finally returning from a successful dungeon raid. The campus was already buzzing with the latest gossip. Hero record fragments were glitching worldwide, manifesting deadly dungeons. At Lumen Academy, the elite seniors were tasked with neutralizing these threats. These missions to reclaim fragments could last weeks or even months. Leo wondered if his mother had endured the same trials. Beside the Plav sorceress, students watched with pure awe. Is this really the absolute peak of Lumen power? Carr pointed them out. That beast from the east is Lee Jamua. Sipal's queen is Toru Yan. And that shadowy figure, that's Alta. But, someone's missing, Carr muttered, scanning the crowd. Leo tilted his head, intrigued. Who are you looking for? Lumen Student Council President Carr replied. Suddenly, a firm grip latched onto Leo's shoulder, yanking him into the shadows. Carr spun around. Leo was gone. Celia was the culprit, dragging him frantically. Hey, what's the rush? Leo asked, barely keeping up. Lumine City. Now, Celia panted. The president requested an audience with you. Leo froze. Why would the most powerful student want him? Celia sighed, frustrated. You're so oblivious to school politics. You'll understand everything once we arrive. They entered a chamber styled in ancient Eastern architecture. Celia scanned the room nervously. Why this place of all places? Leo shrugged, unbothered. Smells like incense. Suddenly, the president emerged. Celia practically pounced on him like a kitten. Reese Zerdinger, her older brother, affectionately ruffled her hair. Welcome, Leo. A pleasure, Leo Plav. Your reputation precedes you. I hear you're striving to be a multi-talented hero. Meet Reese Lumen's legendary student council president and elite night department leader. Reese kicks things off by ordering fresh buns. Dig in, guys, he offers. Leo nods. Spotting Celia's hesitation, Reese checks in. She admits she's nervous, trying these, then takes a bite. Her face glows, it's fire. Reese beams. Exactly why I brought you to my favorite spot. Reese shifts focus to Leo. Never guessed you were her son. Leo catches the vibe instantly. Met her plenty back in her glory days. Reese confirms, fueling Leo's curiosity with wild stories. Apparently, she hated the dorm snacks so much, she led a full-blown student riot. Celia gasps. She's the legend behind that chaos. Reese just grins. The one and only. Leo watches him impressed. This guy screams top tier. Becoming a legendary hero is his destiny. Meal's over. Reese clears the tab, suggesting dessert next. The crew heads out, leaving Leo behind. Suddenly, searing heat hits Reese's chest. He pulls out a pulsing, glowing parchment. What is this? Back in class, Eliana asks Prof, where's our class rep? Every other group already picked one. Harold kicks his feet up, sneering at the question. Tide agrees, but something clicks for Harold. Write a rep. Leo, you're it. Before Leo can even process the sudden promotion. Shouldn't we vote? Eliana protests. In response, Harold slams down a massive mountain of paperwork. A literal tower of documents. The rep handles all this, Harold growls. Eliana shuts up immediately. The speakers crackle. Attention. A joint lecture on the 7 orders begins shortly. Freshmen head to the hall. Leo glances at Harold. Time to go, Harold shrugs. Move it, rep. At the auditorium, the duo spots Chloe. She looks drained. You look like a zombie, Leo notes. Chloe perks up. Got any stamina potions? Carr doesn't hesitate, tossing 2 vials her way. Take 'em, Carr says. Leo frowns. School just started. Why are you already grinding this hard? Chloe downs the liquid. I'm good. Carr watches her with newfound respect. She's built different. Chelsea chimes in. She's the theory goat, but she's low-key scared Leo might overtake her. If Leo masters new trends, her rank is cooked. Carr's confused. What about second place? Are you dense? She's a tower mage, Chelsea snaps. We don't care about ranks but research. Research is her pride. If she fails, it's over. Are you even a mage? Carr shrugs. Survival magic is my jam. Meanwhile, Reese rushes to Callian as the mysterious parchment pulses. Callian's face darkens. A hero record fragment. It's broken. How could it possibly be reacting? Reese nods grimly. Exactly. It's shattered and should be dead, but it's definitely waking up. No relics around either, Reese adds. Callian probes for more signs, but Reese shakes his head. Information is sparse. Callian can't make sense of it. We need a deep dive into this. Good work, Reese. Take 5. Callian then summons Elena, handing her the artifact for the lecture. Elena hurries toward the auditorium. Alone, Callian begins to piece the mystery together. Only one thing triggers a fragment this small. The presence of the original hero himself. Over at the hall, Professor Archean prepares to teach hero studies to the chaotic freshman crowd. The room is a total zoo. Archean tries a gentle approach. Class, please be quiet. They ignore her. Suddenly, Archean's fuse blows as a mystical unicorn aura manifests behind her. Her personality does a total 180. Shut up, you brats, unless you want a beating. Who wants to catch hands first? She roars. Then just as fast, the rage vanishes. She smiles sweetly. Thanks for listening. The students sit in pure, paralyzed terror. No matter how often they see it, the terror remains. Leo watches in shock as everyone trembles. A spiritual mage. Those are rare, Leo realizes. Archean draws a dagger, signaling the start. Welcome to Hero Studies. Since the Chronicles appeared, ancient bloodlines have been the key. Only those tied to legend can unlock these relics. That's why Lumen guards these chronicles. We bridge the gap between heroes and history. Now do you see why this class is vital? They hunt for traces to dominate the hero realms and unlock their deepest secrets. Senior year demands you select a legend's legacy and face the chronicle's ultimate trial. Elena stepped forth, presenting the relic to Archean. A hero chronicle shard, she proclaimed. Freshmen secured the prize. Gasps filled the room as Archean unsealed the mysterious chest. Anticipation peaked before she snapped it shut. Declare your conviction as a future hero. Disappointment lingered. Celia spoke up, I'll become a knight and eclipse the Zerdinger bloodline. Superb, Archean beamed. Chloe added, I'll scribe the ultimate grimoire to empower legends. Carl stated simply, I'll back the heroes. Archean cheered, truly outstanding. Leo's voice cut through, I will erase Erebos forever. Chilling silence gripped the hall. Archean paused, stunned. Bold ambition. Leo sat back down, unfazed by the tension. Seniors scoffed at his delusions of grandeur. Nearby, Harold and Sejan watched Leo closely. Sejan questioned his vibe. Harold shivered. That wasn't just some edgy teenage fantasy. Ouroboros, though sealed for ages, keeps returning even through the tiniest fractured rebirths. This spells total annihilation. Ouroboros is a nightmare beyond anyone's simplest comprehension. Archean resumed. Today we decipher dungeon-born pages. Identify the legend hidden within these lines. We'll master their realms. Faculty, just watch. Don't let things spiral out of control. Nerves fried and hype peaked. Touching a genuine chronicle for the first time felt surreal. Archean summoned the class reps. Leo stepped forward alongside the Academy's elite student leaders. 2 artifacts recovered, Archean revealed. 1 full volume and 1 mysterious jagged fragment. Boxes opened. Leo grasped a weathered scrap. Suddenly, the atmosphere warped into pure chaos. Kyle's world unsealed. A massive glowing magic circle erupted beneath their very feet. Sejan's grip failed. Reality blinked. They materialized within a twisted alien dimension. Nightmare fuel. The sky bled crimson over a wasteland littered with rotting monster remains. Panic flared as a girl shrieked. Harold's arrogance vanished, replaced by a soldier's focus. Bracing for combat, he muttered, "A hero's dungeon." Sejan's eyes locked onto a distant silhouette. There, a fortification ahead, loomed a crumbling citadel scarred by centuries of brutal warfare. Déjà vu hit Leo hard. This was the catastrophic final stand, the last bastion of hope. Guard Aslan's ghost. If the timeline holds, Leo whispered, his mind racing through history. My regrets were foolish, a voice echoed. But this time, the world will survive. Leo spun around. Lysanus, he breathed. His old ally shattered into a million glittering shards. Dimensions cracked. In a blink, the group crashed back onto the Academy's cold hall floor. Celia shook. What was that? Harold roared. Class dismissed. Evacuate the building immediately. Chaos erupted. Amidst the fleeing crowd, Leo stared at the scrap, Kyle's lost page. Harold's eyes narrowed, studying the boy. Meanwhile, over in the 5th grade lecture hall, his squad swarmed him. Did you actually witness the King of Wisdom, the legendary Lysanus? Chelsea's eyes sparkled. Eliana fumed, regretting she'd surrendered the presidency and this epic opportunity. Carl caught Eliana's hands after trash-talking. Harold watched from the doorway with icy indifference. You're all failures. Pick self-study or permanent expulsion. With that, he vanished. Leo brooded. Why was his chronicle a garbled mess? It was completely unrecognizable. Sabotage. If anyone feared a new legend's awakening, it was definitely the forces of Ouroboros. A month passed. Professor Len lectured how unique sorcery mirrors a mage's inner soul. Take the Elf Star, a refined echo of the founder Chloe Muller's original cosmic power. Chloe peeked at Leo, remembering their duel. Suddenly, Leo sensed a foul stench from her book. She slammed the volume shut, hiding it. Leo's gut twisted. Was that forbidden black magic? Class dismissed. Students scrambled, hyped to test their own unique magic signatures. Leo caught Chloe's arm. Wait, Chloe, did we even eat together yet? Her quick move to hide the book only fueled his suspicion. Zero time for that, Chloe snapped. I'll crush you in the practicals. Carr dashed in before things got too heated. What gives, Leo? You think you can take the Ice Queen's throne, Chloe declared with absolute confidence. His techniques might be better, but my magical theory is unmatched. I'm winning this time. Leo just let out a laugh. Backing down now would be an insult to your skills, right? Chloe gave a nod, and Leo reached out his hand. Carr watched their natural bond with envy. As twilight hit the hero tower, Leo dug through the chronicle for answers. The Forbidden Lumen Library loomed ahead. Each step up the staircase brought him closer to the Lost Chronicle's secrets. A girl nearby turned beet red, whispering, "A freshman. What's he doing here? He is literally so fine." Leo Plov, a voice rang out. Professor Lin mentions you constantly. I'm Toru Yan, great to finally meet you. A 5th-year magic major stood before him. Leo bowed, but Toru questioned what a lowly freshman wanted at the tower. She stuck her foot out to block him. Leo sighed, meeting the president. I'm officially part of the magic department. Toru moved aside, offering a thanks as he walked off. Don't forget to officially declare your major, she called out. Do it before the term ends. Leo nodded, stepping into the elevator. He jammed the button, but nothing happened. Broken Leo kept spamming the button. You need mana to jumpstart this thing, a voice rang out. Nice to meet ya. Standing there was Lee Zamu, the loud-mouthed 5th-year knight representative everyone talked about. Leo offered a respectful bow. Lee Zamu looked confused, wondering why a kid like Leo was hanging around the tower. Leo didn't hold back, just heading up to handle some business with the student council president. Leo's chill vibe made Lee crack up. Stroking his chin, he noted how rare it was for a freshman to be so fearless. Bold enough to face the president alone, huh? It's not exactly barging in, Leo countered firmly. The tank of a man ignored him, suggesting you should totally join the Knights. Thoughts? Leo flashed a strained smile. Internally, he groaned. Literally everyone was trying to recruit him these days. He was drained before the real talk even started. Arriving at the president's office, Leo took a deep breath. He gave a firm knock. "President Reese, it's Leo Plove. Can I come in?" A warm, steady voice answered. "Enter." With the green light, Leo swung the door open and stepped into the room. The handsome president didn't waste time. "What's up, Leo?" Paused, looking deep in thought before replying. He let a few seconds tick by before dropping the bombshell. "I need access to the restricted library." Reese's face instantly hardened. He locked eyes with Leo, his expression turning deathly serious. "Leo, I know you're dead serious, but only two paths lead into that restricted library for a regular student. First, conquer a hero dungeon. Tradition says you must return any recovered pages to the Chronicles. As for the second way, I'll spill once you join the council," Reese added with a smirk. It felt like every council member was fighting for a piece of Leo. Time flew by after that. Shift to the training grounds. Today's the big day. The night's practical exam has finally arrived. Even students from different majors swarmed the stands, eager to catch the action. Naturally, the resident gossip king was buzzing. Finally, the first night exam is officially underway. "Crowds are massive. You can't enjoy a showdown without snacks," he shouted aggressively, selling his goods. Chelsea, the mage, could only facepalm. Carr's hustle was honestly on another level. Eliana chuckled. "That's just Carr being Carr. The guy would get rich even without Lumen's help." Elsewhere, Leo's eyes scanned the sea of faces, noticing Chloe was nowhere to be found. Professor Annalyn stepped out. First match, Hell Naive from Class 1 versus Leo Plove from Class 5. On cue, they both stepped into the arena. Meanwhile, Carr's merchant instincts picked up a new target. He darted toward Professor Sejan. "How about some popcorn and a cold soda for the show, Professor?" He beamed while holding out the snacks, but the teacher just scoffed. "You really think I'd buy that junk?" Herod questioned. But Carr wasn't quitting. He shot a look at Celia, his partner in crime. Celia got the hint. Like they'd practiced 1,000 times, she pulled her best puppy dog eyes. Turning to the teacher, she pouted, "Professor, could you please buy some popcorn for us?" Carr's booming voice echoes Sejan's name, igniting a thunderous roar of excitement from the surrounding crowd. Trapped by the heavy weight of social expectations, Sejun finds himself forced to cave and play along. "Fine, give everyone one," he sighs calmly. Meanwhile, Carr smirks, hearing the sweet chime of another sale. Back in the pit, Leo flashes a chilling grin at his next victim. "Good luck," he mocks effortlessly. Facing him is Howl from the Knights Department, the arrogant scion of the legendary noble hero bloodline. "Ignoring me. You'll regret that," Howl sneers, his tongue tracing his lips with a predatory hunger. Per Carr's intel passing, this brutal midterm requires a knight to dominate 5 consecutive high-stakes duels. High above, the audience leans in desperate to witness the freshman prodigy's true hidden power level today. Whispers fill the stands. Some claim Leo's triple specialty focus will ultimately be his downfall in this fight. They bet on Howl, the powerhouse ranked 3rd, trailing only monsters like the elite Celia and Duran. Howl absolutely despises Leo's guts, convinced the newcomer is just a cocky pest constantly buzzing around Celia. Ignoring the simmering tension, Professor Ina Landu steps forward to officially declare the brutal rules of engagement. Victory goes to the last one standing. No mercy. Treat this like a genuine battle to the death. Suddenly, Leo's blood runs cold. A foul, sinister presence is pulsing from a building lurking nearby. Elsewhere, Chloe is spiraling in desperation, hunting for any forbidden method to finally crush Leo underfoot. The deeper she digs, the more hopeless it feels. She shreds her notes, teeth gnashing in pure fury. "Damn it, this unique magic is still light years beyond my reach," she screams, sweeping her arm in rage. She trashes her entire workspace in a violent outburst. Losing to Leo in these finals, absolutely not an option. Her eyes lock onto the cursed dark grimoire, the very thing Leo warned her to never ever touch. "This is it. With this power, I'll finally win," she whispers, her soul beginning to darken. Her face twists into something monstrous. Back at the arena, Leo stands paralyzed by a sudden chilling dread. Leo remains rooted in place, staring at the distant building while Howl prepares to strike like a viper. The signal rings. Howl seizes the opening, his heavy spear, becoming a lethal blur of silver intent. "Too slow, rookie, got you," Howl roars, thrusting his weapon straight for Leo's unprotected handsome face. Pure instinct kicks in. Leo tilts his head, the cold blade whistling past his ear by a hair. But Howl isn't finished. "Spear discharge," he screams, as his weapon begins to warp and coil unnaturally. The tip strikes out like a hungry serpent, yet Leo doesn't flinch. He simply reaches out with lightning speed. Asterisk, clap times. He snatches the vibrating spear tip barehanded, freezing the lethal strike instantly in midair. Howl's jaw drops in horror. The raw, crushing arm strength in Leo's grip defies every law of physics. With a violent jerk, Leo hauls the spear forward, launching Howl's entire body into a helpless airborne flight. Before gravity takes over, Leo's fist glows with devastating force, smashing squarely into the 3rd-ranked student's face. Teeth shatter, and blood sprays, as Howl is sent reeling backward, like a high-velocity silver bullet. Leo flexes his fingers, his voice dripping with icy venom. Tell me again, who's the reckless one? Howl staggers up, battered and desperate. A strange, flickering blue energy begins to erupt from his body. To Leo, this display is pathetic. A fighter without a true aura is just a loud, overcompensated amateur. Flashy but flawed, Leo mutters, watching the blue waves surge toward him with a look of boredom. Then the atmosphere ignites. A scorching crimson aura explodes from Leo, creating an impenetrable fortress of heat. Howl, blinded by his own massive ego, still thinks he's winning. He has no idea he's facing a god. Unless you've got Celia's flames, you can't push me back, Howl brags, completely oblivious to his fate. A heartbeat later, the red mist parts. Leo is standing inches from his face, eyes burning like cinders. You're the only one out of his league here, the protagonist growls, his gaze crushing Howl's sanity. In the stands, students are glued to the carnage, munching popcorn like they're watching a summer blockbuster. Only Duran, who knows the sting of Leo's power, watches with a grim, knowing scowl from the shadows. Even Celia is shaken to her core. She stares at the arena, her mind racing to process this. Since when did his fire reach such a terrifying peak level? She whispers, her eyes betraying pure shock. Howl looked on in horror. Even a fool could see Leo was a total monster draped in that terrifying crimson aura. Howl's mind raced. Was he actually above Celia? How could a multidisciplined student be this cracked? Panic and sweat drenched his brow. Without using his secret ace, he knew he was completely cooked. You forced my hand, Leo. This was meant for Celia, but you're getting it instead. Pushing his energy to the limit, Howl unleashed his ultimate technique, prison discharge. A spectral green serpent lunged forward, wrapping around Leo like a vice and baring its venomous fangs. Even Leo's flames struggled against the bind. Leo was low-key impressed, while Howl thought the win was secured. He shot a cheeky look at Celia. Check this out, Celia. This move was designed to shut you down. Celia just sighed. When Howl turned back, his jaw dropped as the emerald snake began to evaporate. Leo's flames surged like a volcano, incinerating the entire technique in under 3 seconds flat. Howl's strongest move was trash against Leo. Desperate, he grabbed 2 spears and charged into the fray. Leo drew his steel to counter. The sheer force of his blade was massive, rattling Howl's entire body. One strike sent the spears flying, leaving Howl flat on his back with a blade at his throat. Eyes up until the fire stops, Leo warned. Professor Ain stepped in. Winner Leo Plo. Chelsea, his #1 fan, went wild. Let's go, Leo. I always knew you were the GOAT. Howl lay there defeated. He finally realized Leo wasn't just lucky, the guy was actually on Celia's level. Impressive, Howl, Celia smirked. The compliment turned him into a blushing mess instantly. Wait for real. Next, match Eliana from Class 5 stepped up, her heart racing as she waited for her opponent. Her jaw dropped when Class 10's Chen Zia walked out. Why did she have to pull a top tier? No one had answers. Chen Zia offered a polite nod. Go easy, Eliana sighed. You too. The signal blew. Chen Zia immediately manipulated the water into a swirling, chaotic vortex. Eliana ignited her blade and lunged like a rocket, delivering a burning slash toward Chen Zia. Leo winced, knowing this would hurt. As expected, Eliana slammed into an invisible wall of pure energy. She was tossed aside like a rag doll, her strength completely spent. Chen Zia took the win with a bow. Chen Zia wins, the professor shouted. Eliana dusted herself off, frustrated but not ready to give up yet. Leo felt for her, but the show had to go on. Next, the heavyweight clash between Celia and Duran. Celia was vibrating with excitement, while Duran looked like a man possessed. Leo just sat back. He grabbed a handful of popcorn eyes glued to the arena. Now this is going to be peak. Massive auras flared up, drowning the arena in tension as the 2 strongest knights finally faced off. Steel met steel at blinding speeds, sending shockwaves through the stands that nearly knocked people over. Insane power, a student gasped. Carl looked at Leo. Who's your money on? Leo just kept chewing. Celia loses, he said coldly. Carl was stunned by his bluntness, but Leo saw something else. He noticed the calm in Celia's gaze. She wasn't losing, she was setting a trap to flip the script. Duran exploited his speed boost, grazing Celia's cheek and drawing blood as he pressed the attack. Suddenly, Celia's sword ignited into a massive pillar of fire that reached the ceiling. The crowd went nuts. Smart girl, Leo whispered. Since the room was too small for speed, she was changing the rules. She created a dome of hellfire, trapping Duran in a cage of heat that blinded him while buffing her. Duran hesitated, lost in the smoke. Celia blinked behind him for a sneak attack, but his instincts saved him. He ducked and countered with a lightning-fast thrust. Celia didn't flinch. She caught the blade with her hand. With a wicked grin, she delivered a brutal headbutt. Duran's eyes rolled back as he hit the floor. With her rival's strength totally spent, the announcer crowned Celia Zerdinger the victor. As the stadium erupted, Celia rushed to Duran, urging her fallen foe to rise. Offering her hand, she hoisted him up. This display of pure sportsmanship was so wholesome, it literally moved some students to tears. Legendary, I gotta cap this, a student yelled, snapping a pic. Leo watched with a proud smirk. Celia's grueling training had finally hit different. Carl gave his props while Sejong casually borrowed some popcorn. Celia just smiled, noting that the night department's brutal trials were officially over. The scoreboard was tight. Celia, Durin, and Chen Zia were all neck and neck with 4 wins and a single defeat each. But Leo Prowl 5 matches 0 losses, completely untouchable. Time blurred by like a speed run, and just like that, a week had vanished. The linguistics exam ended in total tension. Professor Herod stood tall, his eagle eyes scanning the room over a thick stack of tests. He organized the papers with surgical precision. With a sharp nod, his deep, authoritative voice cut through the silence of the hall. Acceptable work, he told the terrified class. But slack off and you're expelled. Keep grinding. With those chilling words, he slammed the heavy door shut. The thunderous bang echoed through the room, making the entire class jump in shock. With hearts racing, the tension finally snapped. Eliana exploded in a total rage. Seriously, another expulsion threat. Does he ever stop? Her face went beet red as she vented her frustrations. It was obvious that the exam had absolutely wrecked her. Elsewhere, a couple of desperate guys crept toward Chelsea, the class genius, their eyes gleaming like starving predators. Chelsea, let us peep those answers, pretty please. She just hit them with a cold royal side eye that screamed, not today. Their eyes went wide as they started begging for just one look. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner of the room, Leo was sprawled across his desk, looking as lazy as a cat napping in the afternoon sun. His hair was a chaotic mess. Suddenly, pink-haired Nella spun around, her eyes literally shimmering with curiosity. So how'd the test go? Leo blinked awake, lazily scratching his head before giving a groggy reply. It wasn't that bad. His chill response made Nella burst out laughing, her voice ringing like silver bells. Our perfect class rep actually has a human side, she giggled, finding his dazed expression way too relatable. Leo just stood there looking totally lost, like he was still stuck in a dream. Did I actually look that weird? He muttered. That innocent, confused look just made Nella's day even better. Vibe check passed. Nella generously offered Leo a free, magical healing session. Need a quick fix for those sore muscles. Just say the word, and I'll heal you. Suddenly, Carl the merchant materialized out of thin air, looking totally wrecked. He crawled over, looking miserable. Yo, Nella, my back and shoulders are literally made of bricks right now. Before Nella could even react, Chelsea stepped in, delivering a barrage of heavy machine gun punches to his spine. Those strikes were brutal. Poor Carl was hacking up water, his face twisted in a silent scream of pure agony. Fixed Chelsea beamed before pivoting to Leo with a look of genuine concern. By the way, Leo, how's the summoning grind? You're never at the lab. Leo just stayed cool, his eyes gleaming with hidden fire. I've been grinding in the shadows where no one can see, he stated. Chelsea didn't doubt him for a second. She nodded furiously. Peak Leo behavior. So what rank are you targeting for the practical exam? With a sharp grin, Leo dropped the bomb. First place. Just like that, the calendar flipped in a flash. The summoning arena was electric, buzzing with the hype of a massive festival. The practical exam was finally here. Even though it was a specialty test, students from every department swarmed the stands like they were at a concert. Suddenly, Lumba Tessie's voice boomed across the stadium, crisp and clear. Yo, everyone, get ready for the main event. It's that season. The biggest highlight of the freshman year is officially live. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm your host, Lumba Tessie, a third-year pro. Meanwhile, tucked away in the crowd, Celia and Reese were locked in. Wait, is this actually part of the curriculum? Celia asked, totally confused. Reese just smiled. The summoning race is a legendary tradition around here, he explained gently. It's the crown jewel of the academy events. Everyone is hyped. Speaking of hype, Carl the merchant was doing what he does best, hustling. He was slinging popcorn and soda like a man possessed, his pockets jingling. While Carl secured the bag, the summoners gathered on the field. The air was thick with intense competitive energy. Tension hung heavy as the students lined up. Eliza locked eyes with Leo, her gaze sharp enough to cut glass. I heard you dominated the night exams, she challenged. But are you actually ready for our department's test? Think you can handle the summoning race? Leo just stood there, cool as ice, giving her a confident nod. Eliza wasn't buying it, her tone cutting through the air like a razor-sharp blade. You've skipped every single practice session. Is the summoning department a joke to you? Her accusation sparked a wildfire. The crowd of students began to snarl like cornered predators. Exactly, if you're just gonna slack off. Then just quit. You can't even summon a decent contract anyway. Bitter insults crashed over him like a tidal wave. Tide stepped in, his deep voice acting as a shield against the tension. Everyone keep your heads. But Tide's words carried zero weight, vanishing like a faint breeze. The student's fury refused to subside. A blonde student with eyes of fire stood up to challenge Tide. Stop shielding him just because you're roommates. This guy has zero respect for our major. Chen Zia frowned, sensing the atmosphere turning toxic. What if this chaos ruins the exam? Before she could finish, a black-haired student let out a mocking sneer. It was Senlu Chenzia's fellow Easterner. You killed it in the night department, so summoning is beneath you, right? Chenzia's voice faltered, her gaze wavering. Before she could speak, the massive Walden barged into the fray. His voice boomed like thunder. This has gone way too far. If you're just here to start petty drama over some basic taming skills, then get lost. Senlu suddenly bristled, his ego bruised. Snarling like a rabid dog, he hissed. What did you just say, Walden? Walden's face twisted in pure disgust. Cold as ice, he replied. I'm sick of people acting like riding a summon is some legendary achievement. It's nothing special. Turning to Senlu, he smirked as a memory resurfaced and pointed his finger. Oh, feeling guilty now. You haven't shown your face at a single taming session either. The giant let out a scoff. I just don't waste time on trash. I'm not a loser like you who can't even tame a basic griffin. That was the breaking point for Senlu. With bloodshot eyes and clenched fists, he launched a desperate punch at Walden. He forgot Walden was the top student from the south, a literal mountain compared to Senliu's small stature. Luckily, before the blow landed, Leo blurred into motion, catching Senliu's arm. His voice was deathly serious. If you start a brawl before the midterm, you won't just get a warning. You'll be expelled from the exam. Leo's warning hit Senlu like a bucket of ice water, but the guy wasn't feeling grateful. He just let out a cold huff, eyes still burning. Nearby Tide leaned in to whisper a warning to Leo. The vibe in the summoning department is pretty toxic this year. Leo looked surprised. Wait, why? Tide's eyes dimmed with sadness as he explained. Summoning creates a massive rift between specialists and outsiders. Since non-majors like us are topping the class, they're drowning in resentment. Plus, you're rarely at practice. Leo finally realized why everyone was looking at him like he was public enemy number one. He wasn't shocked, merely steadying his resolve. I might look careless to them, but I never slack off. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the stands, a mysterious figure in a black cloak watched Senlu intently. It has begun, he whispered in a chilling tone. With a flick of his wrist, a swirling, eerie spatial portal opened. He stepped through and vanished like a ghost in the night. Back with Senlu, a bottomless rage began to consume his soul. Gritting his teeth, he made a dark vow. Just wait, you arrogant brat. I'll crush you. His eyes glowed a sinister red, looking completely possessed. It was as if an invisible force was pulling his strings. Suddenly, the exam was here. Professor Lombarda's voice boomed. Echoing like a giant bronze bell, he announced, Before we begin, here are the rules for today's event. Freshmen are strictly limited to summoning magic. Dual majors are banned from using mana or any other skills. Once we start, tame the griffin before you and cross Summoner's Island. Then loop back around Silent Lake. Who will emerge as the star of this practical midterm? We'll have our answer soon. In an instant, every freshman stood tense at the starting line. Their faces were masks of anxiety, eyes locked forward like soldiers heading into a life-or-death battle. Professor Yura roared, her voice rattling the stadium. Don't get cold feet now. Perform exactly like you practiced. If you can't handle the heat, stay after class. Her words only dialed the pressure up to 11. Hearts hammered against ribs. They tried to keep calm, but bodies trembled as sweat beaded on every forehead. Ignoring their fear, Yura made the final call. The exam starts. Now, a few students broke formation. A few students shared a knowing glance, nodding in a silent, coordinated agreement. Suddenly, as others bolted for the Griffins, Senliu's squad unleashed a barrage of magic. Their spells locked onto Leo and Walden. Lunbates shouted, Is this a pre-planned ambush? They're ganging up on the class rep and Walden. Meanwhile, Tide was already airborne. Seeing the trap, Tide's eyes flared with panic, but Leo's icy stare froze him instantly. Focus on the exam, not me, Leo commanded. Tide apologized with a shaky, cracking voice. He banked his griffin away, wings thunderous. High above the stadium reached its boiling point. The crowd erupted in fury at the cheap tricks. Cheaters, get these summoners out of here. Fight fair, someone screamed. Leo, however, just felt a wave of cold, sharp annoyance. He expected resentment, but this level of blatant, organized sabotage caught even him off guard. Announcer Lunbates, a summoner himself, desperately tried to play damage control for the juniors. Haha, the crowd is wild, but technically this is just aggressive strategy, he stammered awkwardly. Walden shattered the incoming magic instantly. He shot Leo a look that screamed, You good. Leo waved him off, his voice like tempered steel. I've got this. Go. Without a second thought, Walden's griffin rocketed upward, piercing the clouds like a lightning bolt. He left a massive sonic boom behind while Leo remained swamped in a cyclone of spells. Leo stood calm amid the chaos. In the stands, Chelsea bit her lip, trembling with anxiety. Her heart was a frantic drum. Nearby, Professor Yura watched the unfolding drama with hawk-like intensity. She was stunned by the freshmen's unity. Were they really all ganging up against Leo? A heavy weight settled deep within her chest. Leo's expertise was summoning, not spirits. This exam was a literal nightmare scenario for the boy. The professor sighed, feeling deep dread. But then the entire atmosphere shifted in a heartbeat. The scene flipped. Amid the jeers, Leo stood tall, his eyes burning with an indomitable fire. He began to chant, his voice low and vibrating with raw, ancient power. Spirits of the wild, shatter my chains. Grant me the grace of nature's path. As the incantation hummed through the air, the reality in front of Leo began to warp. Two brilliant flares erupted, and from the light, two tiny mythical spirits slowly materialized. One was a flickering crimson flame, the other a swirling emerald breeze, small yet incredibly potent. Fire and wind. Professor Yura watched her jaw dropping as the ancient spirit tongue echoed perfectly. Flawless pronunciation, she whispered. How could a mere freshman possess such mastery? Leo caught her eye and flashed a cocky, playful smirk like he'd already won the game. In that instant, all of Yura's stress evaporated. She couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. Maybe I'm the one who needs a lesson, she thought, shaking her head in utter disbelief. This kid was built different. Meanwhile, the leading pack reached the vast rolling emerald grasslands. One of Sen Liu's goons laughed, a nasty, triumphant sneer plastered across his face. Look at the top student now, he can't even get off the starting line. Total loser. He's lucky if he gets a B, he cackled. Sen Liu glanced at Eliza, seeking her approval. White-haired Eliza didn't smile. Instead, she kicked her griffin into high gear, pulling alongside Sen Liu. She gave him a look that could cut glass. I don't play dirty. This is pathetic. I'll crush Leo and Walden on my own terms, not with these trashy basement tactics. Sen Liu recoiled, but Eliza wasn't done. Do you realize you're making our entire department look like jokes? Sen Liu just shrugged his ego, blinding him. He let out a loud, obnoxious, villainous laugh. Who gives a damn? Seeing them humiliated is worth any price. They deserve to suffer. Eliza realized he was a lost cause. Think before you act, she hissed, her voice icy. She yanked the reins, her griffin darting ahead like a silver streak, leaving the cowards behind. Fuming with silent rage, that entitled brat only plays the high and mighty card because of his family's influence. Regardless, the crown is mine. Except for Eliza, nobody handles these winged monsters better than I do. Top spot is guaranteed, he daydreamed, eyes gleaming with ego. Unfortunately for him, that fantasy was cut short instantly. Suddenly, a piercing scream sliced through the air. Watch your back, Sen Liu whipped around in shock. What he saw next completely blew his mind. Chen Zia was standing majestically right on her griffin's spine. Surfing the wind with total ease, she looked radiant. No nerves, just pure vibes like she was on a vacation. This was supposed to be a deathmatch exam. What kind of crazy stance is that? Someone stammered out. Sen Liu's ego vanished like dust in the wind. She wasn't even tapping into her spiritual reserves yet. That speed is impossible without a buff, he shrieked, his voice cracking as his cowardly instincts kicked in. Squad, jump her together, he howled, ordering his teammates into action. A ginger girl with bloodthirsty eyes yelled, say less, catch this, while summoning a powerful wind spirit. She prepared to strike, but Chen Zia's battle-hardened senses had already sniffed out their dirty little schemes. She was 10 steps ahead. The moment that wind spirit manifested, Chen Zia skillfully maneuvered her beast. With a breathtaking aerial drift, she circled back. That god-tier maneuver left the ginger girl absolutely paralyzed. Wait, what? She gasped, frozen. Without missing a beat, Chen Zia leaped off her mount mid-air. She unleashed a devastating hammer kick directly at the girl with the twin braids. Before a scream could escape, the girl was yeeted right off her beast. Plummeting through the sky, she shrieked, "This is cheating," her voice breaking in pure terror. Chen Zia snatched her reins back with razor-sharp precision and shrugged. I don't even need my aura for this. Flooring it, she pulled up right beside Sen Liu with a glowing grin and gave him a mock wave. That clown snarled, "You just made the biggest mistake of your life." Chen Zia simply nodded, unfazed. Then she added coldly, I might not be a fighter, but I'm the least of your worries right now. Others are fuming over your trashy tactics. Before Sen Liu could even blink, his world started shaking. A thunderous boom rocked the skies. Everyone jerked around as massive explosions started detonating right next to their mounts. Chaos erupted as they screamed in terror. But Chen Zia, she just smirked, knowing exactly what was coming. Walden wasn't the type to let things slide. The tanky warrior was currently pushing his mount to its absolute limit. He blasted into the lead pack, eyes locked on Sen Liu with a look of pure volcanic rage. Take your medicine, you garbage, he bellowed, raining down a barrage of blazing fireballs upon them. The impact forced Sen Liu's squad into a frantic struggle to stay airborne, sweat, drenching them in fear. Back at the start, Leo's sheer willpower finally shattered those magic seals. Lumbatiz's commentary reached a fever pitch. Lumen's famous freshman representative Leo is hungry for that elite academy spot. Is he about to carry this whole show, or is summoning actually his Achilles heel? Every eye in the stadium locked onto him. Everyone waited breathlessly since he was dead last. But as Leo inspected his beast, he spotted a nasty thorn. It was buried deep in the griffin's wing, oozing dark blood. So magic wasn't their only dirty trick. Rage bubbled within him. How could these so-called heroes resort to such pathetic and shameful sabotage? He reached for the reins, but the wounded beast snapped, losing its mind in a violent panic. It screeched in agony, eyes wide with terror. Is Leo actually trying to break this beast right now? Lumbatees hyped up the crowd. Pro tip, don't mess with a griffin that's this triggered. Meanwhile, in the bleachers, Celia bit her lip, whispering, "Oh no, Leo, why are you being so reckless?" "He's got a plan," Reese countered calmly. "Let's see if he can pull off a miracle." The beast fought back hard, but Leo wasn't budging. He threw his entire weight into his grip. Veins popped as he yanked the reins with insane strength. "I get you're hurting, but you will submit to me." Leo's eyes turned cold as steel. The griffin felt a crushing wave of dominance radiating from him. It shuddered, realizing that resisting this man would be a death sentence. Suddenly, the beast went dead quiet. It bowed its head in total submission. Seeing his opening, Leo vaulted onto its back in one smooth motion. Pouncing like a predator, he finally makes his move. The announcer screams, "Look, Leo's griffin is officially in the race." With the worst possible start, his odds look bleak. Dead last seems inevitable, but Leo tunes out the noise. Softly, he checks the beast's mangled wing. "I know it burns," he whispers, "but you're a warrior. Stay brave." Taking a sharp breath, he lets out a commanding roar. "By the Covenant's blood, I summon thee, manifest now." Suddenly, a sun-bright inferno detonates beside him. From the embers, the legendary Phoenix Fiora emerges, piercing the sky. Her wings bleed liquid fire as she drapes the griffin in a wholly rejuvenating shroud. The mount bellows, surging with a terrifying new power. Celia watches from afar, breathless. "That flame. What is that?" Reese stays silent, his gaze fixed on the monitor. He wonders, is that Zerdinger's flame? No, this is different. Is it concentrated aura? Just what is he hiding? Meanwhile, Sen Liu's team watches the horizon with growing dread. They're too damaged, a girl frets. "We'll never hit top speed like this." But a teammate remains eerily composed. "Chill, we're still ahead of the loser," he scoffs. But before he can blink, a blur tears through the atmosphere. It's Leo clad in phoenix fire. His mount ignites the sky, accelerating like a literal shooting star. Cutting through the wind, Leo's eyes ignite with competitive fire. Time to shift into high gear, he smirks confidently. He zeroes in on his rivals up ahead. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar shatters the air, vibrating through the clouds. The earth trembles as a titan emerges. A massive dragon descends its wings, casting a shadow that swallows the sun. Leo's blood runs cold. That's Fafnir. To understand how this nightmare began, we have to look back a few minutes. The arena was a literal pressure cooker. Seeing the mountain-like Walden charging like a hurricane, Eliza grips her reins. Her eyes sharpen into blades. "This ends now, Walden. That #1 spot belongs to me," she declares. Walden doesn't utter a word. He just casually snaps his fingers, a simple gesture concealing a world of absolute destruction. A microscopic spark flickers near Eliza's face. Then boom! A violent detonation hits her like a punch from the dark. Luckily, Eliza's flying is peak tier. Like an elite acrobat, she wrestles her griffin back into a steady glide. She narrowly weaves through the debris, her heart racing. That sneak attack just turned this race into a war zone. A dual-element strike, fire and wind. His spirit control is insane. Eliza's pulse quickens as she realizes the stakes. She didn't know Walden was a mage. But raw power is useless if it can't land a hit on her. She pushes her mount into a lightning-fast zigzag, dancing through Walden's chaotic explosions like an absolute pro. The sky behind her erupts in useless thunder. Walden's expression turns icy as he realizes his traps are failing. A twisted smirk crawls across his face. "Fine then. Let's see you wiggle your way out of this one." With a violent sweep of his hand, frozen shards manifest. They hang in the air like 1,000 silver blades. He fuses them with wind magic, launching a lethal blizzard of ice bullets directly at Eliza's vitals. The massive area of effect attack makes the very atmosphere shiver. Even an ace like Eliza has nowhere to run. But she's not rattled. With a cryptic sign, she commands her griffin to unleash a molten torrent of flame. The flames collide with the frost, vaporizing the deadly shards into a thick, blinding fog of white steam. The announcer, Lunbates, is losing his mind. "Are you seeing this? This battle is absolutely legendary." Walden is juggling 3 spirits, while Eliza pushes her mount to the limit, but in the chaos, an opening appears. Chenzia seizes the chance, rocketing past them both. "Thanks for the distraction," the dark-haired girl chirps. Her voice rings out mockingly, but Eliza's pride is on fire. She's not letting anyone take the lead easily. "Not on my watch," Chenzia Eliza screams, lashing out with 2 glowing starlight whips of pure energy. The whips coil around Chenzia, jerking her back. Simultaneously, a lethal spark ignites right in her path. Sensing the impending blast, Chenzia's instincts kick in. She bails off her mount, diving into the open air. A massive shockwave rocks the arena right where she stood. But Chenzia doesn't even flinch. She shreds the mono-whips with her bare hands like paper, sticking a perfect landing back on her mount. Her eyes sparkle with pure adrenaline. She realizes Walden and Eliza aren't just rivals, they're true monsters. Even with sweat dripping down her face, her smirk never fades. Then a deafening screech tears the sky apart. Every racer freezes in terror. In the blink of an eye, the entire vibe of the race shifts. Sen Liu, looking absolutely unhinged, summons a nightmare, a gargantuan black dragon that literally swallows the sun. Malice radiated from its form as its eyes flared, blood red, a chilling roar echoing, "I'll slaughter every last one of you." Chen Zia surged forward with a desperate warning. Riding anything but a griffin was a massive violation, but her words were ignored. Sen Liu was gone, his mind consumed by madness. Spatting with pure venom, he snapped. "Rules mean nothing, I'll crush you, talent-obsessed brats," he roared, steering the dark beast to cut off their escape path. The massive creature loomed like a fortress, halting their progress. Walden's brow furrowed in grim realization at the sight. "A soul contract with a black dragon," Walden gasped. Eliza shook her head, her gaze icy. "No, that is a mutated monstrosity." Suddenly, Leo's griffin streaked through the sky like a missile. His sudden arrival left Sen Liu completely speechless and stunned. "Leo, how did you get here so fast?" he stammered, but Leo did not give him a second to breathe. Leo's eyes were cold as steel blades. "Hey, where did you find that oversized, godforsaken lizard?" Blind to the danger, Sen Liu smirked arrogantly. "Jealous, this is the peak of my power. I bound it with my own summoning magic. Admit it, you are dying for a beast like mine, right?" Leo realized this fool was a lost cause. He sneered, "You seriously think that is a summoned beast? Ridiculous. Get real. That is a mutant from the Tartaros Legion we wiped out during the Great Catastrophe." Where did he find such a thing? Leo wondered, his instinct flaring with a newfound sense of intense caution. "Kill them, tear them apart," Sen Liu shrieked. The dark beast obeyed its master's frenzied command instantly. It unhinged its maw, unleashing a blinding solar beam. The group dove desperately to avoid the searing blast of light. They barely evaded death, but Chen Zia, trailing behind, could not react in time. She was trapped in the path. She conjured a shimmering energy barrier, but it looked like paper against the dragon's overwhelming, terrifying destruction. The shield disintegrated instantly, sending Chen Zia crashing toward the earth. But fate had one last card to play. In a blur of speed, Leo intercepted her fall, catching her just before she hit the hard ground. He scanned her quickly, jaw tight. "She is out cold. We need to get her to safety now." "Everyone touch down," Leo commanded Walden and Eliza. They both nodded their faces, masks of pure burning determination. As the group sought a landing zone, Sen Liu remained clueless about the deadly chaos he had unleashed. "So this is the view from the top. Incredible," he laughed, diving his beast to hunt the group down. The arena screens flickered with the chaos, sending the audience into a frenzy. The commentator roared with pure excitement. "They are off the grid. The leaders are deviating from the course. This is absolute madness." As Sen Liu pressed his assault, Professor Yura suddenly appeared, her patience with the announcer completely snapped. She leveled the commentator with a brutal kick. "Are you serious? People are dying and you are still narrating." Seizing the mic, she barked orders. "All summoning staff deploy the aerial units immediately. Move it." The competition halted. Professors Sejun and Len Horse rushed in, sensing the dark energy shifting in the air. "Yura, report," Sejun demanded. Her expression was grimmer than they had ever seen it before. "Sen Liu did not summon this. He made a pact with a high-tier demon beast. He cannot withstand its corruption for long." Sejun's eyes narrowed in deep suspicion. Could a mere student truly harness the power of such a monstrous entity alone? Even the lethargic professor, Harry, looked sharp at the door. What if someone else is pulling the strings? Yura nodded grimly. Harry did not waste a second. "Enough. It is time for us to intervene. Yura, lead the squad and neutralize Sen Liu. Kill that beast if you have to. The rest of you evacuate the students." "Sejun, you are with me," Sejun followed, without a single word. His gaze was like ice. He already knew their destination. Back on the ground, Leo's team landed safely. But the shadow loomed right over them. "He is here," Walden shouted, bracing for the coming impact. The massive dragon landed like a fallen star, its breath reeking of death and ancient deadly malice. "Running was your first mistake," Sen Liu sneered from above. "And choosing this open field, your last." Leo did not flinch. His voice was terrifyingly steady. "I was not running. I was just making space. And newsflash, that thing is not a summon. It is definitely not a black dragon either." Sen Liu cackled with pure arrogance. "I am a summoning pro. If I say it is a dragon, it is. So it's a black dragon. Why act like such a total know-it-all?" But before he could bark another word, Leo's voice boomed like rolling thunder, freezing the air. "That thing is a demonic beast. I'm here to put that filth down for good," he growled, closing the distance. With a gaze burning like a veteran warrior, Leo's soul flickered back to ancient blood-soaked war zones, where the heavens bled fire. Hearing his mount called a demon triggered something dark inside Sen Liu. He erupted into a jagged, manic cackle that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Even Eliza smiled bitterly, her gaze dripping with pity. "He's completely lost it." And she was right. Sen Liu's eyes became maps of crimson hellfire as madness consumed his very soul. He let out a guttural scream. You think I take orders? Drop dead. At his command, the black dragon's incinerating eyes snapped open. A titanic pillar of scarlet flame erupted, surging forward like a river of living magma. It shredded the atmosphere. Suddenly, Walden slammed his massive palms into the earth. Earthen magic surged, manifesting a mountain-sized stone titan to intercept the blaze. Walden roared, "The guy's a total psycho. Let's trash that monstrosity. I'm with you, Leo." Across the field, Senliu watched his inferno hit a brick wall. He ground his teeth drenched in sweat. Tension radiated off him. Just then, the silver-haired Eliza stepped forward with a sharp scoff. "Enough flexing, boys. I'm in. But we've got to pull that moron out of the blast zone first." "Heads up," Walden barked. "This golem is at its limit." Eliza just rolled her eyes. "You're useless as always, Walden." Leo smirked, finding comfort in their familiar chaotic bickering, reminiscent of his old squad. But the golem's massive fists were already splintering under the dragon's heat. Fractures webbed across the stone. Seeing the defense fail, Senlu's twisted ego surged. He howled with delight, unable to mask his malice. "My beast is god tier. Run, you little rats." The golem shattered into a billion pebbles, masks of dust rising. Senlu's eyes darted like a predator's, hunting for his next kill. But Eliza wasn't about to let him breathe. She struck. Her shimmering energy whip lashed out, cutting through the air with a bone-chilling whistle. By some miracle, Senliu dodged it by a hair. But Eliza's defiance sent him over the edge. "How dare a brat like you touch me?" he commanded the dragon to prime its next nuclear blast. Walden didn't wait. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he triggered a countermove. A secondary explosion detonated right above the dragon's head, warping space itself. "Go now." Walden hissed the signal. Leo focused every ounce of power into his legs, launching like a guided missile. The triple threat combo left Senliu paralyzed. In a heartbeat, Leo was hovering right in his face. With eyes cold as the abyss, Leo delivered a skull-crushing kick. But then, Senliu's body began to warp. His limbs contorted in a sickening supernatural rhythm. When he spoke, it wasn't his voice. Cute attempt to save the kid, but playtime is over. Something else was pulling the strings. From the ground, Eliza watched in horror as the dragon carried Senliu into the clouds. "Wait, he's going in alone," she screamed. Up high, Leo clung to the beast's spine. The puppet master sneered through Senliu's lips. Scared little hero Leo's gaze remained razor-sharp. "You're a Tartaros mage. Show yourself. Your real body is close, isn't it?" Shock flickered in the villain's eyes before a smug grin returned. "Sharp kid. I like that. You've got the heart of a hero. Too bad that means you have to die today." He swept his arm, manifesting a lethal blade of energy that slammed into Leo. Blindsided, Leo lost his grip and plummeted toward the earth from hundreds of meters up. A fall like that would kill anyone, but Leo wasn't just anyone. He was the exception. "Fiore, show him what you've got," Leo yelled, to the tiny phoenix struggling in the wind. "I haven't mastered one element. My friends have their specialties, aura, magic, or summoning, but I choose both." Blazing golden energy erupted from Leo's palms, flowing into Fiore. The little bird ignited her form, swelling into a majestic queen of flames. Manifesting as a solar-winged phoenix, the legendary bird snatched Leo in its massive talons. "Now that's a true phoenix," Leo grinned, eyes gleaming with awe at her majestic form. Nearby, the black dragon felt the soaring phoenix heat and roared. The Tartaros mage snarled at the clashing power. "Wary," the beast hissed, "Phoenix contractor, reveal yourself. Tell me where you captured Fafnir." "I'll give you an answer," Leo said, coolly fueling the mage's rage. "You know of the catastrophe-era beasts?" he spat. "You die today." He jerked the reins, forcing the dragon to charge a lethal, concentrated breath attack. Leo stood his ground, channeling white-hot fire into his blade. "Fiora," now he bellowed. Triggering the Zerdinger secret style, the Phoenix incantation ignited. Both sides unleashed their ultimate skills simultaneously. Titanic powers clashed, a thunderous explosion rattling the very heavens. It was a brutal battle of endurance. Slowly, Leo faltered. Sweat dripped as his mana drained rapidly. The mage's victory seemed all but certain. He prepared the final blow, then gasped in panic. What? The dragon's onslaught suddenly sputtered and failed. Leo realized the dragon's physical body was compromised, weakening its spirit. This was his one golden opportunity. With a roar, Leo poured his soul into a massive fire pillar, piercing straight through the dragon's core. Golden light hemorrhaged from the beast before it detonated like a nuke. The sky turned blindingly white. Senliu's fate remained a mystery. "Great job, Fiora. Rest now," Leo smiled, finally feeling relieved. But reality hit hard. Fiora suddenly reverted into a tiny, helpless hatchling. Leo froze in absolute shock. Master and pet plummeted through the whistling wind. Meanwhile, the Tartaros mage struggled to maintain focus. While manipulating Senliu, a heavenly light beam crushed him. The mage groaned under the immense divine weight. "Who's there?" It was Professor Sejan. "He's all yours," Herod, the lazy teacher, muttered coldly. Recognizing them, the mage sneered. "Heh, so the two legendary pillars of Lumen have finally arrived. Herod tightened his fist, intensifying the light until the mage's bones began to buckle and crack. Suddenly, a pitch-black, shadowy rift tore open the ground directly behind the wounded villain. Fanged shadows with crimson eyes swirled. Until next time, the monster pulverized the mage's physical shell. It vanished into the void. Sejong sighed, releasing his spell. They're finally starting to move again. Herod's voice was grim. Lumen is no longer safe. Meanwhile, Leo continued his terrifying high-speed freefall. Facing certain death, Leo whispered to his pet, "Fiora, go back to your realm. Save yourself." Tiny Fiora flapped desperately to save him, her eyes brimming with love. But then a sudden shift occurred. Leo jerked to a halt mid-air. A massive jaw had caught his cloak. Professor Yura's voice echoed. "You okay, Leo? Talk about a close call. Glad we made it in time." Time skipped forward. Deep in a sunless cavern, the air felt thick with the stench of death. Shrouded in darkness, the mage drained blood-red essence from the gashes of snarling wounded beasts. His breath misted in the cold eyes, burning with malice until a sudden presence interrupted his ritual. A cloaked figure scoffed, interrupted by mere students. "This mission is becoming a total drag." Tartaros bristled at the taunt. "He's no ordinary brat," he rasped, desperate to justify his defeat. "He's a Phoenix contractor who saw through Fafnir." The stranger's eyes flared with sudden intense interest. Grinning beneath his hood, the stranger licked his lips. "Well, that definitely spices things up, doesn't it?" Days passed. Leo wandered through the academy's hushed, silent halls, lost in his own deep thoughts. Flickering torchlight played across his somber face as he replayed the chaotic events in his mind. The midterms were officially scrapped after the tragedy. Sen Liu was confirmed dead. The freshman finally understood the dungeon's true lethality. Leo sighed, a brief shadow crossing his eyes. While others whispered about Fafnir's identity, our group stayed silent under Professor Yura's strict orders. We knew the truth. It was a black dragon subspecies. Meanwhile, over at the magic department, it was finally exam day. Tension hung heavy in the air as the classroom doors creaked open. All eyes snapped to Chloe. She looked like a ghost, eyes sunken and exhausted from sleepless nights. Her friends whispered in concern. "Chloe, look at you. Did you even sleep at all last night?" Someone whispers. "You look pale," but Chloe blanks them, sliding into her chair with a glacial, unreadable expression. Leo watches from the sidelines, his chest tight with unspoken worry. Once everyone settles, Professor Len's stern voice cuts through the air. "Listen up," Len barks. "Today's the day. I expect original spells that showcase your unique magical identity. It would be a waste if I were the only witness, so I've brought in 3 VIP guests for this session." Whispers erupt instantly. They're Lumen Academy alumni. Len adds legendary graduates from 3 years back. "These seniors are your judges." 3 figures step inside. Leading them is a sharp-eyed girl with raven hair and glasses. That is Rilda Fedney. Beside her, Fidman Slack radiates a chilling aura, his green hair framing a stone-cold face. Lastly, the sunshiny Shin Hughes beams at the class. Together they chorus, "Great to meet you, juniors." Carr, the resident slick merchant, leans toward Leo. "Bet they'll be easy graders," he smirks. But Leo senses something off. "We'll see," Leo mutters skeptical. "Don't count on it." Their chat snaps shut as Professor Len checks his roster. "Eliana, front and center," the professor roars. Eliana bolts to the stage the second her name drops. Her eyes burn with hype as she strikes a pose. "Seniors, I'm Eliana, first-year student," she declares boldly. Truly an honor. Her sheer main character energy leaves the class stunned, but she dives straight into her demonstration. Light erupts from her palms, screaming skyward before bursting into a kaleidoscope of magical fireworks. She's vibing with excitement. "Light's my specialty. By weaving fire attributes into the formula, I can manifest devastating thermal energy." Tiny sparks ignite in her grip, swirling into the light, until a savage cyclone of fire wreathes her body. The heat is overwhelming. But Shin Hughes tilts her head. "Wait, isn't that just a basic laser spell variation?" That comment kills the vibe instantly. Eliana's smile turns to stone. The judges scribble furiously, handing over their scores. It's a total flop, 2 B- and a flat B. Len doesn't even blink. Next he shouts, "Cold as hell." Kids in the back are shaking. "Are they for real?" they whisper. "We're totally going to fail." The slaughter continues as B-minuses rain down. The mood in the room becomes suffocatingly heavy. Carr finally breaks the curse with a solid B+. Then Chelsea steps up, absolutely slaying her magical display. She bags an A. The duo high-fives in triumph, but the judges still look bored and unimpressed. They mutter that it lacked the spark. Len sighs. "This year's scholarship batch is talented, but not legendary. Yet. Let's see what else you've got." Fidman runs a finger down the name list and lets out a long sigh. "Pretty mid-tier so far." Then Len's voice booms, "Abad, you're up." The handsome heartthrob steps onto the stage. The girls go absolutely feral. He's such a snack they squeal. That's a guaranteed A+ right there. Ignoring the hype, Abad chalks a complex formula. The high-tier magic I'm showcasing, he begins in a gravelly tone, is called Tempest. At full power, it's lethal. For everyone's safety, the class moves to the outdoor training grounds. Locked behind reinforced magical barriers, Abad begins. Every eye is glued to him as he surges with raw mana. He levitates wreathed in an emerald glow. With a roar, a monstrous whirlwind screams down from the heavens. The impact rattles the very earth, slamming against the shields. Suddenly, a stray deer gets yanked into the chaotic vortex. Abad panics, dispelling the storm instantly to dive and save the deer. "You okay, little guy?" he asks softly. Resuming his cool, he explains, "This optimizes wind efficiency. It looks basic, but the underlying logic is incredibly dense." Stunned by his prowess, the judges drop a unanimous A+. Abad is officially the GOAT. "That's my bro," Chelsea screams, beaming with pride. Professor Len's eyes flash as he calls the final name, Leo Plo. The main character steps forward, his voice echoing with authority. "Behold, my signature magical art. It's a non-elemental system." The room erupts, all eyes are locked on the hero candidate waiting for the hype. The judges' jaws hit the floor. "Say what they chorus." Shin Hughes leans in her gaze, sharp and questioning. "That's impossible." "Explain yourself." Leo just gives a smug little smirk, throwing a question back at her instead. "We all agree basic spells require an elemental core, right?" Leo asks smoothly. Shin nods. "Duh, that's Magic 101. It's a mandatory requirement." Leo's mysterious grin only widens. He's about to break the world. "My system completely bypasses the standard incantation process." That sentence hits the room like a physical explosion. Even the idiots realized what he meant. But it sounded too insane to be true. Hushed whispers rippled through the room as every eye filled with doubt. Fidman stood there, jaw dropped in shock. A green-haired youth scoffed, mocking the boy's sanity. Beside him, Shin Hughes narrowed her gaze, demanding answers. "An entirely new magic system," they gasped. Leo gave a firm, unwavering nod. "Exactly." Tucked away in the shadows, Professor Len's face glowed with hype. His eyes shined like he'd just discovered a literal goldmine. "This kid is destined for greatness," the professor breathed. But Fidman, he wasn't buying the hype just yet. "Leo, stop capping. We don't have time for fantasies," Fidman sneered. But before he could even finish his sentence, Professor Len burst in, unable to hide his excitement. "Show us, map out the formula right now." Even the icy Rilda Fedney leaned in. "Do it. Prove it." Without missing a beat, Leo snatched up the chalk. His hand moved with lethal precision across the board. As the symbols blurred, Rilda whispered a chilling warning. "Only one legend has ever rewritten the laws of high-tier magic, kid." Leo stopped, his voice steady and calm. "You mean the star poet Luna," he countered. Rilda bristled, clearly annoyed by the brat's unshakable confidence. "You think you're on her level, match for a goddess," Leo just flashed a calm, knowing smirk. "Compare? No, I'm not her." Meanwhile, Shin Hughes reminded the room of Luna's terrifying, untouchable legacy. "Main character energy is one thing, but this is just disrespectful," someone muttered. Leo thought of his old friend. "I know. Luna is a goat for sure. But you don't need to be a god to build a new path." With a final stroke, Leo completed the logic. He turned around, meeting the shocked stares of his stunned seniors. Fidman's voice shook as if he'd seen a ghost. He isn't capping. This is real. This blueprint, it ignores all elemental limits." Rilda's eyes widened, her mind racing with the insane possibilities. "I can't even process the math here," Chelsea stammered. Carl the merchant just let out a dry, amused laugh. "I lost track 5 minutes ago," he joked. But in the back, Chloe stared at the board, turning deathly pale. A storm of emotions swirled in her gaze. Suddenly, the mocking vibe vanished. The atmosphere turned deadly serious. "Leo Plove, why build?" this Fidman pressed. Leo's answer was chillingly simple. To master every spell in existence. Fidman felt a chill. This kid is unhinged, he thought. No wonder this year's class is built different. "What's the name?" As mana swirled, a brilliant white orb ignited with power in Leo's palm. "The Bible," he whispered. Shin Hughes froze, her heart hammering against her ribs. Did he say, Bible? That name belonged to only one person, the legendary Kyle. Was Leo the living proof that the myth was real? Shin scribbled a grade and shoved the paper toward Len. A perfect A+, no debate needed. Leo walked back to his seat. Back when he was Kyle, this system was unfinished, just an incomplete dream. But in this life, it's different. He caught sight of Chloe. She looked like she'd seen a demon. "You good?" Leo reached out, but she was in a trance. When Len called her name, she moved forward like a ghost. Final student, Chloe Mueller. The room held its breath for the top-tier prodigy. Rilda leaned forward, intrigued. "They say you're the GOAT of this class. What have you got?" Chloe looked her dead in the eye. Behold, the undying flame. Crimson fire roared to life in her palm, vibrating with pure raw power. Eternal fire, Chelsea blinked. She's an ice main. Why the hell is she using the opposite element? Fidman wasn't impressed yet. It looked basic compared to Leo's flex. Just another fire spell, right? "If that's all we're done here," he grunted, reaching for his pen. Chloe's voice cut through the air like ice. "Watch and learn." She summoned a massive orb of water. and drenched herself in a literal flood. The water crashed down, but the flame didn't even flicker. Chelsea screamed, "No way, it's still burning." Did she just hack the laws of physics? Leo wondered. Chloe nodded. Unless I say so, it stays lit. This fire is eternal. With a cold flex, she snuffed it out. Fidman stood there, completely shook. Magic requires constant mana. That's the rule. But Chloe just broke the game. He couldn't wrap his head around it. His brain was lagging, trying to process the logic. Meanwhile, Chloe finished her talk with stone-cold composure. The eternal flame. The seniors didn't even hesitate. AAA+. But Leo's stomach twisted with sudden dread. Even the legendary Luna couldn't pull this off. Only one being in history ever had, the dark god Erebos. He remembered trying to confront her about it. Tell Chloe to come out, he demanded. But Celia just looked away. She's out cold. Chloe's been pulling all-nighters to study, so she crashed early tonight. Leo sighed, turning on his heel. Guess I'm flying solo. Celia, sensing tension, chimed in. Has Chloe acted weird lately? She's been super edgy and picking fights with classmates. Rumor says she's hanging with shady magic students, though that's totally not her vibe. Suddenly fire erupted beside Leo as little Fiore emerged. Leo smirked. Yo, how's it hanging? A familiar voice boomed. You called, it was Farina. Leo's eyes gleamed with interest. You dumped that kid on me. Farina glared. Why summon me through Fiore? Leo gently lowered the phoenix, his voice dropping. I need to know why you're still here. He knew phoenixes and magic beasts were mortal enemies. This wasn't just a casual stay. There was a motive. Farina's expression turned icy, haunted by shadows of the past. She whispered, 5 years ago, Lumen was hit. We lost 2 students and 3 staff. The killer vanished. Kalyan asked me to hunt them. I've been tracking them since. Leo nodded. Did you hear about the massive beast swarm that crashed the exam? Farina nodded grimly. A student fell. Leo pushed. Is Tartaros involved? Her gaze grew heavy. I have suspicions, but no proof. Seeing her hesitation, Leo didn't press the issue. Instead, he said, tell Kalyan that Senliu might not be the only one targeted. This bombshell left Farina stunned, her eyes sharpening. Time flew by after that revelation. Today marked the joint exam between hero research and combat studies. The lazy professor. Harold slumped in his chair, ordering Class 5 to line up. Once everyone gathered, he announced the president would lead. Leo stepped forward. This exam demands perfect teamwork. We're entering a heroic world. The scenario, the Chedmore incident. The class froze. Panic filled the room. Only Eliana remained clueless. Wait, what's the Chedmore incident? Are you for real? That was literally on the test. Do you even go here? Harold roared for silence before anyone could answer, letting the class president finish. Leo read the file. 30 years back, 5 freshmen were ambushed in the dead forest. Tartaros launched a surprise attack. Albi's rescue unit was nearly decimated in the chaos. Our mission: save the wounded and wipe out beasts. We're backing up Professor Albi. Harold's voice turned deadly. This isn't a game. One slip up and you're expelled. The mood turned pitch black. Then Harold let out a sudden booming laugh. Relax, you've grown plenty. The tension vanished. Eliana even tried to snag an autograph. Zip it, he snapped. Professor Arshian's voice cut through. Here are the team assignments. Starting with Class 1. Chelsea blinked. No class-only teams, Carl groaned. Great strangers. Everyone drew lots. Leo reached into the urn and pulled out ball number 11. The final group. Albi confirmed the teams and Group 1 stepped onto the matrix. Chelsea felt a wave of relief seeing the Zerdinger princess Celia by her side. Celia grinned. Let's show them Rodin's power. Albi sparked a blinding magic circle. The monitors flickered to life, launching the Hero Chronicle Chedmore incident for the students. The duo vanished into the simulation. Sejon watched the screens, impressed by their speed. With Celia leading, they'll crush it. Harold countered. Nah, Chelsea's got the real edge. They're fast indeed. Promising kids. A new voice made the professors jump. It was Principal Kalyan. Sejon and Harold scrambled to give him the center seat. What brings you here, sir? Kalyan chuckled. Just checking in on our budding heroes. He turned to Albi. Professor Albi, I'm sorry for making you relive this every year. Albi's gaze stayed cold. I can't forget. For me, remembering is a duty. On screen, Celia and Chelsea just decimated an orc. Mission complete, the system announced. Cheers erupted. Kalyan observed that despite their blood feud, the Stinger and Zerdinger houses still bled for one empire. Impressive Abad and Duran breezed through the trial. Kalyan's gaze sharpened, noticing the 2 powerhouses spearheading the charge, while the rest provided backup. A bold gamble, but effective. Meanwhile, Nella and Chenzia cleared the gauntlet, completely untouched. Kalyan admired Nella's divine healing light. Chenzia's technique was uniquely fluid. Group 7 also dominated their section with flawless teamwork. Kalyan smiled, his thoughts drifting to Leo Plove. That boy is a mirror reflecting the fire I once possessed. Albi summoned Group 11. Leo and Chloe moved forward. Albi asked, ready to begin. They nodded. Albi triggered the magic circle. Suddenly, obsidian smoke billowed out, reeking of pure demonic malice. Leo tensed. Something was off. Everyone felt the air warp under a violent surge of chaotic mana. What the hell is this? A cry rang out. As Leo and Chloe vanished, the formation went dormant, erasing all evidence of the disturbance. The class stood frozen. Everything looked normal. Wait, where did Leo and Chloe go? Sejan bolted upright, demanding answers. Callion's voice turned cold. Professor Albie explained this situation immediately. Shaking, Albie flipped open his grimoire, revealing a chilling illustration of a skull choked by gnarled roots. Principal, abort the exam now, Albie yelled. Callion's expression turned grim as he struggled to find his voice. Don't say it, Albie nodded grimly. Yes, Leo and Chloe have been dropped straight into a hero dungeon. Inside the abyss, a blood-red system alert flashed violently before their eyes. But there was no quest, no goal. This lack of information sent Leo's instincts into overdrive. Usually warnings came with clear instructions. Leo muttered under his breath. Suddenly, Chloe let out a frantic cry. Hold up, a hero dungeon, how this isn't a lost page. I've never heard of this in the Hero Chronicles. Things were spiraling fast. Leo scrambled to reach the instructors through the comms. Professor, do you copy? The team is missing. Orders, silence followed. His signal went out, but only static echoed back. Leo looked away. Total silence. Chloe's face paled as she began gnawing on her nails in a panic. No, they will finish the trial and pull us out soon. But reality was far colder than her wishful thinking. Leo shut her down. If they had control, this exam would have been terminated by now. This is a hero-level instance. It is just us, Chloe. We have to clear this thing alone. Chloe recoiled in horror. Are you insane? Full squads of 10 can barely survive this nightmare. Remember the body count from 30 years ago, Leo countered. If we want to live, we fight Chloe. She knew he was right, but the thought of the horrors ahead filled her soul with pure dread. Tartaros orchestrated the Chedmore massacre, and their target was clear: wipe out every rookie cadet like us. The forest was a giant spiderweb. Overwhelmed, Chloe's legs failed her, and she collapsed into the dirt. She hid her face drenched in a cold sweat. Leo knelt before her, his voice surprisingly steady and calm. Chloe, you are the top freshman, right? Together we can conquer this. He offered her his hand with confidence. Chloe hesitated. How could he be so composed? She thought she had finally bridged the gap between them. A spark of defiance flickered in her heart. Refusing to look weak, she stood up and locked eyes with him. Got a plan, Leo nodded. Surviving Chedmore boils down to two things. First, we find the other freshmen, then we keep them alive. To do that, we need backup immediately, Leo said, sketching a tactical map into the soil with his finger. Chloe frowned. But how? No one from the outside can breach this barrier. Leo smirked, tapping the center of his diagram. Don't forget, we are not the only Lumen cadets trapped here. Chloe's eyes widened. You mean, the ones from earlier? They are still out there, I know it. Leo stood up. Now hop on my back. Fast. Chloe's face turned beet red. Excuse me, Leo sighed. Mages are slow. We are wasting time. Get on. Frustrated, Chloe groaned, but eventually climbed onto Leo's back, clinging tightly. Elsewhere, a two-horned monstrosity watched the screen with predatory interest. It was the demon Tartaros. It begins, Chubarn hissed, watching Leo sprint through the woods like a literal gale. He pegged them as a pathetic rescue attempt. Since they were just a duo, he dismissed them entirely. Forget the rescue squads. Focus entirely on the dangerous, high-tier hero cadets. The others were irrelevant, or so he thought, until Leo suddenly caught his eye. As Leo obliterated the beasts, Chuban's body began to surge with a bone-chilling pressure. Fueled by a dark memory, he roared for system activation, while Leo remained oblivious to his gaze. Scanning the area, Leo noted the shadows deepening as they approached the central zone. Time to tap into Aaron's ability. I'll refine my aura to push my senses to the limit. Leo funneled energy into his eyes, granting him supernatural clarity despite the encroaching darkness. Sensing movement, he warned Chloe to brace herself. Orcs ahead. The mage gasped in surprise. She hadn't noticed them, but nodded instantly. Within seconds, Leo's warning proved lethally accurate. They ran right into an orc pack. Leo barked a signal, and Chloe reacted with lightning speed. She channeled mana into her staff, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp ice shards at the enemy. The shards tore through the air, impaling the monsters like quills, before they could even react. They collapsed instantly, sent straight to the afterlife. However, one beast somehow managed to survive. Clinging to life, it reached for a signal horn. Panic flared in Chloe's eyes. If he signals, the whole tribe will swarm us. Both Leo and Chloe realized the stakes. Moving like a blur, Leo's blade flashed, cleaving the green-skinned monster in two like paper. The horn shattered. Chloe could only stare, completely floored by Leo's god-tier reaction time. She wondered, how could their power be so different? Would she ever truly catch up to him? Pushing thoughts aside, they reached the Lumen students who were already surrounded by demons. A sinister energy radiated from the attackers. Are those demons? Chloe whispered in disbelief. Leo didn't wait to explain. He charged the line shouting, "Quick, back me up." Chloe snapped into focus, weaving a glowing mana circle directly beneath Leo's feet. Using it as a launch pad, he stomped down and catapulted himself toward the demonic threat. At the same moment, one of the trapped students screamed a warning to her comrades. A demon pounced with a bloodthirsty howl. "Die, you pests," he shrieked loudly. But before he could reach them, Leo's silhouette suddenly blocked his path. A single clean slash bisected the demon, leaving everyone in total shock as it died. Its body dissolved into black ash. The brown-haired girl stammered, "Did you come to save us?" Leo gave a sharp nod. Nearby, another demon gnashed his teeth in absolute fury. He conjured a twisted obsidian seal, feast grave leeches, his voice echoed through the area. Massive toothy abominations erupted from the seal, flying toward the group like high-velocity bullets. Unfazed Leo ignited his blade with a fiery aura and unleashed a devastating horizontal cleave. A tidal wave of flames incinerated the threat. One student called out as the chestnut-haired girl seized her moment, ready to strike. Ancient incantations flowed from her lips as she unleashed Arc of Radiance, firing blinding torrents of holy light that shredded the demons. Upon impact, the monsters sizzled like hot coals dropped in ice water, their dark forms instantly snuffed out. With one final pathetic shriek, they crumbled into ash. Chloe watched her jaw dropping at the girl's raw magical power. Stellar magic, no way. Could she be the one? Chloe's mind raced with questions once the dust finally settled. The girl quickly turned her eyes bright as she thanked Leo. "We were total goners when those demons jumped us. Thank you so much. I'm just beyond relieved that a rescue team actually made it." But before she could continue, Chloe stepped in and cut her off. "Sorry, but I need a private word with my teammate." Chloe grabbed Leo's arm, dragging him into a secluded corner to whisper. "Leo, listen, that girl is Alia Zeron, Professor Alba's sister. Chuburn murdered her right here in this very forest. That happened 30 years ago. I'm sure you've noticed the anomaly too, but we cannot save them from the Chedmore massacre. Of all the groups, we had to find the doomed ones. Chuburn is a knight-rank necromancer knight from Tartaros. Her squad was famously his very first target. Tartaros orchestrated this entire bloodbath for one specific reason. Their goal was to execute the prodigy mage, Alia Zeron, a future hero candidate recorded in the Chronicles. With our current stats, we can't change fate. We have to find another team immediately to meet the trial conditions." Chloe rubbed her chin, calculating their survival, but Leo's expression darkened. "So you're saying, we just abandon them?" Chloe snapped back, her patience wearing thin. "It's not that I'm heartless, Leo. This is the brutal world of heroes. The reality is they died 30 years ago." Her voice trembled slightly, a flash of genuine pain crossing her face. "History says they're gone," Leo countered calmly, "but I won't just turn my back on them." Chloe's frustration finally boiled over. She gritted her teeth and screamed, "Wake up, I know you're a genius, and you're strong, I get it. But this isn't the time for a suicide mission. Stop trying to be a hero for once," she cried out. Stunned by her own harshness, Chloe's voice cracked. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as the weight of the situation hit. Leo moved closer, gently patting her head. "Then you should act like a hero too, Chloe," he whispered with a soft smile. "Don't say those things lightly. You're a hero candidate after all. This isn't just us playing a role. This is the path we take to become legends." Chloe looked up, her tearful eyes searching his face for an answer. Leo scanned their surroundings with a sharp gaze. Besides, history has already drifted off course. "What are you talking about?" Chloe asked, blinking in confusion. Leo pointed toward the shadows of the darkening trees. "Look around. By the time we found Alia's team, the forest had already plunged into darkness. Normally, Chuburn should have wiped them out a long time ago." Realization hit Chloe like a physical blow. Something was deeply wrong. This hero dungeon was glitching. "This is insane," she whispered, "totally absurd." "Fine, I'll let you call the shots." Leo nodded firmly. "Good. You take Alia's team and retreat from the rear while I handle this." Watching his back, Chloe sighed. "Going solo again, huh? You really never change." She clutched her bag tight. Unknown to her, the dark grimoire inside her pack began to pulse, bleeding out a sinister demonic aura. Meanwhile, Tayad, a first-year mage, leaned in toward his teammates. "Guys, doesn't this feel a bit sketchy to you? A relief team with only 2 people, it doesn't add up." Dina, a rookie knight, nodded her head in agreement. "Exactly. They're our age. What if this is just another one of Tartaros' sick traps?" Belak voiced his suspicion, but Aaliyah immediately shut him down. "Get real. If they were the enemy, they wouldn't have risked their lives for us. Plus, he's actually kind of a snack," she added, blushing hard. The team stared at her deadpanned. "Are you serious right now, Aaliyah? In the middle of a war zone?" Dina yelled, but Aaliyah just pouted. "Hey, what did I say that was so wrong? I just figured you had higher standards, like Senior Alba," Dina joked. Suddenly, Leo stepped forward to end the chatter. His voice was icy and direct. "Listen up. We're moving out of this forest. Now. And we're going fast." Tayad stood his ground, confused. "Why the rush? Backup is coming. We can just clear monsters on the way out." But Leo didn't have time for games. He dropped the truth like a bomb. We can't do that. A demon of night rank is hunting you specifically. The color drained from their faces as the terror set in. They knew the legends a night rank was a walking apocalypse. You mean, a one-man army? Leo simply nodded. We need to dodge a direct fight. Staying alive is the only mission. Are you guys ready? Let's move. They vanished into the shadows before Chuban could spawn. Aaliyah kept stealing glances at Leo. She noticed Chloe's expression was a total mess, raising major red flags. Meanwhile, Lumen Academy was pure chaos. The library looked like a war zone after the Hero Dungeon incident. Staff were frantically digging through ancient files. Professor Sejan was losing it, screaming, "Find every record of dungeon mutations now. We are running out of time." Nearby, Principal Kalyan turned to Professor Albie, searching for hope. The handsome professor gave a firm, cold nod. You can't enter a hero dungeon while others are inside. That means those two are definitely still breathing. But 3 hours had already slipped away. Inside that hero world, a deadly night had already fallen. The principal grew solemn. Albie, when exactly did you take down Chuban 30 years ago at midnight? Kalyan let out a weary sigh. Is our only hope really just relying on our younger selves? Suddenly, a staffer burst into the room. Principal, we tracked down the dealer who sold Senlu that summoning catalyst. She almost mentioned a link to Tartaros, but the words died in her throat. The atmosphere turned freezing. Albie's face went full demonic. A terrifying surge of raw energy exploded from him, making the principal jump. Kalyan gripped his shoulder, trying to ground him. Easy, Albie. Calm down. The principal's voice was like ice. The blonde professor snapped back to reality, but the rage was still simmering. He needed to bail fast. I need some air to clear my head. He stormed out, and only after he vanished did anyone breathe. The staff member finally exhaled. As expected from a legendary hero, his aura is honestly on another level. Kalyan looked haunted. His hatred for demons is deep. 30 years ago, he couldn't even find his sister's body. He pushed the grief aside. All right, give it to me. Who sold that illegal catalyst to Senlu? It was a black market rat hiding in the Lumen City back alleys. Apparently, he is a campus legend. She handed over a notebook. Kalyan flipped through the pages, his sharp eyes scanning every single suspicious entry. Is there a Tartaros spy infiltrating my city? The staffer shook her head. It is not that simple. They aren't official members, but Tartaros is definitely feeding them gear. Kalyan began stroking his chin deep in thought. What is their endgame? He turned the page, scrutinizing the buyers until his heart nearly stopped. One line jumped out, Chloe Mueller, dark magic. Kalyan slammed the book, shut his face, turning pale. Elena, get Professor Lennon here immediately. Understood, she replied, sprinting out of the room. Alone, the old principal stared at his scarred palms. His instincts forged in blood were screaming of incoming danger. Back to Leo's squad. Night had settled over the dungeon and the vibe had turned officially lethal. Endless waves of monsters were closing in. The group was fighting for their lives in the dark. Leo sliced through a goblin like it was nothing. He checked the team, his sixth sense warned him of fatigue. They were reaching their limit. Everyone take 5. We need to recharge before the next wave hits us. Tayed and Belloc stared at Leo in total shock. How was he not gassed? The dude is a machine. They found a small clearing to regroup. Chloe took the chance to secretly pull out her dark grimoire. Yo, Chloe, Alia's voice cut through the silence. Chloe panicked, shoving the forbidden book into her bag. She tried to act natural. Oh hey Alia, what's up Alia? Just smirked, ready to spill some tea. What is the deal between you and Leo? Are you guys a couple? The blunt question left Chloe speechless. Of course not, she squealed, turning bright red. Alia just nodded, satisfied with that chaotic reaction. Definitely not judging by that face. Chloe just sighed, wondering why Alia walked all this way for gossip. She looked at Alia, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Despite being a legend, she felt like a peer. Even though she is from 30 years ago, she acts just like the chaotic girls in my class. Chloe flipped the script. Why do you care? Do you like Leo? Alia looked over at Leo resting. Her cheeks flushed pink. Well, my heart won't stop racing. So it is love at first sight, Chloe asked. She was low-key impressed. This was the legendary genius sorceress, yet she was getting flustered over a guy. Could Leo really be that top tier in her eyes? Unaware, Alia tucked a strand of hair back and sighed. I don't know if it is love. My heart just pounds. Like it does when my brother is being stupid. Every time I hit a new milestone, he's right there. Chloe's eyes nearly popped out as she gasped. That mage with the terrifying glare. Is his gaze really that nightmare-inducing? Chloe's sudden outburst left Alia completely puzzled, forcing her to ask, wait, what? Which eyes? Oh, forget I said that I meant Albe, Chloe stammered, desperately trying to backtrack after her massive slip-up. Alia explained that it was all because he constantly dances with death, challenging the impossible. Hearing this, Chloe's face softened with pure sympathy. Challenging the impossible, huh? Leo was the exact same way. Back then, we were just close friends. But now I'm actually feeling a sting of jealousy. Across from her, the genius sorceress Alia offered a faint knowing smile. We really are two of a kind. Chloe. To be honest, I used to be consumed by rage and envy toward my own brother. It sounds so pathetic now. I used to believe that no matter how hard he tried, he'd never amount to anything. It's a secret, but the very core of my magic was actually built by my brother. I'm great at casting, but I'm a total failure at creating new spells. I even choked on the Lumen Academy entrance exam twice. There was a dark time when I genuinely loathed him. I felt superior, yet that petty jealousy eventually transformed into pure awe. As Alia spoke, Chloe's jaw practically hit the floor. She couldn't believe Aaliyah had walked the same lonely path. But before they could dig deeper, the atmosphere shifted. Their heart-to-heart was violently cut short. Leo, who had been catching his breath, felt a chill and bolted upright to warn the group. Everyone gear up, plans have changed, there's no turning back now. Seeing Leo's deadly serious expression, the air turned cold. The other students tightened their grips on their blades, their knuckles turning white as they braced for the unknown. Sensing the suffocating tension, Leo's voice boomed with encouragement. Don't back down, remember, you all have the spark of a hero inside you. The protagonist's words acted like a shield against their fear. They gritted their teeth, eyes locked on the horizon, where a bone-chilling roar continued to echo. They didn't have to wait long before the mountain-sized Chu-Ban emerged from the shadows. Each of his steps sent tremors through the earth, shattering the ground into a million pieces. Found you, the one I despise. The little sprout of a legendary hero. With a guttural growl, he raised his massive weapon and swung it directly at Leo's head. The impact triggered a deafening explosion that rippled through the air. Leo narrowly escaped, leaping gracefully into the sky to dodge the blow. But Chu-Ban's words haunted him. During the infamous Chedmore massacre, wasn't he ordered to wipe out every single potential hero? Why was this monster targeting him now, calling him the seedling of a legend? The more Leo thought, the more the mystery deepened. Before he could solve the puzzle, a wave of suffocating killing intent erupted from Chu-Ban. It was paralyzing. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead as he screamed, "He's charging, move." Without a second's hesitation, the team sprang into action. Chloe unleashed her mana, carving a colossal blue magic circle across the battlefield. Simultaneously, the hulking Chu-Ban hurled his massive axe with bone-crushing force, only for it to be slammed aside by a giant pillar of ice Chloe conjured from thin air. Our protagonist didn't waste the opening, cloaking his blade in a searing medicinal flame. He funneled every ounce of strength into his legs, launching himself like a rocket into the air, aiming straight for the demon's head. It looked like a final desperate strike from above. But in a flash of brilliance, Leo redirected his blade, slashing straight through the creature's throat. A fountain of scalding blood sprayed into the air. The students erupted in cheers, shouting, "He did it!" But their joy lasted only a heartbeat. Their faces froze in horror. Chu-Ban's neck, which was nearly detached, began to stitch itself back together right before their eyes. In seconds, the wound vanished, leaving not even a faint scar behind. Someone stammered in disbelief. His neck, it just fixed itself. "Stay sharp," Leo barked. "Keep your distance. That's a dispel ability. It literally makes our attacks behave as if they never happened." His explanation left Taid and Aaliyah reeling. Their faces turned deathly pale, the weight of the situation finally sinking in. "What's the move? Is there any way to kill a monster like that?" Leo tried to keep them grounded, explaining the dispel had its limits. Chu-Ban couldn't spam the ability forever, it had a cooldown. Across the field, the demon reclaimed his axe with a mocking sneer. "You think you have a chance, you pathetic remnant," Leo shot back with a smirk. "You're just terrified of a new hero rising, aren't you?" Without another word, Leo, Dina, and Belak blurred into motion, launching a synchronized pincer attack from 3 directions. Meanwhile, Aaliyah took her position in the rear, weaving her magic to rain down supportive fire on the beast. She channeled the circle of light, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of energy bolts that hummed with a dangerous holy aura. The light scorched the demon's massive hide, making him roar in agony. "I loathe this light magic," he spat. "Just as Lord Salatna commanded you all die here today," he snarled, swinging his axe in a wild, destructive frenzy. Suddenly, Chu-Ban let out a world-shaking roar, hoisting his arm high, as he prepared a strike that felt like it could split the earth. The sheer pressure made the hair on Leo's neck stand up. "Dodge," he screamed, just as the axe came crashing down with cataclysmic force. The impact was cataclysmic, sending jagged debris screaming through the air like lethal missiles. Naturally, Leo easily parried the shrapnel, but Dina and Belak were caught off guard by the sudden barrage. Shrapnel sliced Dina's shoulder, while unlucky Belak took a stone spike directly to his gut. Seeing the carnage, Leo bolted over, hauling the heavy warrior behind Chloe Mueller's massive ice spire. Nearby, Aaliyah rushed over her face, pale with worry for her allies. Dina struggled to even speak. "I'll manage," but Belak gasped. Leo cut in firmly. "Hang on, your vitals are still intact." "Stop the bleeding first," Leo barked before turning to Chloe. "We need a final overwhelming strike now." Chloe gave a sharp nod. "Buy me time." With that, our hero left his injured comrades behind, summoning twin spectral clones to charge back in and keep Chu-Ban occupied. Meanwhile, Chloe's mind raced, searching for a spell capable of shattering the demon's immunity. while Leo bought her precious seconds. Grabbing the obsidian grimoire, she frantically scanned the pages until she stopped whispering a forbidden incantation. If I cast this. Meanwhile, the clash between Leo and Chubarn reached a fever pitch. The earth shook violently under the weight of their power, leaving everyone breathless. Leo ordered his clones into a ruthless pincer attack. Yet Chubarn's infuriating dispel ability rendered every single strike completely toothless. Ignoring the illusions, Chubarn lunged at Leo like a starving predator. But our MC wasn't that slow. In a blur of speed, Leo flickered behind the demon, unleashing a devastating horizontal sword slash that bit deep into Chubarn's side, drawing a guttural roar. Watching in awe, Tay turned to Dina. Could we ever reach that level, Dina could only offer a bitter, uncertain shake of her head. Unlike the others, Alia recognized the technique instantly. That is definitely high-tier stellar magic, she realized. Just who is he? Suddenly, an icy, suffocating dread washed over the battlefield, snapping Alia to attention. Spinning around, she saw Chloe had finished. A massive, sinister violet sigil now pulsed ominously in the heavens, bleeding a terrifying pressure that chilled everyone's blood. Perish, you disgusting monsters, Chloe shrieked, a twisted grin stretching across her face. Leo, clear the area if you want to live, she warned. Don't blame me if you get caught in the blast. Die with a maniacal roar. She unleashed a titanic pillar of hellfire, a concentrated stream of destruction aimed directly at Chubarn, pulverizing the landscape on impact. Leo watched, narrowing his eyes in confusion. Why was an ice specialist, like Chloe, suddenly wielding the power of flames? Meanwhile, Chubarn's screams of agony tore through the air, as the searing inferno swallowed him whole, charring everything in its path. Observing the carnage, Chloe looked absolutely drunk on power. Behold the eternal flame burn in the depths of everlasting purgatory. To their horror, the orange fire began twisting into a void-like black. Leo felt a cold dread. Chloe, stop the casting now, he bellowed, but she seemed completely lost in her own trance. Her grip was so tight her staff began to splinter. You'll pay, she hissed with glazed eyes. Leo knew something was wrong. Without hesitation, he lunged at her, swinging his heavy blade with precision, slapping the cursed book from her grasp, and instantly severing her connection to the apocalyptic flames. Catching her as she collapsed, Leo landed gracefully. Chloe blinked, appearing completely disoriented and hungover. Chloe, talk to me, Leo demanded. Was that terrifying fire actually your own unique magic? The young mage couldn't meet his eyes, her voice trembling with guilt. No, it wasn't. Actually, I found it in a forgotten tome, she confessed. Leo sighed. It really was the accursed Erebus fire. Looking her dead in the eye, Leo didn't sugarcoat the situation. Listen to me very carefully, Chloe. You were wielding pure dark magic. Chloe froze, her face draining of all color. What dark magic? Leo nodded grimly. That book is a demonic relic. The weight of her mistake finally crashed down. What have I done? She sobbed, trembling. Leo, I am not fit to be a hero. As she spiraled into a panic, Leo grabbed her shoulders, giving her a firm shake. Snap out of it. Chubarn isn't immune to magic. His defenses were simply drained after that brutal clash with Alia's squad. Don't forget 30 years ago, those heroes were terrified too, yet not a single one of them surrendered. They clashed in a hopeless struggle. What is the core tenet of Lumen Academy? Leo prodded, eyes locked on Chloe. She stammered, to shatter every limit. Leo grinned with satisfaction. Light flooded the sorceress's mind as it finally clicked. He was a god-tier legend. Jealousy was impossible. Meanwhile, the mage Alia offered her staff to Chloe. Take this, please. Point of view shifts back to Leo. After calming the sorceress, Leo faced the beastly Chubarn. Chloe's spell shattered the curse. The magic resistance was gone. It was time for the final blow. Leo prepared to strike, but Chloe's incantation erupted. I will transcend my boundaries. I won't betray their trust, she whispered. Arcane circles materialized with every word. Leo beamed. The pure mana of a genuine wizard was absolutely breathtaking. Visions of fighting beside his old Lumen comrade surged through his mind. That same security returned. Chubarn realized he couldn't stop the coming storm. Desperate, the monster charged before their magic could reach full power. He ripped a beam and lunged, raining a lethal strike down on Leo. Leo parried, but Chubarn was berserk. He wanted Leo's head now. Die, he roared, swinging again. The force was absolutely tectonic. The earth shattered. Leo lost his footing and staggered backward, vulnerable. Chubarn pounced. A thunderous supersonic fist aimed straight for the kill. Leo blocked, but the impact launched him like a literal cannonball. He coughed blood. Chubarn sneered. Is this the hero's legacy? Pathetic. Coldness gripped the air. A single snowflake drifted before Leo's eyes. Frost coated everything. Chloe's ultimate spell was finally ready to roar. Demon, you never stood a chance. This is the end for you. Chubarn. A five-pointed star blazed within the massive magic circle above. Chloe whispered, Your help helped me master this unification magic. Leo of the Ice Realm. Jagged pillars of frost erupted from the ground. The Tartaros demon was instantly flash-frozen into a glittering ice statue. Leo approached. A light touch sent spiderweb cracks across the ice. It shattered completely. Suddenly, dark mana bled from Chloe's cursed grimoire. Leo didn't hesitate. He wreathed his blade in fire and skewered the book. System alert. Achievement unlocked. First-year student rescued from death. Loot notifications flooded in, but Leo focused only on the shaken Chloe. Your magic is incredible, he praised. If I could cast like that, I'd be reborn. Chloe looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Leo, I'll confess everything. I might get expelled for this. No way, Leo countered. A hero like you belongs at this academy. Aaliyah's squad rushed over, celebrating the hard-won victory. You looked like real heroes, Leo nodded, returning the staff to Aaliyah. It served us well. Aaliyah smiled, letting Chloe keep the artifact instead. Belak agreed. Yeah, you're the reason we're still breathing. They gifted Leo a sword, plus an enchanted necklace and gloves. Over here, a voice cried out as a survivor finally approached. Professor Alba sprinted toward them, drenched in sweat and panic. He looked so young, Chloe gasped. This was 30 years ago, Leo reminded. Alba grabbed Aaliyah. Are you safe? She smiled. The rescue was here. I'm solid. But for real, I just met someone who was your literal twin. The system pinged quest clear. As Albie's world fractured, Chloe watched the siblings finally reunite. Her heart swelled for them. Thank you for making it out alive, she whispered under her breath. A blinding flash swallowed them before Alia could say goodbye. Then Chloe's reality began to splinter. Cracks spider-webbed through the air. The hero world was literally coming apart at the seams. Back to Leo, a new window popped up. Strategic reward, a parting gift from those who left. Even the ice-cold Professor Albie broke down in tears. Hours blurred until Leo finally drifted back. He came to in the infirmary. Instantly, the professor's smooth, deep voice cut through the silence. You're finally awake, Leo. Thanks for rescuing the girl, and tell Chloe she has my gratitude. Albie vanished with his usual cold shoulder, just as Headmaster Kalyan stepped into the room. Leo scrambled to get up, but the old man signaled him stay put. Easy. How's the head? I'm good, Headmaster. No sweat. Kalyan didn't waste time, his gaze sharpening instantly. Spill it. What went down? And does this involve that cursed book Chloe brought back? Leo's heart skipped. How'd you find out? Kalyan leaned in his expression, turning grim. We traced the source same place Chloe got that grimoire. Our hunch was dead on. It's a magic artifact. Leo's mind raced. A fragment of Erebos, a piece of a god. In demon hands, that relic is a nuke. It's a physical chunk of a monster's soul. Normal humans, it just rots their minds. Leo started from the beginning, detailing every chaotic moment. The headmaster let out a heavy sigh after hearing the full report of the hero dungeon. So the artifact corrupted the entire realm, Leo nodded. It was the only thing that fit. The dungeon stabilized the second we pulled it. Just then, Chloe gasped awake, spotting the headmaster. She nearly jumped out of her skin, but Kalyan raised a hand to settle her nerves. Relax. I just have one question. On cue, Elena entered carrying a large cloth-wrapped mystery. She unveiled the items, relics left behind by Alia's group before they faded into legend. Chloe's jaw dropped. Her eyes locked onto the weapon. Wait, that's Alia's actual staff. Kalyan's tone turned icy. Explain. How did you get a reward that shouldn't even exist? Leo watched Chloe's shock. It clicked she didn't get a single thing from the system. Like the entrance exam, the hero world rules were totally glitched. No rewards for anyone else. Why only me? Even the Fairy King's oath. It all came to me alone. Leo's brain was doing backflips, but he played it cool. Time for a little white lie. It was a strategic reward. Kalyan and Chloe froze. Wait, Albie's world actually dropped loot. Seems that way. Leo lied smoothly. Things got weird at the end of the quest. He banked on the restoration excuse to keep his secrets buried for a little longer. Kalyan didn't look entirely convinced. He stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. Chloe's totally clueless, yet you walked away with the bag. Why just you, Leo? Chloe jumped in, defending him instantly. Maybe it's contribution-based. Leo basically carried the whole team. Kalyan weighed her words and finally let it slide. He stood up, signaling the end. Fine, we'll handle this discreetly. Once cleared, the relic goes back to the family. But remember, not a single word about the magic artifact to anyone. That's an order. Chloe started to protest, but Kalyan offered a rare, knowing smile that silenced her instantly. The real threats aren't just outside these walls. You both did great. Now go sleep. The room went quiet. Chloe bit her lip, glancing nervously at Leo. Hey, Leo, there's something I've been meaning to say. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Before she could confess, the door flew open. Chelsea, Celia, and Carl stormed in, half crying. But just as the chaos peaked, Headmaster Kalyan stopped in his tracks and turned back. Oh right, future legends. There is a gala tomorrow night, so better find some formal threads. Hit Lumen City early. Ah, youth is so precious. His advice left both Leo and Chloe totally baffled. Clearly, this party was news to them. Before they knew it, time just flew right by. Cut to the freshman welcoming gala. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed across the massive great hall. Welcome to the ceremony honoring our elite midterm survivors. First witness the entry of our hardened warriors. So tell me who'll be the main character tonight. Meanwhile, tucked in a corner, we spot Tide and Carl. Looking sharp and feeling themselves, Carl smirked. Man, this vibe is the ultimate reward for that hellish midterm. Low-key, that test was light work for us. They laughed, hitting the buffet tables loaded with gourmet food. They kept yapping between bites. Is it just me, or is our class looking a bit empty? Tide scanned the room. Carl agreed instantly. You know Lumen Academy has zero chill for latecomers. The host's voice spiked, grabbing every eye in the room. Now representing Year 5, please welcome Nella, along with Carvin and Eliana. As they strutted in, the entire room gasped in pure awe. Whoa, they look ethereal, someone shouted. Tide and Carl literally froze with food still in their mouths. Carl actually did a spit take. They look freaking incredible, Tide stammered, completely mesmerized by the glow-up. Nella caught them staring and cracked up. LOL, did you guys raid your dad's closet for those suits? Tide let out a dramatic sigh. Way to kill the vibe, Nella. Carl just nodded, face turning red. Ignoring the banter, the host hyped the next guests. Make way for the glory of the Rotoran Empire. The Llewellyn duo and the ultra-smooth Abad stepped out. Every girl in the hall absolutely lost it. I'd literally be his maid, one screamed. Fan club member, 94,348, checking in. Even Carl was low-key impressed. She's giving major princess energy. Trailed by Rotoran's best, Abad is the real deal. Then the announcer cranked the hype to 11. Finally, the main event couple graced the floor. Give it up for Celia Zerdinger and Leo Plover. But the vibes were off. Celia looked totally ticked. She teched, whispering, "Why is my big debut being ruined by you, Leo?" Just gave a casual shrug. As Leo walked in, the crowd roared. That's our class prez, the absolute goat of the first year. Our rep is built different. His squad beamed with pride, swarming their golden boy as he arrived. Suddenly, a white-haired professor's icy voice killed the mood. Above her loomed a spine-chilling monstrous shadow. A spectral beast hovered as her voice sliced through the hall. So are we all having fun yet? Everyone was sweating bullets, but nobody dared stay quiet. Oh, totally. We're having the best time, haha. Every student had the same thought, smile or die. From the professor's point of view, they all looked great. Seeing them happy made her smirk. Since you're all having such a blast, let's keep that energy up. Time to drop the midterm combat rankings. Over at Leo's table, the vibe instantly went from party to funeral. How are we supposed to party now? Tide grumbled. The professor ignored the saltiness and pushed forward. I knew you'd react like this. So, we're only revealing the top 3 legends from every department. Everyone else will get their scores from their teachers tomorrow, so no need to panic just yet. Chill out, okay? Now let the department heads take the stage. Professor Ina stepped into the spotlight. As he appeared, Liana, the fire prodigy, lost her mind. Oh my god, look, it's really him. It's Ina Landu, the Frost Knight, she squealed. Meanwhile, the cold professor started his address. You all crushed the midterms. Now I'll reveal the top-tier students in each department, one by one. The lights faded as a massive screen flashed the rankings. Celia took first, followed by Duran and Chenzia. As Ina read the names, Celia's brow furrowed. Leo's name was nowhere to be found in the top 3. That's weird, she thought. Next, the charismatic Professor Len took the stage. Time for the magic department results. First place, Abad Llewellyn. Second place, Chelsea Llewellyn. Third goes to Emio Luchan. Seeing this, Chelsea looked worriedly at Leo and asked a question. Why aren't you on the list, Leo? Cool as ever, just shrugged. It happens. Meanwhile, Carl scratched his head in total confusion. Forget Leo. Where the heck is Chloe's name? Celia's eyes darted toward Chloe, who could only offer a strained, sheepish grin in return. To Professor Len, the verdict was clear. Forbidden arts meant an automatic cold 0 on the scoreboards. Despite the fail, her raw magical obsession was undeniable. Suddenly, Professor Sajan bolted from his seat. Raising his voice, he roared, "In my eyes, Chloe is the undisputed GOAT of the magic department." That outburst earned a smirk from the lazy Professor Herod. Take a chill pill and sit down. Celia comforted Chloe with a gentle pat, while the room chuckled. Then Professor Yura stepped up beaming. Better luck next time, summoners. She announced Walden Titan as the top-ranked student on her official list. Eliza Hergen and Jordan Lawson trailed behind. Meanwhile, a weird vibe settled over Leo's table. Names were flying everywhere, yet Leo's name was nowhere to be found on any departmental ranking. Sensing the tension, the petite professor took center stage again. You guys having a blast or what? Finally, it's time to reveal our freshman valedictorian and the face of this entire year's class. With a massive smile, she shouted, "Our representative is Leo Plove." Instantly, the hall turned into pure chaos. Shockwaves of disbelief rippled through the great hall until a single hand cut through the noise. I object. How can a nobody like Leo, who isn't even top 3 anywhere, be our representative? It was Emilio Luchan. Even Leo was floored, thinking, wait, how did I even land this gig? Emilio's challenge ignited a wildfire of whispers and wild theories among the stunned students. The sudden drama left the white-haired professor at the front feeling visibly rattled for a moment. Her face flushed, but then her energy shifted. She slammed the podium, silencing the room with a shout. Shut it and listen. I'm only breaking this down once, so don't miss a single word. First, dual specialty students aren't ranked in single departments because they're on a whole different level. Standard tests can't measure them fairly. A magic swordsman might not outcast a pure mage in raw power. But when their skills fuse, they become an absolute powerhouse. You guys get the picture now. Furthermore, Leo Plove absolutely crushed the combined test of spiritual theory and practical combat with top marks. Emilio's ego took a hit. His face twisted as he stammered, but didn't someone else get a perfect score? Before he could finish his desperate argument, another booming voice thundered through the grand hall. Leo didn't just pass. He shattered the hero world simulation. The kid actually took down Chuban. The entire room gasped in unison. Thousands of eyes instantly locked onto Leo in stunned silence. Even Leo, caught in the eye of the storm, felt the crushing weight of their intense stares. You really soloed Chuban. Just you two, Leo gave a slight nod, confirming the unbelievable truth. Above them, Professor Archian looked shaken. The real reason Leo's score is so legendary is because… But before she could spill the tea, Professor Sejan stepped in with a smug grin, cutting her off. That's enough. They've clearly figured it out. Professor Archian, let's wrap these announcements up right here. The tension snapped as the crowd erupted in cheers. The scene then shifted to the high table. While eating, Yura leaned toward Len. If dual students actually ranked against everyone, how crazy would the standings be? Professor Ine shot her a look. It wouldn't just change things. It would totally wreck the magic department. Many would lose their spots. Yura blinked in shock. Wait, are you saying Leo is actually number 1? Archian gave a subtle nod. It's him. Yura gasped. Don't tell me he's top of summoning too. He cleared everyone. Beside her, the stoic Professor Ein added, he's dominating the Knights department as well. Leo Plove is the king of them all. Yura was speechless. This boy is literally running the entire academy. Ain shrugged, unbothered. It's reality now. Suddenly, 2 professors slammed their hands down in total denial. No way Leo is a born mage, they screamed. His magical talent is once in a lifetime. Please, Yura snapped. You think a summoning prodigy like that just appears every day? Eine just sighed. Done with the bickering, he growled, Leo is a swordsman at heart. Period. End of discussion. Their loud arguing drew every eye in the room. Flash forward to the following morning. The teacher was missing, but Kyle was already face down on his desk, suffering from a major party hangover. Ugh, my head. Maybe going that hard last night was a mistake. Beside him, Chelsea's glare could cut glass. Only you'd chug 2 liters of OJ like an absolute madman, she barked. Right then, their perpetually exhausted sensei, Professor Herod, slinked in and signaled for the chaos to cease. All right, listen up, punks. Settle down. I've got an update on the field trip. As scheduled, we're heading deep into the Fey territories, he droned. He slapped a massive map onto the board. Instantly, the entire room erupted into pure, unbridled hype. Eliana and Carr were losing it. Wait, we actually get to choose our own destination, Eliana cheered. Carr piped up eagerly. Duin Forest. The Wormwood is basically legendary for having the most insane snacks, but their dreams were brutally nuked. Herod dropped the hammer. Change of plans, were going to Elsavikia. Red-haired Leona looked totally lost. The name meant nothing to her. But Tide, the resident lore master, slammed his book open. Elsavikia. That's a frozen wasteland in the north, locked in eternal winter. The duo's souls practically left their bodies. A frozen hell. Seriously, this has to be a mistake. Herod just cleaned his ear, bored out of his mind. Blame your class rep. He's the architect of this misery. Every head snapped toward Leo, demanding answers. But Leo, he didn't even bother to give an explanation. Instead, he just gave them a reality check. Better gear up while we're in Lumen. You'll need it. Eliana sulked. Guess I'm buying mittens. But Chelsea, the ice mage, was absolutely vibing with the plan. Finally, a runway for her winter drip. But Leo, he wasn't doing this for the aesthetic vibes. He had a master plan. Elsavikia looked like a death trap, but looks were incredibly deceiving. It's a hallowed sanctuary for the Fae, hiding the legendary Sealode. Leo wondered if he'd survive the gamble. Time skipped ahead to a peaceful plaza. Leo turned to Nella with a look of pure focus. I'll stock the rations. Nella, you're on medical duty. She nodded firmly, and Leo vanished into the crowd. Task complete, but then he froze. A chilling sensation crawled up his spine as he glanced back. Curazo 13th Street. He found it a shady little shop rotting away in a dim, forgotten corner. The sign read, Lutek. The very spot where the cursed artifact first emerged. This was ground zero. Leaving his gear outside, he stepped into the wreckage. It smelled like ruin and dark, forgotten secrets. Leo didn't flinch. Lumen's investigators had already swept this place clean. or so the reports claimed. Wait, why is there a teddy bear here? He froze. Everything in this shop should have been seized. This thing shouldn't exist. He squinted, then bam, the door behind him slammed shut. A trap. A perception-locking curse. Just as he suspected, the doll's head slowly rotated to face him. Black inky sludge erupted from its button eyes. Leo's instincts kicked in, and he dove for cover. The liquid morphed into a total nightmare, a grotesque beast dripping with thousands of blinking eyes. This wasn't some low-level mob. Leo vaulted back, desperate to put some distance between them. It's not just blinding me. It's cursing everything it touches. Every second inside was a death sentence. The monster coiled like a serpent, its voice like ice. Oh, quite the clever little brat, aren't you? He knew that curse. Leo's blood ran cold. As the name surfaced, Silatuna, the demon queen herself, a legendary commander from 5 millennia ago. Thankfully, this was just a magical echo, not her true self. A cursed duplicate. Silatuna, unaware her cover was blown, let out a chilling, high-pitched cackle. A magic swordsman, rare talent, but blame your useless keen senses. Shadowy tentacles lashed out. They whipped through the air with insane speed. Leo retreated, but the darkness still bit into his arm. I'm outmatched. Need an exit now, Silatuna hissed with glee, her voice dripping with hunger. Dinner time. A hero's soul. I'll savor this, her jaws unhinged to swallow him whole. But Leo, he just smirked. Right on cue, reinforcements arrived. A lethal voice pierced the gloom as a massive spear plummeted down. The beast was skewered to the floor. Professor Albie had arrived, and the demon was visibly shook. A mage with those eyes, the creature shrieked in terror, thrashing its limbs in a desperate frenzy. It tried to drag him into the abyss, but Albie was 10 steps ahead. A barrier flared. The monster's limbs shattered against the shield. Know your place, you demonic filth, Albie spat coldly. His voice dripped with pure disdain, while Silatuna's clone shrieked like a feral beast. Vile goblins. One day I'll rip their eyes out and devour them as they scream. Tentacles lashed out at the duo, but the attack didn't even graze Albie. With an icy glare, he spoke. A pathetic imitation. Be gone. The professor's palm surged with a blinding, world-shattering beam of annihilation. Silatuna's form disintegrated into millions of shards. Watching this, Leo's mind raced regarding Albie Zyran, the demon-eyed mage, Tartaros the Destroyer. Rumors claimed he joined Lumi Academy just for a border crossing pass. While tracking my prey, I've incurred a debt to this era's heroes, he sighed heavy with regret. Shaking off the thought, Albie fixed his gaze on the boy. Leo Plove explained this chaos. Leo retrieved the bear's severed head. I found this during my search. It's cursed to twist human perception. Albie seized the artifact. The Lumi investigation squad will take it from here. I'll ignore your solo trespassing this time. My door is open to you. Consider it a thank you. With a flare of magic, the professor vanished. Leo shouldered his bag and stepped out. The Zyran house ruled Lumi Academy. With Albie's favor, things were about to get interesting. The Forbidden Library is within reach. Returning to Nella, he grinned. Mission accomplished. Got the goods. He kept it casual, but Nella spotted the blood on his arm and instantly cast a healing spell. Leo, what happened? He just shook his head. It's nothing serious. Thanks, Nella. Still, Silatuna's presence haunted him. Was that monster behind the Beast Tamer and the Grimoire? Their endgame remained a mystery. Fast forward 1 week, the group stood before the teleport gate. The squad prepared for their expedition to El Salvikia. Final checks were underway. Supplies ready, Leo checked. Ileana and Nella nodded. Everything's packed and loaded. Celia, the swordswoman, frowned. Seriously, Leo, why go to that frozen wasteland? Leo just shrugged. It's scorching here. El Salvikia is basically a chilly summer retreat. Celia waved them off. Watch out, it's brutal at night. Good luck, guys. Stay safe, Celia. All right, Class 5, move out. Destination El Salvikia, the realm of the Fae. They stepped into the light, and the scene shifted to Saren Academy, the elite military hub of the Fae. By the fountain, a tense confrontation was brewing. Look at these rags. A Fae with such filthy blood shouldn't walk these halls. Shut up about your useless heritage. The white-haired boy stood trembling, unable to find his voice. He couldn't fight back. Suddenly, a sharp command pierced the air. Back off. Stop this cowardice. Act like a true Saren descendant. The speaker was Lunia El Lunda, a high-ranking noble. She was the elite representative of the first-year class and a force to be reckoned with. The bullies didn't flinch. Why protect him? A half-blood is a stain on Saren's honor. He's a disgrace in those savage clothes. Hearing that, Lunia's noble mask finally shattered. She went full beast mode. If you hate his clothes, strip off yours and swap with him. Either help him or get lost, the bullies gasped. Lunia, you're a noble. Watch your tongue. Is that so? Lunia rolled up her sleeves, ready to throw hands. Ashamed of ganging up yet. Try me or beat it. Faced with her killer aura, the duo bolted in sheer terror. Run for your lives, they screamed. Ignoring them, Lunia turned to the boy behind her. You're dressed way too light. You're gonna make me worry forever. She gently adjusted a scarf. She wrapped him in warmth as he smiled. Thanks, someone actually stole my gear. This was Luca Enners. He was the third-ranked freshman and a half-blood. Seeing his state, Lunia's blood boiled again. But a sudden sneeze broke her cool, making Luca jump. Lunia, take the scarf back. You're cold. She waved him off stubbornly. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Luca noticed her radiant mood. Lunia, you seem extra happy today. She cleared her throat. Hey, well. My pet dragon Faye finally hatched. Luca could only smile at his friend's joy. Major moves, Lunia. That's incredible. I'm out. Later, as the sun dipped low, the fiery redhead sprinted back to her estate, charging straight into her father's private study with a frantic shout, Father, my Faye, is it finally here? A man with chestnut hair smirked, offering a sharp reminder. Lunia, we're at the academy. Address me as professor. This was Ellen Lunda, the formidable patriarch of House Lunda, one of the legendary heroic bloodlines bound by Farina's ancient oath. Ellen gave a stiff, slightly awkward nod to his daughter's outburst. It seems the sacred offspring of Farina has indeed awakened. Lunia's face lit up with pure hype. I knew it. When do I meet my partner? Her father's expression darkened. There's a massive catch, Lunia. It appears your Fae has already formed a soul link with a complete stranger. Before he could even finish the sentence, Lunia's explosive temper ignited like a powder keg at the mention of her stolen legacy. She slammed her fists onto the desk, her scream echoing through the halls. Who stole my Fae? Who dared to take what's mine? The scene shifts to Velkia, the frozen heart of Elzalvikia. Leo's squad had just stepped through the shimmering teleport gate. The Arctic air hit them like a physical blow. Carl was literally vibrating from the cold, moaning, I'd rather take a permanent nap than endure this. Professor Herod tightened his scarf, telling them to stop the whining and fall into formation. Behold the capital of Elsalvikia. Does anyone here actually know the lore? Chelsea's hand shot up with total academic energy. Velkia was founded by the legendary Fey Knight Velkia Ursar, a top-tier disciple of the Star Priestess Luna. Leo's eyes narrowed as a hidden memory surfaced. To be exact, he was a disciple of both Luna and Aaron. That provocative name Velkia is now worshipped as the ultimate symbol of the Fey Knights. Herod nodded in approval. Correct. The Ursar clan are his direct descendants and hold total authority in this realm. Suddenly, heavy footsteps crunched in the thick snow ahead, snapping everyone into high alert. Do bandits actually roam Fey territory? Carl hissed nervously. Herod shrugged. Villains exist in every Shadow Kid. It's been a while, Professor Herod, a voice called out. A stunningly handsome Fey man emerged from the blizzard, flanked by elite guards. His sheer presence was a total flashbang. The female students were instantly obsessed, their eyes practically turning into sparkling hearts. The leader stepped forward with grace. This was Lune, the official voice of Elsalvikia and the current head of the Ursar house. The lazy professor gave a casual nod. You haven't changed a bit, Lune. Nearby, Eliana was literally catching flies with her mouth open. I've definitely found my soulmate, she gasped, while even Nella tried to hide her blush behind a discreet cough. But Leo stepped in, ready to drop a massive reality check and shatter their fangirl dreams. Doesn't the age gap bother you at all? Eliana nudged him teasingly. What's the matter, class rep? You sounds a little jealous. Leo's gaze remained icy. Don't be delusional. Fae live for centuries, and their faces never age a single day. So, tell me, how many decades do you think he's actually been around? Eliana's smile instantly withered. Lune noticed the tension and smirked. What a lively group. Though the students Herod brings are usually more disciplined. Herod shook his head dismissively. They're just first years, still green and full of excuses to hide their own doubts. Basically just kids looking for any reason to question the world. Eliana stepped forward, trying to recover her cool. Sir, may I ask your name and exactly how old you are? Lune bowed with effortless charm. I am Lune Ursar, and I am 97 years old. The fire mage was instantly left speechless. Carl pushed her aside, desperate to get moving. So are you the one guiding us through this frozen hellscape? Indeed. As the head of Ursar and the spokesperson for this land, I will lead the way. Carl's soul practically left his body as he weakly shook Lune's hand. It's a total honor, sir. Herod glared at him. Carl Thomas, you and I are going to have a very long, very private chat later tonight. Time skipped forward as they arrived at their field trip lodging. To put it bluntly, the place was an absolute dumpster fire. It was a dilapidated wreck filled with cobwebs and scurrying rats. The students turned pale, groaning. We're actually staying in this dump. Leo crossed his arms, looking completely unfazed. Oh, is this not up to your high standards? I guess you'll be sleeping outside then. Eliana's eyes lit up. I knew it. You've got a secret VIP spot for us, right? But Leo just pointed to a lone, pathetic tent pitched right in the middle of the raging blizzard. Yup, right there. Want to gaze at the stars while you slowly turn into a human ice cube? Carl pivoted instantly, dragging the group inside. What are you waiting for? This place is basically a 5-star masterpiece. Look at the vintage aesthetic. Besides, one step outside, and you're a permanent snowman. Let's unpack. Speaking of which, he was currently creeping up to the second floor. The duo wore devious smirks like predators stalking their prey. Think you know the highlight of this trip, infiltrating the girls' dorm. That's the ultimate thrill we've been waiting for. But before they could climb the stairs, Chelsea's cold gaze locked onto them, unleashing her signature wind ring spell. Piercing screams filled the air. Surveying the chaos, Leo merely smirked, noting how everyone seemed to be having a blast. Maybe it's time for a look. As he swung the door open, a golden-haired Fae girl stood there waiting. Class Rep the Lord requests your presence. Following her lead, Leo was ushered straight into Loon's private office. Loon looked slightly awkward upon seeing Leo offering a sheepish welcome for the sudden unannounced summons. An urgent matter has surfaced. Can you wait? Leo shrugged. No sweat. This place is packed with treasures. Mind if I browse? Loon smiled, granting permission. Scanning the weapons lining the walls, Leo realized these weren't just gear, they were legendary ancient artifacts. His eyes locked onto a specific dagger. Urkint, he gasped, leaving Loon completely blindsided by the revelation. How do you know that name? Its secret history belongs solely to the bloodline of the Ursar house. Leo stiffened, but quickly spun a lie, claiming he'd stumbled upon the name within some dusty ancient scrolls, specifically back at the Lumine Academy library. Loon didn't blink. Makes sense. That place houses the world's secrets. Leo touched the blade, sensing the faint pulse of star power. However, this wasn't the true original weapon. Memories surged of a teammate back in the day showing him her blade. That dagger originally belonged to Lumen herself. It was gifted to her pupil, Velkia. But just before the final strike against the Tartaros nightmare, Velkia lost it. Loon finalized his work and approached Leo, his voice dropping to a low conspiratorial whisper. Urquint was our trophy from conquering Velkia's realm. Sadly, these divine relics only answer to those who seized them. He paused. Anyway, take a seat. I've heard you're crushing every class and leading the freshmen. Being the top student at Lumine is no small feat. I know it's sudden considering we just met. But could you check on my granddaughter? She's a first year over at Saren Academy and quite the prodigy. She entered with record scores, but reality hit hard. She's hit a wall and lost her spark lately. Someone like you might reignite her drive. Following the old man's lead, Leo ventured deep into the quiet hallway. Gazing at the key in his palm, he muttered, "Is handing a girl's room key to a stranger really okay?" A soft knock, and the door slid open to reveal a scene of absolute unmitigated chaos. Clothes and books were strewn everywhere. The stale, dust-choked air forced Leo into a sudden coughing fit. Looking closer, he spotted posters and photos of the legendary heroes from 5 millennia ago. It clicked. This girl was a massive, hardcore fangirl of the ancient legends. Talk about an obsessed collector, he thought. Are those Saren uniforms buried under there? Just then, a groggy, tired voice drifted from behind him. Barging into a girl's room like this. That's a bit much, don't you think? It was Irene Ursar Saren's vice rep. Recognizing Leo's face, she let out a panicked shriek that shattered the silence. She dove under the covers. Leo kept his cool. I'm Leo Plove. Your grandfather sent me to check in. Irene stayed huddled in her blanket fortress. Seeing no other way, Leo tried some flattery to break the ice. This collection rivals my own Kyle stash. Let's see how the Fae history books depict the legend. So Kyle gets credit for the Northern Beast suppression too. Honestly, your room is surprisingly organized. That did the trick. Irene peeked out from her blanket, eyes wide. You actually like Kyle. Leo ventured further in scanning the memorabilia. His eyes finally landed on the prize. Found it, he whispered. Leo grinned. The Battle of Darnos mentioned Kyle. Wasn't he just a total show-off back then? Referring to that clash where Tiberca commanded the Tartaros legions in that complex linked formation. The very moment the great heroes first stood as true brothers in arms. Irene leaned in, eyes sparkling with excitement. The site where Commander Zerga fell, Leo nodded. And where Lumine first unleashed her causality manipulation. Irene was absolutely beaming now, clutching her hands together in pure joy. Yes, exactly. That's such an obscure piece of history, even most scholars overlook it. In that fleeting moment, Leo transformed into a literal idol in Irene's eyes. She bowed, stammering an apology for her rudeness. I'm Irene Ursar. I'm totally rambling, even though we just met, aren't I? Leo held no grudges and simply flashed a smile. No problem. It's actually great to see someone still appreciates those legendary hero stories. Irene continued, this might just be my own theory, but despite history only recognizing the 4 legendary heroes, I suspect there was once a 5th. Leo nodded in agreement. As for Kyle, I'm certain he was real. I'm joining a research team to track his legacy once I return. Hearing that, Irene's face lit up instantly. That's incredible. She then lowered her head, whispering to herself about school. Leo managed to catch her quiet mumble. He noted her shy vibe but found it charming. Hey Irene, he called out, breaking the silence between them. Ever thought about going to school? She blushed, admitting she felt like Siren Academy just wasn't the right scene for her. Looking away, she added, everyone there is so intense, grinding 24/7, just to become a top-tier hero. I'm just a dreamer with some pretty wild fantasies. Suddenly, Leo spotted a specific outfit tucked inside her closet. The uniform was pristine, a clear sign she hadn't truly quit. He turned back to her with a knowing look. I'm not the only one here from El Salvia. My entire class is actually in town for a field trip. I bet they'd love to hear your story. Irene froze in place, her eyes wide with total shock. Wait, what? Rising to his feet, Leo explained that the human realm has elite hero academies, just like the prestigious Siren Academy. Irene's excitement peaked at the news. Leo headed for the exit but tossed a casual invitation over his shoulder. Swing by if you want to meet the Lumen Academy crew. As he stepped out, he found Loon lurking right there. Loon stared at Leo with desperate hope. Caught off guard by his sudden presence, the man let out a yelp. Loon leaned in close, whispering, "Did you seriously just talk to Irene to try and help her out so fast?" Leo gave a simple nod. Hearing that Loon was so overwhelmed with joy, he was practically on the verge of tears. Dabbing his eyes with a hanky, he sighed. It's been ages since she's opened up and had a real conversation. Smiling, he clapped a hand on Leo's shoulder. She trusts you. I need to reward you for this breakthrough. How about a magic artifact? It'll come in handy. Inside, Leo was hyped, though he kept his cool on the outside. He played it off, saying it'd be rude to decline. Soon they arrived at the legendary Ursar family vault. The room was overflowing with shimmering gold and priceless gems. It was a sight that would make anyone greedy. Take your pick, Loon offered. Leo stepped deeper into the vault, his eyes scanning every single treasure. His eyes suddenly locked onto a specific relic. This is the one, he thought before pointing it out. Loon stroked his chin. Ah, that gem holds ancient fairy power captured by my ancestors long ago. It's from Velkia, beautifully crafted on the outside. But before Loon could finish his lecture, Leo cut him off. It's perfect. Loon smiled, satisfied as long as his guest was happy. Staring at the jewel, Leo realized this was no imitation. A literal fairy was sealed inside. Once everyone settled in, Harold gathered the group. Listen up, I need total silence right now. Here's the plan for tomorrow. We start at 6 a.m. Sharp. No excuses. Morning sessions involve solo drills in the fairy forest, followed by live mission simulations in the afternoon. Eliana shot her hand up. Wait, haven't we done enough solo grinding back at the academy already? We have to train on a field trip too, Harold countered. We're here to fix your weaknesses. Did you think this was a vacation? He then dropped a bombshell. Their class rep had designed the entire schedule. Titan flipped out in the corner. That total jerk, Chelsea, looked just as betrayed. Why would you do this? Leo just smirked. The fairy forest is crawling with monsters. It's the perfect place for real combat. Grind until you break. First one to collapse loses. Eliana nodded, defending Leo's intense logic. To be legends, we need this. Dismissed. Savor this freedom, guys. It's the last bit of peace you'll get for a long time. Back in his quarters, Leo gripped the mysterious gem. He locked eyes with the stone and whispered, "The Fairy King's seal." No wonder Luna Ursar mistook this masterpiece for a common statue. Since the Great Calamity, the Covenant Keepers vanished. This legendary magic hasn't been seen for generations. But Leo recognized it instantly. This was Silrod's signature. He channeled a surge of golden mana into the core. Holding it close, he realized the moment had come. Time to invoke the Fairy King's ancient oath. Raw power flooded the jewel. After drinking in the mana, hairline fractures began spiderwebbing across the surface. Piercing light erupted from the cracks, turning the midnight room into a blinding, incandescent sun. In the center stood a tiny spirit landing on Leo's palm. "Father," he whispered, "the seal is gone." The spirit blinked in confusion. "Wait, why is there a human here? This is definitely weird." Leo leaned in. "Who are you?" The spirit's face flushed red with fury. "Who are you calling you, mortal?" He puffed his chest out with pride. "I am the firstborn of the great golden king Silrod. Crown Prince of the Monarchs, you're looking at Silver Fairy Curran." Then, the grumbling started. Leo didn't care. He delivered a savage forehead flick, sending the little prince into a painful tailspin. Curran nursed, his head fuming. "Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, Leo's eyes went cold and terrifying. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Even your father showed respect. Know your place, you brat." "Blasphemy! You dare mock King," Silrod Curran screamed. Thwack! Another brutal flick silenced the prince instantly. "You insolent human!" Curran shrieked. One more flick later and the fairy was losing his damn mind. 15 minutes of flicking later, Curran was finally humbled. "No way," he stammered. "This is impossible. Are you really the one my father swore an oath to?" Leo casually blew on his finger. "Apparently, the seal's gone, so quit stalling." Curran sighed. "Actually, a covenant with you might not be terrible. A deal with a lowly human could work." Leo pressed a finger to Curran's forehead, eyes narrowing. "Your dad was kind enough to seal your wings. You must have been a real nightmare, Prince Curran." Stunned, Curran rubbed his chin. "You know about that. Damn, you really are the chosen one." Leo let out a heavy sigh. "Fine. Head back to the fairy realm and bring Silrod here." Curran crossed his arms, frustrated. I can't. I need all 6 wings back before I can return home. Where's the first one then? Curran nodded. In the ancient fairy forest. Our lost homeland. Leo smirked. Fate really had delivered Silrod's own kid right to his doorstep. When Curran tried to act bossy, Leo flicked him again. Don't you dare get cheeky with me. Fast forward a few days, the squad trekked into the snow-covered fairy forest for some serious training. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight, but Instructor Harry kept his cool like it was nothing special. There was. Chelsea slumped on the ground. No way, she whined. They won using just wind magic. A hand suddenly extended toward her, making her face heat up. It was Leo, smiling warmly. Looks like you're up for training too. Rewinding a bit, Eliana approached Leo with a serious look. Prez, you said, my blade and mana aren't in sync. So what's my deal then? She balled her fists, struggling with frustration. Is that why you're giving me this private lesson? Leo stayed silent, shifting his gaze. Nearby, both Curran and Tide flinched under his heavy stare. Tide sighed, my summoning control sucks. Curran barked, hey, alchemy is literally the only thing I'm good at. I proved that during the exam, right, Leo? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. I'm not exactly a pro with wind magic, a voice chimed in. Leo turned to see Chelsea standing there. She gripped her staff tightly. So show me what you got. Leo offered a faint, confident smirk. He tucked a hand in his pocket, acting cool. All right. Chelsea watched him, her mind racing. This guy always shatters my expectations. What other secrets is he hiding under that smug face? Her eyes narrowed. No warm-ups, let's go. She swung her staff, conjuring a massive violent vortex. Leo didn't even blink. He simply whispered, Tempest. He thrust his palm forward, conjuring a gale to rival Chelsea's. The twin vortices collided with a violent roar. A high-pitched shriek erupted, forcing the onlookers to flinch as they watched the intense duel unfold. Shielding her eyes from the blast, Eliana cried out. Wasn't speed supposed to be Chelsea's ultimate specialty? Leo counterattacked with blinding speed. Without skipping a beat, Chelsea screamed Chain Gale, unleash it now. Wind blades lunged at Leo from behind. He remained cold. Chelsea, I've told you this before. Wind magic isn't meant for that. Instantly, crimson winds swirled around him, swallowing Chelsea's attack whole. Her chains shattered against Leo's tempest. Before she could even blink, he signaled toward the heavens. A wind arrow formed instantly, shooting straight at Chelsea and leaving her completely shell-shocked. The entire forest shuddered from the impact. As the dust settled, tiny snowflakes drifted onto a stunned Chelsea. Leo's blade was now pressed to her throat. She scowled, looking up at him as he radiated absolute confidence. The massive power gap was undeniable. After a silent stare, she whispered his words back to herself. Is this what real wind magic looks like? Leo didn't hesitate, reaching down to pull his rival up. Our class Prez is a total monster, Eliana sighed. Carr added Chelsea lost at her own game. Harry noted Chelsea's talent is top tier, but the real difference lies in their fundamental understanding. Application is everything. Leveling up unlocks skills, but you must master the power you already possess. Harold continued his lecture as Chelsea stood by Leo, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment. Master the basics under the president's wing. Good luck with this afternoon's mission. You'll definitely need it. The group groaned in mock annoyance. Shivering from the cold, their stomachs growled for a hot meal. Meanwhile, Leo ventured deeper into the woods alone. His objective: harvest rare medicinal herbs for his mission. Gasping for air, Carr clutched his stomach and pleaded, Please, I'll train later. I'm gonna barf. Leo smirked. Finally, they're moving. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cut through the air. Leo, look. Check out my haul, see. It was Curran, the fairy boy, assisting Leo. Leo smiled, clearly impressed. Truly fairy-like, Leo praised. Curran beamed with pride. Hey, I'm no ordinary fairy, you know. Stashing the herbs in a pocket dimension, Leo turned serious. Time to fully investigate this fairy forest. Curran nodded softly. At last. My long journey to reclaim my lost wings begins right here. The duo pressed deeper into the overgrowth together. Suddenly, Leo halted, his instincts on high alert. Why the sudden stop? Curran asked. Leo turned back calmly. When exactly were you exiled? Curran thought Hogo. Maybe a century ago. Leo stared at the invisible wall, shimmering before them. Look closely, this is an illusion, Leo warned. Curran gasped. Is this the Fairy King's magic? It doesn't feel like my father's spell, Curran noted. Leo realized it was his father Silrod's magic groin, the Cataclysm Fairy. Based on the timing, this incantation had been active for exactly 100 years. The barrier was powered by Curran's own wings, an ancient seal fueled by the prince's stolen power. Something vital was hidden inside. Suddenly, a pair of frost-covered feet stepped out from the veil. A hollow voice echoed, a human. In the fairy realm, Leo didn't even flinch at the intruder. I could say the same about an immortal skeleton showing up here, Leo countered coolly. Tartarus Curran hissed at the undead. This is our sanctuary. Scram with that nonsense. The skeleton scoffed. A fairy. You, a lowly brat like you, dares use that title. What was that? Curran roared. Azure energy flared as he lunged forward, fists clenched in rage. The skeleton didn't move, acting as if the boy was nothing. Then a punch landed squarely. Its rib cage shattered instantly. The undead frame collapsed into a pile of dry bones. Curran smirked. Big talk for a weakling, Leo teased, charging in like a thug. Real fairy-like, of you, Curran. Curran shrugged, stretching his limbs. Whatever works. Besides, fairy and immortal powers are total opposites. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. The shattered immortal was gradually knitting its broken body back together. It hissed, I see. You are a fairy, albeit a pathetic one. A rotten stench filled the air. Curran gagged. Gross. You're stubborn, and you stink like you haven't bathed in 1,000 years. The immortal gripped his blade, radiating a colossal aura. Curran didn't flinch, lunging back into the fray. I'll grind you to dust, he roared. As he closed in, Leo's eyes went wide. Curran, look out. Move, the immortal barked, slamming his sword down. Violent crimson mana erupted from the cracked earth. Faced with the lethal barrier, Curran gasped. He pivoted instantly, desperately dodging the incoming strike. He slammed into Leo, groaning, "What gives, man?" But Leo didn't even blink. He was locked in. Hoisting Curran up, Leo muttered, "That's an ancient horror from the depths of Tartaros. A true nightmare." "A death knight," he warned. The skeleton hissed, "I am Karger, loyal blade of the Lich King." He swung his jagged blade, blitzing toward Leo. Leo unsheathed his steel, meeting the strike head-on. Karger unleashed a relentless barrage. "I am the herald of your end," he growled in a haunting bass. His words were cold as ice, dripping with bloodlust. Leo stared up, his pulse drumming against his ribs. Before Leo could inhale, Karger brought down a crushing blow. A strike like heaven itself was falling. The raw pressure shredded the air. Steely-eyed Leo conjured a shimmering azure shield to tank the hit. The impact forced a stagger. His legs buckled, boots scraping the ground as he was pushed back. Sweat drenched his forehead as he braced. Karger approached, a wicked skeletal grin pulling at his face. His gaze cut like a razor. "Impressive," he sneered. "Manifesting holy light that quickly, not bad at all." But not enough. He tightened his grip and lunged at Leo like a lethal bone-white hurricane. Battle frenzy burned in Karger's sockets. He closed the gap, swinging his blade in a massive sweeping arc. Leo was running on fumes. He barely managed to raise his sword, his movements heavy and dangerously slow. Both warriors growled, blades locked in a lethal stalemate. Then Karger let out a chilling, arrogant laugh. "Your struggle is pathetic." Seeing Leo falter, Curran bolted forward, launching a desperate surprise attack. Fueled by pure loyalty, he screamed, "Hang on, Leo." He brought his weapon down on Karger's flank, but the undead's bones were like iron. Curran hit the dirt, clutching his throbbing head in agony. "I tried," he groaned. "Man, I wish I had wings." Despite the exhaustion, Leo's eyes blazed with fury. He chanted in a low, resonant voice, "By the ancient covenant, I command you, answer my call." Blinding sparks exploded from his skin. The sheer force sent Karger reeling back, his armor clattering. As the spell finished, Leo's body ignited. Hellish embers spiraled upward as a majestic power awakened. Blazing phoenix wings erupted from his back, the heat warping the very air. He gripped his sword tight. He stared Karger down with icy resolve. The knight stammered in shock. What is this power?" Curran gawked from the mud. "No way. There's another covenant bearer besides me," he whispered in disbelief. Leo unleashed a devastating slash. The mana morphed into a soaring phoenix of flame, screaming toward Karger. The fire hit like a nuke. A colossal explosion tore through the undead, literally splitting Karger in half. From the ashes, a tiny phoenix fluttered out. It perched on Leo's shoulder, chirping like a harmless chick. Curran scrambled over, eyes wide. "Is that really a phoenix?" The little bird gave him a side-eye. It looked at him with pure disdain, leaving Curran scratching his head. But Karger wasn't finished yet. He snarled, "A phoenix and a fairy, you're dead." He plunged his cursed blade into the earth. Crimson blood flooded the ground. "Legion of Death, rise. Consume every living soul in your path." The skeletons hissed in unison, a tide of bone rushing forward. Leo watched them, his brow furrowing. An endless undead summon. Behind him, Curran panicked. "Wait, tell me you're not out of juice." Leo just flashed a cocky smirk. His eyes sparkled with a confidence that defied the situation. "Not even close," he barked. Stepping forward, he whispered, "Time to test Kyle's mana, after all this time." He channeled a massive surge through his palms. The earth groaned as he unleashed a violent earthquake skill. The ground shattered, swallowing the skeletal horde whole. Karger stared, his jaw dropped in absolute shock. Seizing the opening, Leo rocketed toward his foe. He swung his blade with lethal pinpoint precision. A whirlwind of steel erupted, clearing the undead like dry leaves. Leo carved a path through the monsters. Karger roared in fury, "Stand still. If you're a true knight, face me with some damn honor." Gripping his hilt, Leo stepped into the cold. Calling on thralls while preaching honor, he mocked. Power surged as he vaulted over the undead swarm. Karger roared falsely, thinking it was a retreat. Amidst the chaos, Leo whispered gently to Karen, "Stop fighting." Both of you head inside now. After a quick dash, Leo finally paused to catch his breath. This should be far enough, he muttered. Suddenly, heavy thuds vibrated through the air. A lone undead appeared snarling through its rotted teeth. Leo unsheathed his blade instantly. One swift arc and the stray monster was reduced to bloody dust. Suddenly, a cold blade whistled toward his neck. Are you the master of these ghouls, human? No, I am a student under Lumen, Leo snapped back. I have no ties to these corpses. Recognizing the Saren Academy uniform, Leo tried to explain, but the assailant lunged with a war cry. Cut the lies, necromancer, the boy yelled. Leo danced around the strike with effortless, lethal grace. With a sharp thud, Leo's pommel buried into the man's gut, leaving him gasping in agony. That is quite enough, a melodic voice drifted from the shadows. A red-haired girl emerged, gaze sincere. Forgive his brashness. I am Lunia El Lunda, a Saren first year. We are not all this hot-headed. Leo gave a curt nod. Apology taken. What brings Saren's elite to the Berkia forest outskirts? Field maneuvers, she explained. Leo turned to leave. Understood. I have a report for my professor. As he vanished, Lunia whispered a soft blessing. May the spirits of Berkia guide your path. Leo frowned, racking his brain as he walked. Lunia El Lunda. Where have I heard that name? Meanwhile, Lunia was tearing into the trainee. You are the worst. Stop embarrassing us with your stupidity. Such chaos was typical for Berkia. Later, Leo and Professor Herod stood before the high-ranking loon. They discussed the Death Knight. Could ancient tragedies be resurfacing within the sanctuary's holy grounds? The corruption is faint, Herod argued, and Leo is not one to spin tall tales. Ignorance can be just as deceptive as a lie, Loon countered. Just then, a new figure entered. Heridium Wintle, the elite teacher from Saren, walked in with a condescending smirk on his face. A mere freshman claims to have survived a Death Knight. It was surely just a skeleton knight. He eyed Leo with pure skepticism. No beginner could ever walk away from a true Death Knight. Turning to Herod, he scoffed. Do you actually buy this fantasy? Herod did not hesitate. Absolutely. He represents our entire faculty, Herod added. Heridium's eyes narrowed, sensing a chance to broaden perspectives. If he is so gifted, let us see it. I propose a joint session between our classes. Night fell over the marble palace. A glittering gala was in full swing, filled with luxury. Karen and Chelsea entered eyes wide at the opulence. Unreal, this school is literally dripping in gold. Chelsea gripped his arm. It is like a royal banquet, Eliana giggled, excited for the exchange. Tomorrow we see how Saren really operates, Nella whispered, her voice buzzing with pure anticipation. At the high table, the professors locked eyes. Leo watched them, sensing the joint class proposal. He had to witness the truth himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Have we not met? Leo turned to find Lunia approaching with a smile. Care for a dance under these dreamlike lights? Beneath the shimmering chandeliers they glided. Do you know the elf steps? She wondered softly. Leo nodded. An old lesson. Lunia blushed, realizing she still did not even know his name. Who are you? She asked. Leo smiled. I am Leo Plove, but you can call me Leo. At that name, Lunia froze instantly. Suddenly she lunged, grabbing his collar with trembling, violent fury. You are the thief who stole my bond. Her abrupt, angry outburst left Leo completely speechless. Lunia leaned in, snarling, I will kill you. Leo's heart constricted, remembering Fiora's mother's tearful regret. Lunia was the original bearer, the one who saved El Lunda. He felt a wave of guilt. A cold realization washed over Leo like an icy gale. He was holding what belonged to her. This girl standing before him with burning eyes was the original master of Fiora's sacred bond. You despicable thief, Lunia spat her rage, threatening to set the entire marble hall ablaze. Leo locked eyes with her, letting out a faint sigh before flashing a gentle smirk. Fiora's safe, he murmured, those sudden words hitting Rena like an icy wave. Shock widened her gaze, but she quickly gritted her teeth as fury reignited in her chest. Just drop dead, she shrieked, blurring toward Leo with lethal velocity, while the crowd stood paralyzed by the sudden outburst. Moments later, within a grand chamber, a thick silence lingered. Leo paced beside Professor Harry as Lunia lowered her gaze, her voice quivering with every word. My apologies, Leo. Spare some grace for my earlier behavior. While she sounded genuine, her white-knuckled fists betrayed the resentment simmering beneath. Leo offered a soft grin. Think nothing of it. Yet internally he mused how draining this charade must be for her. Once the chaos died down, Heridium declared that the confusion had finally been resolved. We're heading out, he stated before the pair exited. Adjusting his spectacles, he fixed a cold, sharp gaze on Lunia. Lunia, avoid a second blunder. Never forget your duty as Saren's freshman representative. Lunia's face clouded over. With a stiff nod, she breathed. Understood. Undeterred, Heridium pressed on with iron resolve. We'll demonstrate our true might in tomorrow's combined session. Gripping her shoulder, his eyes blazed with a fierce conviction that Saren would eclipse Lumen. Then erupting into a boisterous laugh, he added, No, all the hero academies combined. That intense energy made Lunia shake, though not from terror but from a fresh surge of rage. She sneered internally. If these Lumen peasants lack bread, then they can choke on cake. Following his dramatic proclamation, Heridium rubbed his chin, questioning if he was being too demanding. Clearing his throat, he started, now moving forward, cutting him off as she slammed her fists together. I refuse to be humiliated by that brat again, she roared. I'll dismantle him for Saren's glory. Her volatile intensity shook Heridium, a flicker of dread visible in his eyes at her raw wrath. The following day, a massive auditorium became a battlefield of stairs as students from both schools squared off. Anticipation electrified the room. Standing tall at the lectern, Professor Harry spoke warmly. It is an honor to welcome the Saren freshmen. I'm Professor Harry from Lumen. Today we'll dive into a signature Lumen-style workshop, sending a ripple through the Saren ranks. Their eyes gleamed with curiosity as Harry called out Eliana, Carl, and Tide. Front and center, you're leading today. The trio froze completely, blindsided by the sudden spotlight. Harry smiled, as Lumen's elite show them exactly what our training produces. That sugar-coated flattery made the trio flush their expressions, brimming with newfound pride. From her seat beside Leo, Chelsea chirped, "Oh look, he grabbed a representative from every major." Leo squinted, suspecting the professor was just being lazy with random selections. Then the fireworks began. Eliana unleashed a torrent of fire-vibrant embers pirouetting through the air. Meanwhile, Carl bent metal to his will, weaving complex structures in seconds. Tide then conjured eldritch beasts that left the entire room breathless. Students scrambled to jot down notes in a frenzy of excitement. Heridium watched with folded arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I could revolutionize this entire method, he mused, though his brow twitched as he looked at Leo. Oddly, the class rep was missing. Leo stayed in his own world, dazed while remembering Carl's flying chair. Directly across Lunia, pierced him with a lethal icy stare. Hyped by her team's showing, Chelsea hollered, "Crushed it, guys." The trio took their bows and retreated. Following Lumen's display, Heridium approached the podium with words of approval. Quite the fascinating exhibition from Lumen. It's obvious you've all cultivated impressive expertise in your chosen paths. Grabbing a piece of chalk, he sketched out various elemental seals on the chalkboard. See, Saren Academy operates on a different frequency. Every student here masters magic as their core foundation, prioritizing a versatile combat style over niche specialization. Leo watched from his seat, scowling at the explanation. To him, versatile just sounded like a fancy word for average. They covered everything, but it felt like empty flash. He released a massive, bored yawn, making everyone nearby jump in surprise. Heridium pivoted and kept talking. And that concludes our core thesis. He shot a look at Leo, wondering, why is this kid acting so smug? Claiming he fought a death knight when his grades are trash. His voice boomed, "That's enough lecturing." Raising his palm, a shimmering golden crystal materialized before his chest. "Behold, the true heart of Saren. We are born of mana," he proclaimed. Flooding the gem with energy, he launched it skyward where it shattered into 1,000 shards. They bathed the entire hall in a blinding radiance, forcing a collective gasp from the crowd. This is spirit art, the ancient magic of the ancestors. Witness our legacy, star spirit magic. He gestured toward the board. This ancient formula is Goddess Luna's greatest legacy, the bedrock of all spirit art. Modern spells are just pale imitations of this origin, right? A lone hand suddenly shot up from the back. It was Leo. Heridium's gaze landed on the class president, who offered a nonchalant smile, seemingly bored. Then he dropped a bombshell. That explanation is completely flawed. His words left Herod and Lunia paralyzed. Every eye locked onto him. Heridium scowled, demanding to know why Leo claimed the magic wouldn't activate. Gasps rippled through the classroom. Heridium scoffed, insisting the spell was merely an incomplete relic of history. He argued scholars restored it perfectly, but Leo knew the truth, the core essence was still missing. The professor had no clue Luna crafted this unique magic specifically for her beloved companion Kyle. Heridium's eyes turned icy. "Since you're such an expert, why don't you show us your superior method?" Sensing a total disaster, Herod sighed and prepared to step in, but Leo moved with absolute resolve. He marched toward the podium, thinking to himself that this so-called ancient magic was a joke. While they studied copies, he held the true essence Luna gave him before his previous life ended. Perhaps destiny brought them here. Herod watched sweating, knowing spirit arts were the pride of ancients. One wrong move could ignite a diplomatic disaster. Leo ignored the stakes and approached the workstation. His fingers danced, manipulating mana with surgical precision. Students whispered, baffled by the mysterious unseen formula. It looked like spirit art, yet felt completely different. "I'm finished, sir," Leo announced with cool confidence. As the mana pulsed flawlessly, Heridium's composure shattered. Tears blurred his vision as his entire body trembled. "What is this miracle?" he gasped. In a flash, we see the past, Kyle asking Luna that same question. Luna beamed with pride, declaring she'd finally perfected a special technique just for Kyle's eyes only. It was the blooming transference. Suddenly, a radiant golden blossom manifested in Leo's palm, glowing divinely. The spectacle left the entire class paralyzed in awe. Below them, Eliana couldn't suppress her pure excitement. She cheered loudly, shouting that their president had just pulled off something legendary. Beside her, Nella smiled. Nella nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with pride. Meanwhile, Lunia stared in pure hateful disbelief. Her mind raced. What was happening? Why was the elite Professor Heridium suddenly having a total meltdown? She watched him fall to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he stared in absolute reverence. This is exquisite, he choked out. How many elemental layers are hidden within this one single spell? Is it really just for growing flowers? Leo stood tall, his confidence radiating as he began explaining. It's far deeper. During the Great Calamity, flowers were extinct. To the Founder Nebula, they were everything. A heavy silence fell. Leo remembered Kyle touching a similar golden glow, questioning its actual combat use. It's useless for fighting, isn't it? He'd asked. But Luna only smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars. She dreamt of a world blooming again. Back in reality, Heridium remained mesmerized by the glowing masterpiece. The Founder's truth is right here, he whispered. Then he snapped back, demanding to know Leo's true identity. Leo leaned in close, whispering his name into the stunned professor's ear with a calm, smooth warmth. I'm Leo Plow, a self-taught mage who decoded the essence of magic through ancient forgotten scrolls. I simply study everything and have a natural knack for it. Heridium could only stare in pure shock. Are you sure you aren't related to the elves? He stammered. Leo just gave a mysterious knowing grin. Professor Herod stepped forward, clearing his throat awkwardly as he signaled the end of the shocking lesson. My student clearly took this win. Let's keep this quiet for now, he added, with a serious look. Heridium, still reeling, admitted he might have been too arrogant. But then he grabbed Herod's hand with desperation. Can we negotiate? He pleaded. I need to transfer this student to my academy immediately. What Herod shouted. As they headed back later, the atmosphere was more electric than it had ever been. Professor Herod, maybe I was reaching, he stammered. Suddenly, he invaded the man's space. Seizing Herod's hand with wild energy, he pleaded, could we negotiate Leo's transfer to our academy? This curveball left Professor Herod totally floored. Who gasped, huh? Later, the squad headed back, the vibes more electric than ever before. Eliana and Chelsea, a duo of pure energy, debuted their culinary creations. Chelsea, grinning ear to ear, unveiled a pot of mysterious purple fish. A pungent odor so intense it cleared the room, erupted as she proudly announced the specialty of Llewellyn. Refusing to be eclipsed, Eliana presented a bizarre-looking salad shrouded in mystery, greeting everyone with a radiant, chirpy smile. She claimed only one soul would survive her lethal risotto. Witnessing the culinary chaos, Leo, Tide, and Nella felt pure dread. Their faces twisted in panic. Leo's voice trembled as he muttered to Tide that this was the Lumen Branch's worst nightmare. Tide's face turned ghostly pale. He wondered if any alternatives existed while Nella stood behind them, visibly distressed. Frowning, she softly mentioned having some leftover elf bread. But before the group could even blink, action struck. Eliana moved with lightning speed, shoving a massive spoonful into Car's mouth with a dazzling, terrifyingly bright expression. As he swallowed, Car's body shook violently. Sweat poured off him like a waterfall, while his eyes widened in sheer panic. Seeing his resistance, Eliana's brow furrowed. She snapped at the idiot for hesitating. Meanwhile, from a distance, the elderly loon watched. He let out a hearty laugh at the students' chaotic energy, enjoying their happiness. Beside him, Professor Herod looked confused. Scratching his head, the professor whispered a question about the class president. Understanding the cue, Leo immediately faced the crowd. Just as Leo prepared to depart, Loon's voice cut through the air. Wait, he commanded, his tone suddenly turning sharp and serious. He informed them that the El Solvicia Assembly had finalized a grave decision concerning the shadowy Death Knight orders. The news made Leo's heart skip a beat. Loon continued, confirming that multiple wraiths had been detected in the region. Death Knight signatures were appearing within the fairy forest. Consequently, the Lumen and Saren academies must now join forces. Their mission is to investigate the forest's anomalies, though the lack of experience among first-year students makes this incredibly perilous. Behind the door, Eliana, Chelsea, and Nella overheard the news. Instead of fear, their faces flushed with pure excitement. Their eyes shimmered with a thrill so intense they looked ready to burst. Inside the room, Loon's explanation continued. He proposed that Saren's first-year elites should accompany them on the mission. Without a second of doubt, Leo questioned the motive. Did the High Council travel this far just for a simple request? Loon shook his head, his smile becoming enigmatic. He admitted he actually came for Leo himself. Right then, Irene peered through the door with a shy, hesitant gaze. Her face glowed a soft crimson. Spotting her, Leo stepped toward the exit, greeting her with a warm, welcoming smile. He asked how she had been. Stuttering, Irene explained she took this chance because she promised to visit. Chelsea noticed her instantly. Declaring Irene was absolutely precious, the girls swarmed her. Chelsea excitedly demanded to know her name and background. She asked why Iron missed the exchange event, while Ileana looked at Leo, wondering how they even knew each other. Nella simply watched with a gentle smile, calling her adorable. The overwhelming attention caused Iron's face to burn bright red. She felt like she might turn to stone as her head spun from the endless questions. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Mumbling a quick apology, she bolted upstairs, leaving Chelsea and Eliana completely stunned. Chelsea wondered if they had offended her. Eliana tilted her head, questioning if she was just extremely introverted. Watching this, Loon turned to Leo with a hushed voice. "I'm putting my trust in you," he said. Leo nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the balcony where Iron sat alone. Suddenly, a warm coat settled over her shoulders, startling her. Leo stood there, his smile as comforting as the midday sun. Irene shyly asked if he was cold, but he confidently brushed it off. Then his voice dropped to a soft, serious tone. He asked why she had truly abandoned Saren Academy. The question hit home, making Iron's eyes turn distant and somber. She whispered that she simply wasn't hero material. Surprised by her lack of self-worth, Leo asked her to explain why. In a voice thick with emotion, she described how Saren had overwhelmed her. She mentioned Lunia, a girl who radiated sunshine. Lunia was the perfect hero, kind, brave, and brilliant. Irene had spent her life trying to walk in her footsteps. She pushed herself to join the advanced class, but during the crucial evaluation, she committed a catastrophic blunder. She was certain Lunia would despise her for it. Leo listened in a thoughtful silence, looking at the fragile girl before him. He told her she wasn't someone to be hated, and Lunia wasn't the type to hold a grudge over something small. He asked if she enjoyed the legends of Verkia. Iron's eyes sparkled with life as she nodded enthusiastically at the mention. She confirmed it was the story of their ancestors. Leo's voice remained warm as he reminded her of a key detail. Verkia became a legend by following those she admired. He told Iren to ignore the judgment and walk her own path. His words struck a chord, and Iren's face lit up with newfound hope. Leo gently reached out his hand to her. He invited her down, promising his class was full of joy. The next day, both classes moved out under their professors. Blanketed in snow, Lunia flames licking the air curiously questioned Leo. "How'd you flip?" Iron Leo smirked. "I just told her you weren't a monster." Lunia gaped. "Scared." "Of me," Leo shrugged. "She thought you were a total nightmare. Blame that evaluation match. She thought you hated her guts." Lunia went quiet. "Iron's just a beast I had to lock in." Leo grinned. "Protect her." Professor Heridium peered out, shouting, "Finally, the squad is here," as students emerged. Leading them was the third-year ace Lauder Algra, stepping up to greet Heridium. "Lauder, that thesis was fire," Heridium beamed. Leo noticed Lauder's suspicious ring. "Who's the main character?" Leo whispered. Lunia replied, "Lauder, the legendary third-year rep. He was a total sleeper until year 2, then suddenly evolved into a beast." "Sudden power spike," Leo mused. Heridium then gathered everyone for the mission briefing. "Group mission time. Each squad gets first years, led by one elite senior," Heridium announced. Group 1, Leo Lunia Lauder. Hearing that, Leo felt a cold shiver. Rigged. Leo navigated the thick brush, ancient trees swallowing the sun as they pushed deeper, eyes scanning every shadow he moved like a predator through the eerie, silent woods. Bad vibes were creeping in. While Leo stayed frosty, Lunia was visibly malting. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Seriously, this is actually the worst." She remembered Heridium's petty insults, praying they wouldn't fail. Rage burned inside her. Glaring at Leo, she barked, "Why am I stuck with a low-life thief?" Leo didn't flinch, a cocky smirk dancing on his lips. Still with the labels. "You're obsessed," he teased. Lunia's face turned scarlet, her fists trembling with fury. "In your dreams, I'll never accept you as Fiora's contractor," Leo just shrugged. "It's for your own good," he murmured, leaving a flustered Lunia dead in her tracks. "Let's check the map." Various survey teams were scattered across the frozen forest. Leo's squad went deep, while Chelsea hit the humid giant octopus habitat. Eliana's team hunted rare herbs. Nella's squad guarded the ancient towering yew trees. Tide held the entrance. Scanning the area, Lunia realized a teammate had vanished. She frowned. "Hey, where'd the senior go? We're supposed to stick together." Leo dropped low, his fingers brushing the frozen earth, searching for a hidden truth. He recalled Lauder's excuse, "I'll scout ahead, catch me in the forest center." Suddenly, his hand tingled. Strange purple mana was bleeding through the thick snow. A menacing ancient power radiated upwards. Behind him, Lunia was still completely clueless. "Where are the immortals?" she puzzled. "Last time they were everywhere." Leo narrowed his eyes. "Looks the same, but look closer. Something's off." He remembered hitting an invisible wall earlier. Curran had whispered, "This is Fey magic. It's a fake, an illusion, but not like my father's." Leo sensed a dark anomaly. A curse of death was rotting the land. Something foul and ancient had awakened. Only a survivor of the Great Calamity would recognize this stench of Tartarus. But the loyal commander wouldn't move alone. This was something much bigger. Karger was the real threat. Suddenly, Leo bolted upright, his senses screaming. Something's here, he growled. In Silrod's protected lands, Lunia watched him puzzled. What? You sensing something? Before he answered, heavy footsteps crunched the snow. Heads up, he roared, unsheathing his blade as adrenaline surged through his veins. He braced for impact, but a smooth, familiar voice suddenly shattered the silence. Progress report Lauder stepped from the gloom wearing that same friendly mask. Leo and Lunia, gasped Senior Lothar. He strolled closer, a chill-inducing grin plastered on his face. Any undead sightings, he prodded. Lunia exhaled, her tension melting. No, you totally spooked me. They'd found nothing. Leo clicked his blade home, tracking Lothar's every move before offering a handshake. Contact. An eerie cold pulse radiated from the obsidian band on the senior's finger. That ring. Leo's mind raced, but Lothar cut him off instantly. Don't overthink it. With a cryptic smirk, Lothar claimed, no immortals here, let alone death knights. But nice effort. Freshmen are always so restless, he sighed. Don't you know the rules of high-tier undead? Creatures like death knights vanish the moment their summoner runs low on mana, meaning a death knight equals a hidden demon summoner. Lunia's brow furrowed in confusion. Demons here. In the heart of the capital, Lothar leaned in, wagging a finger mockingly. You're Saren students. Surely you know the celestial barriers protecting the city. Lunia nodded. Grandmaster Luna's magic. It's demon-proof. Leo's voice suddenly cut through the air. Summoners don't just use demons. Other entities like corrupted fairies wield dark power too. Silence fell. Lothar's lips curled into a sharp, knowing grin at Leo's deduction. Bold theory. You clearly underestimate the Alliance's pride. He turned his coat, fluttering. Finish up and meet at the gate. Leo watched him go, eyes narrowing with suspicion. He's hunting for something, Leo muttered. Beside him, Lunia felt the same unsettling vibe. Later at the dorms, bathed in dim amber light, the air was thick with unease. No sign of the Death Knight on your end either, Tide asked, breaking the silence. Carr slumped back, looking bored out of his mind. Forget the night we found 0 undead. Bam Chelsea slammed the table, her eyes practically sparking with chaotic energy. That's super sus, she barked. The president reported them, but they just, poof, gone. Carr just smirked, waving her off. Whatever. I'm hitting the sack. I'm drained. Chelsea wasn't having it. She lunged, snagging his tie and yanking him back. Wait up. Meanwhile, Leo had already vaulted out his window, landing as silently as a shadow. He ghosted toward the Saren Academy Hotel, the moonlight painting the walls in silver. He slipped inside a room, his gaze locking onto a notebook sitting on Lothar's desk. So he really did sneak out, Leo whispered, his eyes snagging a map nearby. A crimson circle marked the forbidden entrance to the Fey lands. Well, this is interesting. What the heck are you doing? Lunia's voice hissed from behind, startling the life out of him. Leo pivoted instantly, slamming his hand over her mouth to muffle her shout. Zip it, he hissed. Once her panic subsided, she glared at him, clearly fuming. I knew you were acting shady. What's the plan here, Leo? He lowered his voice. I followed Lothar, but he's already gone, likely heading straight for the Fey forest. Suddenly, heavy boots echoed in the hall. I thought you said he was asleep, a voice growled. Their eyes locked pure adrenaline. They were about to get busted. Leo didn't hesitate. He scooped Lunia up and launched them both out the window. Across the way, Irene was reading when the commotion outside broke her concentration. She rushed to the glass and froze. There was Leo carrying Lunia in a bridle hold. Wait, Leo and Lunia. Her heart skipped as the book slipped from her trembling fingers. Her mind went into overdrive, imagining a cinematic protective Leo gazing into Lunia's eyes. Let's face the danger together, her fantasy Leo whispered, as they shared a romantic moment. Irene's face turned bright red. A secret forest date. Meanwhile, the real duo entered the woods. The air turned biting cold. Lunia trailed behind, shooting daggers at Leo's back. Done following me. Go back to bed, Leo snapped, annoyed. Do you seriously think Lothar is the culprit? He'd only shown up this morning while that Death Knight was discovered days ago, just as she tried to explain. A sharp voice pierced the air. Stop, panting heavily. Iron skidded to a halt before them, lungs burning. Lunia blinked in shock. Iron, how did you get here? The girl's face turned a deep, embarrassed crimson. Clenching her fists, she shrieked, good grief. Students must avoid these scandalous and improper romantic entanglements. Genders should be kept apart from age 3. Lunia stood frozen, totally baffled, while Leo looked just as flustered. Massaging his temples, Leo groaned, what are you even saying? But Iron wouldn't budge. I witnessed everything, sneaking into dorms. Though it's weird. Lunia is a goddess and Leo is top-tier handsome. Her sudden pivot left Lunia speechless. Lunia's face was practically radiating steam. Leo, trying to keep his cool, nudged her. Lunia, help me out here. She tripped over her words, eyes darting away. No, it's not what you think. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere shifted. Leo sensed a bone-chilling gust from beneath their feet. A rotted immortal hand erupted from the soil, followed by corpses. Their eyes burned with a sinister red glow. The undead Leo roared, unsheathing his blade, and bracing for impact. From the dark woods, a hollow voice echoed, Welcome to the Fey Woods. As skeletons clawed from the dirt, their gazes glowing like dying embers, the group snapped into combat mode. Leo's knuckles whitened around his hilt. His blade shimmered under the pale moon as he scanned the tree line. These are all high-tier skeletal soldiers. His voice boomed with authority. Beside him, Lunia's grip tightened so hard her skin turned a ghostly white. With her jaw set tight, she turned to Leo, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Where did these things come from? Leo threw a side eye toward Lunia, a spark of defiance in his gaze. You ready for this? He challenged. Without missing a beat, Lunia locked her stance, her boots digging firmly into the frosted, frozen earth. She slammed her hand down, tracing glowing patterns into the soil. A massive magic circle flared to life, radiating a deep scarlet as hellfire surged upward to pierce the dark. Lunia smirked with pure fiery confidence. Pride danced in her eyes. Bet on it, she snapped, her voice sounding like sharpened, tempered steel. With a grand gesture, she unleashed the fire octet. A monstrous pillar of flame roared toward the skeletal ranks, like a hungry fire dragon. In a heartbeat, the inferno consumed the monsters, leaving nothing but drifting ash. Keeping the flames alive with one hand, she flashed Leo a smug grin. How's that for a show? Leo started to smirk back, but Iron's scream cut him off. Lunia, watch out, the warning jolted him. He whipped around just as a skeleton with a jagged blade lunged for Lunia's blind spot. But Iron was faster, slamming her shield down to intercept. The crown upon her brow shimmered with otherworldly light. Leo's eyes went wide. Is that the animus armor of Berkia? Iron didn't wait. She charged forward, her sword coming down with decisive force. With a sickening crack, the skeleton's skull went flying into the air. The monster's remains dissolved into mist, leaving a momentary silence. Lunia beamed at Iron, truly impressed. You're actually incredible, she praised. Iron rubbed the back of her neck, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. Haha, it was light work, she chirped, failing to hide her joy. Then her suspicion returned as she eyed them. But seriously, why are you two out here at this hour? Leo let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head. Iron, there's zero romance going on here. Lunia huffed beside him, clearly annoyed by the wild accusation. Exactly, we're just here to investigate the seniors' quarters. Iron narrowed her eyes, clearly not buying it. Really? She looked them up and down. Lunia pointed a finger at Leo. Yes, you think I'd let a crush ruin my GPA. Besides, wouldn't you want me to fail so you have fewer rivals? Why stop us? Iron flinched and frantically waved her hands. No, Lunia, that's not it at all. You're the top student, and I need you to stay there. You're meant to be a hero. Iron's raw honesty caught Lunia off guard. Her heart skipped a beat as she stared at her friend. She actually respects me that much, she wondered, moved. Cut to the Siren first-class combat trials. The atmosphere in the arena was suffocatingly tense. Iron gripped her shield, sweat stinging her eyes as she faced off against Lunia. Though exhausted, her gaze remained unbreakable. Lunia, standing tall, met her with a freezing glare. Just as I expected, she thought to herself. Out of everyone here, Iron is the only one who can actually keep up. A small smirk played on Lunia's lips. She conjured a blazing fireball that lit up the entire stadium. Fine, then no more holding back. Fueling her resolve, she unleashed a blazing sphere at Iron. A thunderous blast erupted, swallowing everything in thick soot. Even as the raw impact rattled her, Iron hoisted her shield. Her gaze burned with an unyielding fire. That look on Iron's face stopped Lunia cold. The realization hit her hard, weighing heavy on her soul. Why did he vanish from class? Shaking off the past, Lunia gripped Iron's hand with desperate sincerity. Stay at the academy because you're my friend. Iron froze, her voice trembling as she stammered her shock. Friends, I thought you despised me. Lunia broke into a rare, dazzling grin. Of course we are. You're my rival and my friend. I need you by my side. Iron's eyes finally sparkled with hope. A radiant warmth washed over Iron's face. Friend and rival, she whispered, her heart racing with joy. Suddenly, Iron squinted at them with total suspicion. Wait, so you two really aren't dating, or what? Lunia shook with pure rage, screaming that they were just friends. Leo just stood there, caught in the crossfire. He rubbed his temples with a weary sigh. Conflict builds character, he mused, a tiny smirk tugging at his lips. Darkness choked the Fey forest as crows wailed like mourners. Within the gloom, a skeletal figure's crimson eyes ignited. It hissed into the shadows, addressing an unseen guest. You were cornered by those pathetic wizards, weren't you? A hooded man emerged, casting aside his cloak to reveal Loder. His icy smile sent shivers down the spine. Behold warrior Karger. Karger spat out a venomous curse, his face contorted in rage. Do you truly think the king's authority allows you to boss me around? Loder remained completely unmoved. He brandished a hand adorned with a cursed black ring. A dark glow pulsed. You forget who holds the favor. His voice was calm yet carried absolute power. Turning to leave, he dropped one final chilling warning. Once the ritual finishes, TARDIS becomes irrelevant. Until then, stay useful and keep to the shadows. A wicked grin twisted Karger's lips as his eyes gleamed with malice. As you wish, he hissed softly. Treachery laced his tone. Meanwhile, Leo's party ventured into the woods. The sudden chill made Iron tremble violently. She chafed her palms together for warmth. Do you guys think Loader has a hand in this nightmare? Lunia gestured toward Leo with a dismissive shrug. It's just his crazy theory. Don't let it psych you out. Yet Iron couldn't shake the dread. This isn't just Berkia's winter. This cold feels unnatural, even sinister. Lunia sighed, her thoughts swirling in confusion. But Leo's sharp gaze was fixed on the horizon. He cut in, sensing a foul omen. With a flick of his wrist, dual arcane crests materialized. Radiance pierced the gloom. Steel yourselves, the real danger starts now. Suddenly, Curran stepped through the portal. A playful smirk danced on his face. Right beside him, Fiora's plumage shimmered with a fiery, ethereal glow. Lunia's expression soured at the sight of the bird. Driven by sheer jealousy, she charged forward with a yell. How is a mere chicken this gorgeous? Hey Fiora, remember your big sister Lunia? Iron just stared in awe. Mesmerized by the tiny duo, Iron asked who they were. Leo beamed, gesturing to the bird on his crown. Meet Fiora, the fledgling phoenix. And over here is Curran, the highborn prince of the Fey realm. Iron gasped, her jaw dropping. A legendary Fey, that's insane. But Leo's expression instantly turned dead serious. Quiet now. We're entering the heart of the woods. It gets bloody from here. Then the onslaught began. Leo carved through the bone legions with surgical precision. Each swing turned skeletons to dust. Lunia unleashed a firestorm. Yet the dead were like parasites crawling from the earth endlessly. Gasping for air, Iron struggled against the tide. They're everywhere. A powerful necromancer must be lurking. Leo's blade erupted in a torrent of holy flames. He decapitated a trio of bone warriors in one go. Wrong. There's no master summoner pulling strings here. Lunia's brow furrowed in confusion. Then what is this? Leo's face grew grim as he spoke the truth. We're facing a death curse. The girls froze. A death curse, Lunia yelled, her knuckles turning white. Iron realized the horror. It's an infinite cycle pulling the dead from their graves without end, converting this forest into a domain of eternal rot. And the monster behind this atrocity is… Leo's gaze turned icy. Commander Karger of the Kaiser Kingdom. Lunia's voice shook as the terror set in. Karger is invading Berkia. We have to warn the Academy now, but Destiny had other plans for them. A violent gale surged forward, blinding them with freezing snow. Then a massive shadow loomed within the whiteout. A chilling voice pierced the air. Welcome to the graveyard, future heroes. It was the menacing Karger. His blade shimmered with a murderous glint. Charging forward, he roared. Your lives end here. Unfazed Leo deflected the strike with a rhythmic sweep, his gaze burning with unshakable resolve. Balanced on the edge of oblivion, Leo faced his foe. He gripped his hilt as moonlight danced off the steel. Karger's crimson eyes flared with madness. Taste despair. You'll regret ever stepping into these woods. Suddenly, skeletal warriors clawed out of the dirt, their horrific groans filling the night air. As the horde swarmed toward Lunia and Irene, the two girls steeled their nerves and stood firm. With a piercing glare, Leo remained eerily composed. I'll handle the Death Knight. Irene, smash the fodder. Lunia, prep your nuke. The girls gave a sharp, determined nod. On it. Karger let out a sadistic cackle. Facing me head on, how bold, he sneered. Leo's eyes turned razor sharp. This time, I'm setting the pace. Karger's veins bulged as he snarled in fury. Arrogant brats, I'll crush you. He swung his obsidian blade down with world-shattering momentum. Feeling the crushing pressure, Leo gritted his teeth. Go back to the shadows immediately. He unleashed Zerdinger's secret art. A massive sun of fire erupted, swirling like a violent solar storm. With a wave, he launched a searing pillar of heat. Karger dodged, but the speed was insane. The blast sheared off his horn. Stumbling back, Karger gasped. A fire phoenix. Impossible. Relentless Leo lunged through the smoke, his blade wreathed in roaring legendary flames. He smirked. It's not just a phoenix, it's fused with a fire spirit. Karger stood paralyzed. He watched in horror as his own steel began to liquefy. He's overwhelming me with pure battle sense. How can a freshman be this cracked? Karger thought, trembling under Leo's terrifying aura. It was a cold, piercing gaze that saw through every trick. Leo swung again, a decisive arc. A fire vortex tore through the sky, making the atmosphere vibrate. Behind him, Lunia stood ready. A massive sphere of destruction materialized above the rotting undead ranks. Her eyes blazed with fury. Burn in hell, you bags of bones. A cataclysmic firestorm rained down. The skeletons were vaporized instantly, leaving only scorched earth and rising soot. Lunia flicked her hair. That's what you get for ruining my vibe, she smirked. Irene watched the carnage completely floored. Is she really an elf? She's an absolute savage. Curran the Fey Prince was equally speechless. She's built different, he muttered. Leo looked deeper into the woods. It's not over yet. Stay alert. Suddenly, thousands of glowing purple eyes ignited within the pitch-black shadows. Lunia gasped. What are those? Irene clenched her teeth. The death curse. It's manifesting. The pressure is insane, Lunia cried. Then a stern voice boomed from the darkness. Freshman who gave you permission to play hero, especially the Lumen representative. What a pathetic display of discipline. Lauder emerged, his eyes like ice. Lunia's brow furrowed. Senior Lauder, what are you doing here? He stayed calm. Investigating the source of these corpses. Lunia fired back. It's an ancient curse, Lauder. Something extremely powerful is waking up. Lauder raised an eyebrow, acting oblivious. A curse. Here, his nonchalant tone sent red flags to Lunia. He's either blind or lying, she thought. Leo stepped forward, his voice a freezing whisper. Some Lumen students stumbled upon artifacts from Tartarus. This was no accident. Lauder flinched briefly before masking it. Leo summoned a blinding light that flooded the entire forest. They tapped into forbidden power, Leo stated, locking eyes with the suspicious senior. Suddenly reality itself warped. Violent magic circles and runes began rotating around Lauder. Leo roared. And you. You're not investigating, you're willingly working with Tartarus. Only dark magic uses monster organs as fuel. Lauder's face twisted into a grotesque, manic grin. Collaborated. You're even dumber than you look, he growled, the atmosphere turning heavy. This is the tomb of the hero Luna, but the useless councils are too blind to see it. What's the harm in using Tartarus to secure my glory? Lauder sneered. Irene's fists trembled with fury as she roared. That is the sacred legacy of a legendary hero. How dare you try to claim it for yourself? Lunia's gaze turned lethal. Her knuckles popped with a menacing crack as she prepared for a bloodbath. She whipped her head toward Leo, her voice sharp. End him, Leo. Smash that arrogant face and drag his pathetic soul to the faculty. Leo gave a grim nod, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. Irene, Lunia, from now on go for the kill. The girls gasped in pure shock. What? Lightning danced around Lauder as he channeled his spite. A sphere of violet death formed in his palm, screaming through the air toward Leo. The sheer impact skidded Leo back, his boots biting into the dirt. He snapped a defensive barrier into existence just as the two spells detonated. Earth-shattering debris choked the air. Through the settling dust, Leo's cold eyes locked onto Lauder. Snap out of it, he thundered. Behold, the true power of Tartarus. Lauder smirked, tracing his jawline. A mere human wielding the primal constellation magic. How fascinating. Just what are you, he wondered. Leo's casting speed was insane. His combat instincts were on a whole different level. Those two pests could be a problem if they jump in, Lauder muttered. He thrust his hand toward the heavens, surging with power. Sinister mana flooded from his ring, birthing a violent energy vortex. Leo braced himself as a deafening, terrible explosion tore through the clearing. The shockwave sent Lunia and Irene tumbling into the dirt. Lunia hissed in pain, scrambling to her feet. No way. This power is insane. A mere low-tier spell was that devastating. Her blood ran cold as she caught sight of Lauder stalking toward Leo like a predator. 3 ghostly violet orbs swirled around Lauder's fingers. Irene, move. We have to back him up. Irene nodded, charging forward without a second thought. Shield up and blade drawn, she roared. I've got this. But a skeletal nightmare suddenly surged from the ground, barring their path. The undead monster brandished its rusted blade with a hollow roar. Your journey ends in the dirt, little heroes. Lunia's knuckles whitened with rage. In your dreams, bonebag, Lunia snapped. Irene, buy me some time. Irene's eyes blazed with resolve as she prepared to face the beast. Meanwhile, Lauder loomed over Leo with a dead, frozen gaze. Got any final words before I send you to the afterlife? Leo's lips curled into a calm smirk. Senior, you're getting way too cocky. Suddenly, a blur of motion cut through the air. Curran, the Fey Prince. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Curran detonated the orbs right in Lauder's palm. The blast sent Lauder reeling, screaming in startled agony. Leo's eyes glowed, a murderous crimson as he lunged forward. Lauder was now a bloody mess, his body riddled with fresh, jagged wounds. Damn it all, Lauder choked out, cursing under his breath. He looked up, his face pale with pure, unadulterated terror. No, it can't be him. Is it really him? In one fluid, lethal motion, Leo's blade claimed Lauder's head. Curran pumped his fist, cheering wildly from the sidelines. Bullseye, the crazy elf is dead meat, now for that skeleton, but a blinding violet flash suddenly engulfed the entire area. A ruthless magical strike slammed into Curran's back. He let out a gut-wrenching cry of pain as he collapsed to the ground. Lauder casually retrieved his severed head, snapping it back onto his neck with a sickening, grotesque grin. One eye had turned void black. A half-elf summoning beast. You're full of surprises, Leo Plo. His laughter echoed through the woods, dripping with pure killing intent. I'm going to enjoy tearing you apart myself, he hissed. This Death King power, it's absolutely intoxicating. With Lunia's ancestral blood added to the mix. He paused, eyes gleaming with ego. I'll crush every genius that stands in my way. I'll make every talent-blessed brat crawl at my feet. Leo stared back, noticing the darkness beginning to consume Lauder's soul. Demonic corruption was eating him alive. Suddenly, an eerie ink-black aura exploded from Lauder's body, suffocating the very air around them. Die, you insect, he bellowed, thrusting a hand forward. A concentrated sphere of shadow shot toward Leo like a cannonball. Leo braced his blade muscles, tensing for the impact. But then his eyes narrowed as a sudden realization struck his mind. Loader hadn't fully merged with the demonic core yet. Seizing the split-second opening, Leo lunged forward like a starving predator. His blade sang through the air, severing Loader's right arm in a clean arc. The limb hit the earth with a sickening thud. Loader shrieked, clutching his bleeding stump in absolute agony. Leo stepped into his space, his expression turning cold as ice. Power shortcuts don't make up for lack of skill. Go ahead, keep regenerating all you want, Leo taunted. I'll just keep butchering you until your mana runs dry. Loader glared up, his face twisted in a mask of pure demonic fury. Then a raspy, otherworldly voice echoed from the depths of his soul. That guy's just a distraction. Move it. We need that summoning circle completed right now. Unseal the ancient energy buried in this land, Loader smirked, whispering, once this power is mine, I'll be unstoppable. Leo kept his cool, shifting his gaze toward Iron's squad. He threw a quick shout of approval their way. Those two are holding their own. Iron shook under the enemy's pressure, but Lunia stayed locked in, dead serious. Leo didn't drop his guard for a second. Loader was the real threat. Suddenly, Loader doubled over in pain. Tears blurred his vision as he stared at his mangled arm. Why wasn't it healing? Curran perched on his shoulder, pointing ahead with a panicked scream. Leo, look out. Right then, from Loader's bloody stump, a twisted magic array erupted. Leo froze, paralyzed for a moment. Loader hacked up a spray of crimson blood, raw mana overflowing from his lips as he roared, "You're too late." A terrifying shockwave exploded from his frame, catching Iron and Lunia completely off guard. The circle expanded rapidly, even grabbing Krager's attention mid-fight. Sensing the sheer magnitude of Loader's energy, Leo vaulted backward to find some breathing room. Suddenly, the earth quaked. A massive skeletal hand shattered the soil, leaving the entire battlefield in shock. Curran shrieked in terror. What on earth is that thing? Leo stared up at the mountain of bone and whispered, "The Bone King." A titan of bone emerged, clutching a blade larger than a fortress. It was clearly a high-tier undead nightmare. My arm. It is finally beginning to grow back. Loader cackled like a maniac. I can feel it. The pure ancestral power flowing through me. Leo lunged at the monster without a second thought. If that summoning circle fully stabilized, they were finished. Loader had completely sold his soul to the shadows. Leo launched himself skyward with a powerful kick, leveling his blade at Loader. No disgusting trash like that will ever represent Lunia's strength. Loader just gave a chilling smirk. Oh really? In a heart-stopping blur, the Bone King's massive arm swept across, aiming to crush Leo instantly. Leo recoiled, barely dodging the lethal strike. Every muscle in his face was tight with extreme focus. Loader sneered from above. Death King, whatever. This power belongs to me now. Curran, trembling nearby, whispered Leo. We need to run. That thing is way too strong. Leo snapped back. No. Look closer. This isn't a normal summoning at all. Curran blinked in total confusion. What do you mean? Simultaneously, the Bone King brought its colossal sword down. Leo danced through the air, narrowly avoiding the blade. Loader must have rushed the pact with the Hellkaiser. He is barely hanging onto the reins of this beast. He can't keep this up. A summon requires massive mana, and his tank is running on fumes. We just have to outlast his mana reserves. Curran nodded, his resolve finally hardening. Let's do this. I am with you, Leo, shouted Curran. Back me up. Caught off guard for a second, Curran grinned confidently. You got it. With Curran's boost, Leo threw his hand out, igniting a brilliant holy sigil, blasting the skeleton's skull in a massive detonation. But when the smoke cleared, the beast was unscathed. Its hollow eyes flared crimson. Gripping its blade tighter, it swung at Leo with tectonic force. He vaulted over the strike. The power difference is insane, he thought, but we just need to buy time. Loader smirked down at them from his perch. Resernia. Suddenly a hail of magical bolts rained down on Leo. His eyes went wide as he hissed, "Damn it." But then a familiar, clear voice cut through the chaos. Lunia lunged forward, creating a barrier to intercept the barrage. She looked back at Leo, with fire in her eyes. Deal with the Bone King. I will handle this psycho myself. Leo nodded. What about the Death Knight? Just Iron. Lunia smirked. Don't tell me you are doubting her. Iron was the one who stepped up to face Krager alone. In the distance, Krager raised his blade, unleashing a lethal downward strike aimed right at her skull. Iron slammed her shield up, catching the blow head-on. But the raw power skidded her back across the dirt. Krager laughed. You really thought you could take me solo? How arrogant. He didn't stop, following up with a brutal horizontal slash. Despite his massive ego, Iron felt a flicker of doubt. No, she had to do this. If she fell, the whole squad was toast. Pushing past her fear, she lunged forward with a piercing strike. But her blade phased right through him. As she stared in horror, he smirked and slammed a heavy palm strike directly into her chest. That sudden, brutal impact sent her flying, her body skidding violently across the dirt. Iron's mind raced. Being a hero wasn't the goal, but becoming a burden. Never. Karger shattered her defense with a sneer. You're just a pathetic rookie compared to them. Forcing herself up, Iron locked eyes with him. You're right, she spat back. They're destined for greatness. I'm sure of it. Karger just smirked. Then I'll take your head. I'll deal with that summoner next. Iron cut him off. Heroes always have loyal disciples. My ancestor, Lord Berkia, never doubted his allies. Neither will I. I trust them completely. Suddenly, her blade ignited with a blinding celestial light. It was a sight to behold. Karger squinted at the radiance. Spirit power. He couldn't let this distraction stop him now. Iron lunged forward, her grip tightening. Don't get cocky, you arrogant brat, she roared. She called upon the Spirit Knight's ancient legacy, channeling the eternal force of life itself. The blade hummed with a terrifying aura, ready to banish the lingering emerald death. The very air grew heavy. In a flash, Iron's lethal edge swung upward. Under the cold moon, she carved through Karger's flesh, leaving a silver trail of destruction. It felt like the night itself was torn apart as his body convulsed. Black smoke erupted, dissolving his form. No. Beaten by another brat, he stammered. His voice trembled with pure disbelief. He refused to accept such a pathetic defeat. Then he vanished. The icy battlefield wind swept his remains into absolute nothingness. That final strike drained everything. Iron's heavy sword slumped its tip, digging into the dirt. Her blood-stained armor was soaked in sweat. She shivered, struggling to keep her balance. Must help them, she wheezed through cracked lips. But her world began to fade fast. Everything turned into a hazy gray blur. The battlefield was lost behind a thick fog. Elsewhere, Lunia remained defiant against Lothar's brutal non-stop barrage of attacks. Surrounded by magical debris, she stood like an unbreakable fortress, her red hair blazing. Lothar wore a twisted grin. Still kicking little freshman rep, he mocked cruelly. Dark mana swirled around his hand, forming a lethal, invisible edge. This is the end. Suddenly, Lunia's voice rang out. Fire shell. A massive glowing barrier erupted instantly. The crimson shield radiated intense heat. Lothar's mana slammed into it with a thunderous roar. The attack hit a dead end. What it's reflecting, he gasped in total shock. Before he could blink, his own power surged back as a razor-sharp blade of light. The magic pierced his chest. A guttural scream followed, as blood splattered the floor. Lunia patted her massive fire turtle summon, which glowed like a living, breathing volcano. You thought I'd just stand there, meet Fireshell, the ultimate defensive summon. Her voice turned to ice. Now let's see if you can handle this. A golden magic circle lit up the ground. A tiny spark flickered right before Lothar. He flinched, but it was too late. That tiny spark detonated into a massive inferno. Blazing flames swallowed everything. Lothar was trapped right at the center of the blast. His charred body slumped to the ground, smoking and blackened. Lunia stepped closer, triumphant. Trash, she sneered, looking down at him. But her confidence shattered in a heartbeat. Lothar's hand twitched. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a sinister demonic red. With a sickening grin, he unleashed a flurry of magical blades directly at her. The blades shredded the air, tearing into Lunia and painting her armor in fresh crimson. Leo screamed her name, but a sudden, terrifying pressure locked him in place. Behind him, the Bone King's massive icy hands of death materialized out of nowhere. The brutal impact hit like a truck, launching him through the air like an arrow. He plowed through the dirt, carving a trench before obliterating an ancient oak into splinters. His shattered body finally skidded to a halt. Blood soaked through Leo's gear as he slipped into a daze. Panting, Karen swooped down with worry. Hey, you still alive? Leo clutched his fractured left arm. It was a bloody, throbbing mess. My arm, he wheezed. Karen couldn't resist a petty jab. Not dead. Don't push it. Suddenly, the Bone King let out a spine-chilling, ghostly howl. It sounded like 1,000 damned souls. The atmosphere shook as a crushing pressure flattened the area. Leo grabbed his skull, reeling from the pain. Worst timing ever, he hissed. Without missing a beat, he instantly summoned his tiny bird. Fiora, send it. The little chick let out a battle-ready chirp. Her body exploded with light radiating scarlet energy that sliced through the darkness like wildfire. The pulse washed over the team. Iron and Lunia felt a surge of vitality mend their forms. Slashes vanished as their power spiked. Wait, are we actually being healed? The girls gasped. Eyes burning with resolve, Leo commanded again. Fiora, activate manifestation. They fused instantly. Leo's entire being radiated a blinding aura, shining like an eternal flame. His blade ignited, casting a hellish glow across the field. The Bone King didn't hesitate for a second, and slammed its massive cleaver toward Leo's skull. But with insane reflexes, he vaulted high, dodging the strike effortlessly. Bathed in fire, Leo's silhouette glowed like the sun. Lunia watched, awestruck. The guy had zero fear of death. He was a straight-up hero. She dismissed Fireshell softly. Good work, go rest. As the turtle vanished, she noticed Lothar. Thought to be beaten, he rose with eyes full of venom, prepping a counterattack. Lunia gave him zero breathing room. She conjured a searing flame and blasted Lothar's right arm. He just sneered. Your legendary fire is trash now. What's that weak spark gonna do, Lunia? Lunia's voice went cold. Fated, this is the Lunda legacy. We are the Phoenix's sworn guardians. My forefather swore to burn himself alive, to reduce Tartarus to dust. Lothar gave a twisted grin. Why, the big speech. Tossing in the towel, he stared at the fire clinging to his arm, and wondered why it wasn't dying. Lunia lunged, grabbing his burning limb. While our forefather's will lives, we carry the Phoenix's pact. This fire won't quit until every last demon is charcoal. Also, that left eye is straight up demonic, isn't it? She leaned in, making Lothar visibly shake. She balled her fist. Witness this phoenix blaze. The entire area turned into a literal furnace. An actual phoenix manifested its wings, engulfing the entire field. She spoke with absolute resolve. This is our forbidden technique. It incinerates the user too. Shook by her suicide move, Lothar gasped. You're insane. Lunia's expression hardened as she made a silent vow. You're not getting away. Suddenly the fire just evaporated, leaving them both completely stunned. Lothar smirked evilly. Can't stop, huh? My ring just swallowed your little spell whole. A magic seal pulsed from his ring, catching him off guard too. Lunia recoiled in shock. What is going on? The seal started draining the very life out of Lothar. He freaked out, screaming. Stop, cut it out right now, within mere seconds. The ring devoured him, leaving only dust behind. Lunia stared at the ring, rolling in the dirt. Her face paled. It ate its own master. Why, the summoner is clearly dead. The link should be broken. Why is the Bone King still here? Suddenly, a light beam shot from the ring, aiming right for the Bone King. Feeling the dark energy, its eyes turned a deep crimson. Leo watched closely. So that's how it is, the Hell Kaiser's power. Deep in the pits of hell. A massive figure sat on a frozen throne. His eyes snapped open, glowing red, his voice echoing from the void. Go finish what you started, the Bone King roared, its body overflowing with fresh, dark energy. Leo gripped his hilt tighter. Just as I thought. This is definitely the Hell Kaiser's doing. He's feeding energy through the dead, tricky bastard. He barked at Karen. Karen, back me up. Karen's mana surged into Leo, igniting his blade as he charged the Bone King like a meteor. The Bone King countered instantly, their massive weapons colliding with a bone-chilling metallic shriek. The shockwave literally tore the atmosphere apart. Leo's frame shuddered under the sheer weight of the impact. The shield is failing, he realized. Just then, his defenses exploded into 1,000 glowing shards. Shot like a projectile, Leo slammed into a distant ruin, the force of the hit shattering stone. Debris and thick smoke choked the air. As the haze settled, Leo was nowhere to be seen. A suffocating silence gripped the battlefield. Within the fairy realm, an eerie stillness descended upon the waste. Skeletal branches twisted together under a ghostly silver moon, painting a picture of pure desolation. Out of the void, a steady voice reached him, whispering his name like wind through deep pines. It was the combined warmth of Karen and Fiore, stitching his consciousness back together. Leo bolted awake, drenched in sweat. He stared at his mangled, battle-scarred arm and spat a curse. Total burnout. Mana and aura are gone. He squinted at a colossal, moss-covered gate looming ahead. The fairy realm, he muttered, his voice heavy with grief at the sight of the decaying ruins. He limped forward, his boots kicking up dust that swirled in the heavy, damp atmosphere. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a relic, a sword resting silently upon a weathered stone altar nearby. The blade caught the dim light, its silver shimmer whispering secrets of 1,000-year history. Leo gasped. This is... Memories hit him like a tidal wave, pulling him back to a forgotten era. In the vision, Berkia asked, dumping it. Kyle just shrugged. Keep it, kid. It's yours now. The boy scrutinized the weapon, pouting. Is something wrong? It doesn't exactly scream legendary, does it? It looks flashy but totally useless, Kyle snapped back. What do you know about its combat history? This blade survived hell with me. Just then, voices echoed from the gate, calling out Kyle's name. He glanced back at his squad before ruffling Berkia's hair. Catch you later, Squirt, he said softly. Kyle vanished with the others, leaving a lonely Berkia standing in the vast, empty fairy realm. Back in reality, Leo stepped closer. His fingers trembled as he reached for the ancient steel. That arrogant little brat, he whispered, his voice thick with nostalgia as he touched the hilt. He gripped the sword and sighed, recalling how Berkia rejected it. Suddenly, the weapon began to vibrate. A torrent of mana erupted, swirling around the blade like ribbons of pure liquid light. A blinding flash forced Leo's eyes wide as a raw stream of power surged into his soul. He threw his head back, a primal roar, echoing through the wasteland as the new power awakened. The 1,000-year seal. It's finally responding to its true master, Leo smirked, feeling his strength return. His eyes blazed with renewed purpose. With this much mana, which spell should I drop first? Before him, the Bone King roared, raising its massive blade for a final soul-ending strike. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. Lunia appeared, her scarlet hair whipping in the wind. She hammered the Bone King's skull, burying it in smoke. Leo chuckled. Those stubborn kids. Nearby, an exhausted Lunia and Iron dragged themselves upright, launching one more desperate assault. Stay down, you overgrown bag of bones, Lunia screamed. Iron panicked, pointing the other way. Lunia froze. A terrifying presence loomed nearby. This mana. It's absolutely monstrous, she whispered in awe. The silence shattered as a pillar of pure mana detonated from the ruins, piercing the heavens. The sky ignited as the earth groaned under the weight of the overwhelming radiant pressure. Lunia frowned. If he truly is the Phoenix's partner, this level of power makes sense. Leo emerged like a god of war wreathed in an eternal blazing flame of holy mana. The world transformed into an ethereal dreamscape draped in a shimmering veil of celestial light. Countless stars flickered into existence, illuminating the dark wasteland like a million diamonds in the sky. I've seen this before. Iron and Lunia breathed in unison, referencing an ancient forbidden text. The stellar spell, the one that paints the world in the dawn of the stars. It was the ultimate trump card. A rain of starlight hammered the Bone King with lethal precision. Each impact rippled through the fabric of space. Under the relentless starlight barrage, the king's massive form evaporated into mist, leaving the girls completely shell-shocked. Leo calmly stepped from the rift, summoning Kuren. The little guy appeared, fists clenched for war. I'll end you, Bone King, Kuren roared. Leo shrugged, too late. Kuren's jaw dropped. Leo pointed toward the horizon. Go find your wings. Kuren's eyes sparkled as he bolted. My wings, Leo checked the girls. Lunia blinked, confused. Wait, are you actually worried? You're the one looking like a total mess, she teased. Aaron smiled, radiating pure confidence. Lunia was still stunned. That spell. It felt like a legend come to life. It's the sealing energy in this blade, Leo noted. Aaron's curiosity piqued at the hero's relic. Was Tartarus after this, Lunia wondered? Suddenly, Kuren returned, clutching a legendary treasure. Yo, Leo, found him. My old man's secret stash. The kid hopped onto Leo's lap, flexin'. He struggled with the stubborn wrapping, huffing. Help me out, Leo chuckled and obliged. Lunia gasped, recognizing the item. Is that a hero's memory fragment? Leo and Kuren froze. As the cloth fell away, a blinding gold radiance erupted. Then the system notification chimed. Opening World Chapter Hero Record. Instantly, they were warped into a realm of pure wonder. Vibrant petals danced through the air of this surreal, picturesque storybook paradise. Lunia stood there speechless. Suddenly, a melodic voice echoed from the Emerald Forest. Planning to defeat Orobos, are we? Leo's heart skipped a beat. That voice, it couldn't be. That's insane, the voice teased. But honestly, I'm totally into that kind of energy. A girl with hair like liquid moonlight stepped into view. Hunting a god, now that's art. I'm officially interested. I finally see what Tartarus was really hunting for, she smirked. I'm Luna. I'll be the star of this show, so feel honored to have me joined. Leo stood paralyzed, old memories of Hero Kyle surging back like a devastating tidal wave. The past felt too real. Meanwhile, Harold and Heridium were frantically searching the woods. Students Lunia, Aaron, Heridium's voice cracked with desperation as they pushed through the trees. The loon reinforcements followed, but Leo's squad was already safe and sound. Seeing the professors, Lunia stepped forward and handed over a mysterious ancient parchment. Check this out. It's the Hero's Chronicle. Heridium could barely breathe as he took it. Harold beamed, clapping Leo's shoulder. You guys crushed it. Is everyone accounted for? We're still missing one more person, came the reply, the atmosphere turning heavy again. Erin rushed over to Senior Loader, her voice trembling. Sir He gave her a reassuring look. Let's talk back at base. Leaving the crumbling space, Leo softly whispered Luna's name. The field trip's final day arrived. Everyone gathered at the gate ready to head home. The professors exchanged professional nods. The students learned a lot today, Heridium noted. Harold smiled. Lunia turned to Leo, eyes blazing. Next time, I'll be stronger than you. Leo chuckled. I'll hold you to that. Suddenly, Erin's voice rang out from across the plaza. I'm returning to Saren Academy, she declared. Leo's heart warmed at her newfound resolve. He gave her a head pat. See you then. With a wave, they entered the gate. Back at the dorms, the quiet was shattered by a boisterous, high-pitched laugh. Heck yeah, my wings are back in action. Kuren was literally flying high again. Take this, you red monster, Kuren shouted, throwing hands at Fiora the chicken. Fiora bobbed and weaved like a pro, mocking him. Kuren's pride was on the line. Oh, you think you're slick, Kuren lunged. Witness the power of elite fairy magic. But before he could land a hit, a hand snatched his wings mid-air. Before the boy could even blink, Leo's iron grip snatched him mid-air. Fresh from training, the powerhouse watched his captive squirm helplessly. Pulling this stunt again, Leo growled. Maybe I should just rip those wings off. Panic surged as the boy shook his head violently. No, please. They are my only pair. Have a heart. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air, calling Leo's name and snapping his attention away. There stood Fiora, now transformed into a tiny child of 5. Bowing with unexpected grace, she chirped. An official greeting at last. I am Phoenix Fiora. Deja vu hit Leo like a truck. He shot Karen a deadpan look. What is your deal? What is wrong with you? Karen smirked with unearned confidence. Is my power absolutely cracked? Or what? Leo sighed at the girl. Cut the formalities, Fiora. But the child refused to drop her polite act. Mother insists on manners for those with pacts. Suddenly, Karen lunged, snagging Fiora's hair with a triumphant howl. Haha, got you. Try dodging this. The tables had finally turned, and this time the boy was left completely speechless by his own success. Fiora didn't flinch, pulling him into a crushing embrace, despite his flailing. She turned to Leo. Leo, please open a spatial path to my mother. I want her to see my new form. Leo nodded instantly. Fine. Take that brat with you too. With a casual wave, a shimmering rift tore through space. Fiora did not hesitate, stepping boldly into the swirling, glowing spatial gateway. Still dangling from her grip, Karen kicked and screamed, "Wait, stop!" Before another word escaped, the portal swallowed them both whole. The rift snapped shut and vanished. With the chaotic duo gone, Leo let out a long, weary sigh. Finally, some peace. Collapsing onto the bed, he replayed the recent chaos. The Hero Chronicle was now safely tucked away with Saron for protection. He had also surrendered the Berkelia dagger. In Lumen, the monster queen Silatuna loomed like a dark, suffocating shadow. Meanwhile, the puppet king Hellkaiser pulled the strings in Saron. The grim reality was becoming undeniably clear. Tartarus had scrubbed history to protect their internal moles. A classic, filthy play from their ancient deceptive playbook. Traitors like Lothar infested Saron, while hidden Tartarus sleeper cells still haunted the streets of Lumen, waiting to strike. Lumen has a rat too, he muttered. He needed to flush the infiltrator out before disaster struck this place. Morning arrived at the Academy's Grand Hall. Students stood in rigid formations, organized strictly by their specific faculties. Professor Anna's voice boomed. First years organize. The headmaster is arriving shortly. Stand sharp, everyone. Confused whispers rippled through the crowd. Why the faculty split instead of classes? This was not the usual setup. The headmaster appeared, eyes scanning the youth. Enjoy the field trip. Today's gathering serves a much bigger purpose. Prepare yourselves. The legendary interfaculty tournament is officially upon us. A tournament, Chloe gasped. Chenzia nodded, the pieces finally clicking. So that is why we were grouped like this. Chelsea recalled the academy rumors. Every year, Lumen crowned the absolute strongest faculty in each grade. This was a brutal battle for pride. The stakes were sky high for every single student involved. Professors will lead you, but we've also recruited elite instructors for specialized high-intensity training sessions. Chelsea beamed with excitement. Elite instructors. Meanwhile, Kara just looked completely drained of life beside her. Kara let out a massive, tired yawn. Is it just me, or is this whole thing totally exhausting? Suddenly, a cold voice drifted from the distance. Kara Thomas, I have analyzed your pathetic report on qualitative alchemy. Kara jumped, her heart racing. A dark-skinned girl emerged from the shadows, her expression dripping with sharp sarcasm. It is absolute rubbish, honestly. Kara's knees shook in terror. Cess Senior, Torio Yan, she stammered. Listen up, first years, Torio said bluntly. To be honest, I find all of your magic skills simply tragic. As a legendary fifth year, Torio Yan did not hold back. I have combed through every single one of your midterm essays. They are robotic and lack any soul. The hall fell into a heavy, suffocating silence under her brutal critique. Emilio Luchan from the mage faculty spoke up, his voice trembling. You actually read every single submission. Do you recall my research on fire-to-light mana conversion, he challenged, trying to maintain his dignity. That was mine. Torio smirked. Ah, the 17-page flop. It was aggressively mediocre, kid. Just basic thermal output. Real magic requires creative flair and personality concepts you clearly lack. Rote learning won't save you. The first years stood frozen, their spirits crushed by her overwhelming presence. Breaking the tension, a charismatic guy stepped forward with a dazzling smile. Hey there, I am Lee Jamu, a fifth-year knight. He flashed his emblem, radiating confidence. Knights thrive on crisis through sheer physical grit. Your body is your temple. I will be pushing you to your limits until the tournament begins. I am looking forward to this. Enthusiastic hands shot up immediately following his high-energy debut. Yes, senior, they roared in perfect sync. Suddenly, a blonde youth stepped forward, eyeing the nervous underclassmen. What's the ultimate skill a summoner must possess? Meet Ulta Rigdishan, the man asking the big questions. A powerhouse fifth year from Lumen Academy. Eliza suggested controlling spirit beasts, but Ulta shut her down instantly. Wrong. Walden chimed in, guessing raw, overwhelming power. Ulta's cold response. Not even close. He finally dropped the truth bomb. The most vital trait for any summoner, pure, unadulterated love. That cheesy line left everyone cringing. Breaking the silence, the headmaster announced the elite fifth years would mentor the freshmen. These seniors will be your instructors. His gaze then shifted to Leo, who stood isolated, lost in thought. Leo, why are you out there? He questioned. That's no man's land, not part of any specific faculty. He stood completely alone, a lone wolf among sheep. Naturally, every pair of eyes locked onto him. This is the interfaculty zone, Leo stated coolly. Before anyone could process that, Toria Yan gasped. Excuse me. The interfaculty zone, she hissed. Are you insane? Look around. This is a high-stakes tournament, Leo. All eyes were glued to him. Celia urged him to retreat to the Knights, while Chelsea gave a warning. You're a mage student, remember. The headmaster stroked his beard, letting out a booming, infectious laugh. You've got a point, Leo. But fifth-year mentorship is a golden ticket. You aren't planning to skip right. Leo fired back. I'm not rejecting their help. I just intend to master every single class available. The headmaster grinned, clearly intrigued. Fascinating. Then answer me this one last thing, young man. His voice went icy. Going solo means facing the heat alone. You get that right. Leo didn't even flinch. Naturally. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into whispers as students debated which department to join for their grind. Scanning the freshmen, Toria nudged Len. We're doubling down on magic. That's our best bet, she insisted. Remember how he decoded the founder's ancient spell? Len grinned, nodding firmly. It's definitely the mage faculty. Lee Jamua watched Leo intrigued. That posture. You've got the unyielding spirit of a true-born knight, he whispered. Professor Yura grabbed Ulta's collar, scolding him. Listen up, fifth year. Start taking this mentorship role seriously. Shape these freshmen up. That terrifying sight sent chills down everyone's spines. Suddenly, the headmaster commanded silence. He dropped a bombshell. This year's freshman showdown is evolving into a brutal survival tournament. Inside the headmaster's office, a baffled professor questioned the move. Sir, this sudden change makes zero sense. Wasn't this event designed to bridge the departments and spark growth through healthy rivalry? A survival format is a solo bloodbath. There's no precedent. The headmaster just smirked. You know why. We have a wild card this year. Aina Landu's eyes widened. Leo Plove, the headmaster, gave a sharp nod. Leo Plove. We expected him to plateau early, but he's been crushing the rankings nonstop. He's dominating every discipline. Now the High and Mighty Academy Council has their eyes locked on him. The trio froze in shock. Aina gasped. They want him to become an all-faculty prodigy. A legend for the Hero Chronicle. The headmaster confirmed. And the founding families, including Jaren, are watching. Rigard and Tarsia are all in. Len's fists tightened with hype. Imagine the insane power future generations could inherit. He could birth a whole new breed of elites. The headmaster raised a hand. But eventually a choice remains. He must pick one path. Next day, 8 students gathered before a massive looming glacier at the stadium. Why is it like a freezer in here? They whined, teeth chattering. What's with this giant ice wall? Aina Landu commanded the room. I built this frozen barrier to drill Kai techniques into your heads. Essential for the tournament and for conquering the hero world. He locked eyes with Celia. Celia, step up. Unsheath your blade. Can your flames melt this? Celia's knuckles whitened as she gripped her hilt. A blazing aura engulfed her. Too easy, she smirked, unleashing a devastating cross-shaped slash at the ice. It slammed into the glacier. A thunderous boom followed, masking everything in a thick veil of dust. Leo watched from the back, eyes sharp. But as the dust cleared, the ice stood perfectly untouched. Celia fumed, cursing the rock-hard barrier in her mind. The professor let the silence hang for a beat. Today's lesson, the Breath of Heroes, he announced. It's a legendary art that changes everything. Born from beast folk traditions, refined for human life force. He casually strolled past a stunned Celia. Unsheathing his blade with a white-knuckle grip, it erupted into blinding hellfire. With a focused breath, he unleashed a devastating arc of flames. The strike collided with the massive ice pillar, triggering a thunderous explosion. Durin narrowed his eyes, lost in deep thought. That raw power is absolutely insane. Does that breathing technique really force his ki to explode like that? The class erupted in whispers, shocked to see such heat. After all, Professor Aina Landu is known as an ice specialist. Durin clarified that, as a former dungeon conqueror, Aina Landu's versatility was legendary, making this feat expected. Inheriting a hero's flame ability changed the game. Aina Landu nodded, acknowledging that Durin hit the nail on the head. Since it clashes with my natural ki, it should be inferior to Celia's, but the Breath of Heroes bridges that gap. It's been massively boosted. Now start training. He shifted his gaze toward Leo, who stood there paralyzed in shock. Wait, isn't that Arian's secret move? The students immediately dove into relentless practice. While some struggled, others slowly found their rhythm. Celia's transformation was the most dramatic of all. Well done, Aina Landu praised. Nearby, Eliana was gasping for air, exhausted. She collapsed, whining about the fatigue but glad it was finished. Suddenly, a hand reached out, offering her a towel. Her eyes sparkled as she chirped a thanks. She beamed, bragging that even the Eastern Department's head noticed her talent. Recognized her incredible skills, Eliana and Chenzia then turned their attention toward Leo. He remained as still as a stone statue. Eliana blinked in confusion, wondering why the class rep hadn't moved. Beads of sweat rolled down Leo's face. His fists were white, his entire frame vibrating with an intense hidden energy. Observing from the sidelines, Aina Landu whispered in disbelief. This was completely unexpected. Leo was the lone holdout who hadn't finished. Maybe this was his wake-up call to master the blade. But then, something felt off. That breathing rhythm. Sensing the anomaly, he locked eyes with Leo and questioned him. "Where did you learn that key technique?" Leo snapped out of it, dazed. Aina Landu stepped closer with a serious look. "The breath of heroes actually comes from the beast folk at Osnir. We tweaked it so humans could survive it. Yet your rhythm is purely beast-like." Remembering Aryan, Leo nodded. "You're right, this isn't a human style. Shift the origin of your ki," Aina Landu suggested. "Channel your mana directly from the source of your breath. Apply my teaching, but visualize yourself as a true beast folk." Leo closed his eyes and followed the lead. Instantly, a torrential wave of fire, ki exploded forth. Durin gaped in pure awe. As the haze dissipated, the crowd went wild. "What just happened? How is that possible?" The shocking display thrilled Aina Landu, who let out a boisterous laugh. "Leo Plove, you're an absolute monster." Leo stared at his radiant hands, beaming. "Thanks for the help, senior. Success at last." Meanwhile, Chloe was navigating the academy halls alone, lugging a heavy pile of books. "Need a hand?" Leo called out from behind. Startled, she spun around as he asked if she was headed to magic class. "Let's go together." Chloe nodded shyly, her heart fluttering. She couldn't understand why she was too nervous to look at him. Suddenly, Torio Yan strolled up with a smirk. "Quite the romantic vibe here," she teased before greeting Chloe warmly. "Wait, you know who I am?" Chloe asked, stunned. Torio Yan gave a knowing nod. "Of course I do. Your thesis on northern magic was legendary." Chloe beamed, feeling honored. Then Torio Yan turned her sights back on Leo. "So when are you switching to the magic department?" Leo sighed. "Senior pressuring someone to transfer like this is totally against the rules." Further down, they spotted Professor Albay addressing a group of wide-eyed freshmen. Torio Yan stopped dead in her tracks. "Professor Albay," she fumed. "What are you doing in the first-year hall?" He turned calmly. "Professor Ren requested my help. I'm hosting a special seminar for the freshman magic prodigies today." Torio Yan felt a wave of pure indignation. "No way," she protested. "Professor Albay, this is totally rigged. We've begged for special training for years, and you always brushed us off even though we're seniors." He gave a nonchalant grin. "Sorry, I've just been swamped." Karen and Chelsea stood there completely floored. Being in Albay's class was a dream. He was a legendary mage who could weave spirit magic through his very veins. Every aspiring mage craved his tutelage. Ren appeared from behind, greeting him with respect before addressing the group. "Listen up. Professor Albay is here at my personal invitation. Treat this as a once-in-a-lifetime honor." Then his eyes narrowed. He spotted Torio Yan standing in line, clapping like a fangirl, which immediately made his eyebrows twitch. "Is there some trash mixed in with the freshmen?" He marched over, grabbed Torio Yan by her collar, and dragged her out. "Move it," he barked. "We still have to prep all the gear for the upcoming interfaculty tournament." Fuming with rage, Toru Ayan barked, "I'm a fifth year. There's no way I'm missing Professor Albay's elite seminar." Once the crowd settled, Albay signaled the start. "All right, let the masterclass begin. I'm known as the Demon Eye Mage, the Tartarus Slayer. Those titles weren't just handed to me," Albay began. "They were forged in blood. Now, what defines a magical duel?" A student's hand shot up instantly. "Mana capacity, sir," Albay scoffed. "Incorrect." "Next." Then Chelsea confidently signaled for a turn. Casting speed, Albay's gaze shifted. "Who's next?" Carr slowly raised his hand. "Is it the sheer number of spells?" he ventured. Albay said nothing, his eyes locking onto Leo. "Leo, enlighten us." "What reigns supreme in a duel?" Leo responded, with calm certainty, mobility. Albay smirked. "Finally a correct answer. Spot on." Nearby, Toru, Ayan, and Len were setting up. "Organizing materials," Toru grumbled under her breath. I totally knew that already." Sensing her saltiness, Len diverted her focus. "Just cast your spells." Meanwhile, Emio spoke for the confused crowd. "Professor Mobility is cool, but it's hardly the game changer in today's modern arcane warfare, right? Besides, hasn't magic already solved that issue?" Albay raised an eyebrow. "The flying wings spell." Emio nodded. Carr whispered to Chelsea. "We literally have wing magic. Why make a fuss?" Chelsea agreed. Carr's flying wing technique was a levitation breakthrough from a decade ago. It was simpler than teleportation, offering high-speed flight for both mages and objects alike. To prove a point, Albay summoned Leo and Emio. Emio shot Leo a look of pure disgust. He hated that a non-magic student was even there. Sensing the vibe, Leo questioned his life choices. Albay pushed further. "Leo, do you side with Emio's logic?" Leo's blunt no sent a shockwave through Emio. "Excuse me," Albay just smiled. "Let's settle this with a mobility test. Do both of you possess flight-granting gear?" Emio flexed his gear, but Leo had nothing. This only fueled Albay's curiosity. "Use whatever you've got then." Leo grinned. "Understood." Albay then laid out the ground rules. "First one to reach Beast Square wins." Emio's face lit up. "Is that it? Too easy." "Get ready to serve me, loser," Emio roared, as mana surged, lifting his hoverboard into the sky. He blasted off, sneering at the gearless Leo. Eat my dust, you magicless fraud. Suddenly, a violent lightning strike nuked Emio's path, sending him into a panicked tailspin. Car's jaw dropped. What the hell, Leo? Are you trying to kill him? Leo shrugged. This is a mobility test. Sabotaging the opponent is just basic strategy, right? Albie chuckled. Fair point. Instantly, Leo conjured a ring of flames and began sprinting up the air. Car was floored. That's an aura. In a magic seminar, Albie reminded him, Car, think about the monsters you'll face in the interfaculty games. Those guys are on a different level. Car stood there completely stunned into silence. Emio was still flying, but his scorched board was smoking. You absolute psycho, he screamed. This gear cost a fortune. I'm going to make you pay. But before he could finish, the air behind him rippled violently. Leo had caught up. How are you this fast? Leo's eyes burned with resolve as he lunged through the air with zero hesitation. Emio panicked, firing a barrage of ice arrows. Leo swatted them aside like they were nothing. Closing the gap, Leo delivered a devastating blow. The board shattered instantly. Emio plummeted toward the ocean. In a flash, Leo ignited magnificent phoenix wings. He dived, snatching Emio's arms seconds before impact. The students watched in absolute awe. Albie explained Emio relied on a crutch. Once the device broke, his mobility vanished. He lost. Leo utilized raw technique. Modern flight magic has become too focused on comfort. Convenience killed your control. From now on, we master true flight. Are we clear? Yes, sir, the students roared, diving straight into their grueling training. While the others improved, Carr failed the fundamentals, left dangling pathetically upside down in the sky. Guess I'm just hanging around, he joked sheepishly. Albie glanced down, addressing the gathered students with a sigh. A freshman mastering flight this fast. There's nothing left to teach. Questions. Leo stepped out. Professor, he began. Can I access the forbidden archives? Albie froze. The Lumen-restricted library. That's impossible. I lack the authority, Albie countered. Leo didn't blink. I'm asking as a Jaren, not just a student. Albie pressed for his motives. I'm searching for records, Leo explained. Information on a forgotten hero lost to time. Albie conjured a parchment instantly. I'll give you a recommendation, but gaining entry requires something far more difficult. You need the clan chief's approval, my brother, Altek Jaren. Leo let the legendary name sink in. Altek Jaren. The infinite mage. A man with limitless mana. This won't be easy, Albie warned with a grim expression. With the chief fighting on Tartarus' southern front, you'll have to deal with his designated proxy instead. A proxy? Leo asked. Albie nodded. And you'll find that person right here in this academy. One of the top seniors, Albie noted. Leo leaned in, curious. Who exactly is she? Professor Albie sighed. My niece, Alina Jaren, a brilliant third year. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the shores of Phantom Beast Island. Students hit the beach buzzing with hype. I heard the Knights and Mages already kicked off their hardcore training. Totally, and Professor Albie is personally overseeing the magic department's regime, another student chimed in excitedly. Leo kept his distance, staring blankly at the horizon as he replayed his conversation with Carr and Chelsea. You don't know, Alina Carr gaped. Chelsea nodded. It's weird if you don't, Leo shrugged. Is she a big deal? While stuffing their faces, Chelsea squealed. Calling her famous is the understatement of the century, Leo. She's the third-year president, Alina Jaron. Only 18, but already ranked second in the entire magic department. Only Torua stands above her, Carr added, eyes gleaming. Plus, she's literally a goddess, absolutely stunning. They call her the Queen for a reason. She's already the top pick for the next student council president. A queen with an army of fans, Leo mused. How do I even talk to her? Then Yura's voice cut in. Where the hell are they? Yura snapped, visibly irritated. They should be landing any second now, a lecturer replied. Who's the guest? A student whispered. Ulta, Yura muttered. The crowd erupted. That name alone sent a surge through the group. Training under Senior Ulta, the legendary bearer of the Pegasus Oath, was a dream come true before the tournament. Wait, but that senior is. Someone started just as a silhouette emerged from the dense tree line. My bad, I'm late. Ulta appeared, shocking Yura. She was lugging an absurd amount of butterfly nets and poles. Hey there, newbies, she chirped, beaming at the confused freshmen gathered before her. The freshman blinked in shock. She's definitely a weirdo, someone whispered, as she stepped into the light. Ulta started swinging her net around like a maniac, making Yura explode. Stop acting like an idiot, she screamed. It's for the fairies, Professor. You must have heard they've finally shown up on the island, Ulta countered cheerfully. Fairies, the students echoed, picturing tiny magical sprites. Leo narrowed his eyes. No way. That's impossible. Yura's fuse shortened. She stepped into Ulta's personal space. So your grand plan is catching fairies with freshmen. Bingo, Ulta chirped. Yura's sanity finally evaporated as she recalled the nightmare of training this girl years ago. Her stomach churned at the thought of working with this lunatic. Your brain is broken, she shrieked in rage. Stop playing dumb. We're drowning in tournament prep and you're here acting like a total maniac. This is a joke, Yura fumed. A lecturer rushed over, trying desperately to de-escalate the explosive situation. Calm down, ma'am. But Yura was gone. Trusting you with these kids was the biggest mistake of my life. Ignoring the screaming Professor, Ulta turned to the wide-eyed freshman. As future summoners, she began with a wink. You all crave a glimpse of the 3 legendary bloodbound beasts, don't you? Ready to see them? Yes, they roared. Yura barked. Quit feeding them fairy tales. She took a breath, trying to be professional. The tournament is days away. You aren't actually planning to waste time hunting fairies, are you? Ulta flashed a grin that was far too confident. Definitely not. Flashback to a few days prior, Ulta stood before the class. Who remembers my core summoner philosophy? Eliza raised her hand. Is it tolerance? Ulta slowly shook her head, a playful glint in her eyes. Incorrect. It's love. You must adore every summoned entity, not just your pets. Only then can you truly become one. Coexisting with nature is the ultimate soul of a summoner, he preached. The crowd was split between awe and sheer confusion. Leo sighed at Ulta's weirdness. Despite the eccentric vibes, the man clearly grasped the raw heart of summoning magic. Yura cut through the noise. They had to sync with wild spirits on a deep, primal level to succeed. A bit advanced for freshmen, but let's dive in, Ulta agreed. Yura didn't skip a single beat. Welcome to a 3-day survival gauntlet on Phantom Beast Island, Ulta beamed. Dorm passes, already handled kids. No excuses. The bombshell dropped, leaving the class screaming in pure, unadulterated disbelief at the sudden news. Our weekend in Lumeria is trashed. Survival. Out here, Eliza's breath hitched with a mix of fear and hype. Living with monsters didn't sound too trash until Ulta started passing out basic butterfly nets to the stunned group. Confusion turned to dread. For the next 72 hours, summoning is strictly off limits, Ulta declared firmly. No aura, no magic, just your raw grit. The announcement triggered a wave of absolute hysteria among the students. Ignoring the chaotic outbursts, Ulta vanished into the tree line with a casual wave. Good luck surviving, everyone. Go catch some fairies. On Emerald Isle, panic spread as rumors of bloodthirsty predators began to swirl through the air. And the spirits, tide pressed. Yura cut him off instantly, her voice sharp and uncompromising as she took control. We aren't ordinary mages. Summoners are the bridge to the untamed ancient forces of nature itself. We adapt, we command, and we endure. That is the core of the tolerance Ulta preached to us. Who among you has witnessed a spirit's raw fury? Who here actually forged their own contract from scratch? Most of you just took hand-me-downs from your parents. She smirked. Let's see if you survive. 72 hours. Chaos erupted as the class scattered. For every student, the forest held a unique, terrifying nightmare to overcome. No path was the same. Desperate for a link to the spirit world, Leo clutched a handful of wild berries. Edible, at least, Leo muttered. This department was definitely trying to kill its students with this insane curriculum. Fairy over there, a desperate shriek shattered the silence, snapping Leo's head around toward the chaotic sound. He found a classmate halfway down the throat of a monstrous man-eating bloom, thrashing in pure terror. Cringe. Imagine getting baited by a flower, someone jeered. Eliza could only let out a heavy, tired sigh. She felt like a total clown for charging in. But Leo's eyes narrowed. Someone was lurking on the monster. It was Curran. The little brat was the puppet master here. Leo's blood boiled. Curran seriously needed a reality check and a beating. Curran was absolutely vibing with the chaos. He zipped through the trees, already hunting for his next unsuspecting victim. His celebration was cut short as a net slammed down, pinning him instantly. Leo wasn't playing games anymore. Wait, what? A butterfly net? Are you kidding me? Curran shrieked as Leo loomed over him like a cold shadow. I told you to chill. Leo snatched the brat, his hand raised. Did you think I was here for your jokes? Terrified, Curran stuttered. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. I'm just investigating the weird vibes on this island. Weird vibes? Leo questioned. Curran nodded frantically. Yeah, something seriously dark is brewing in the shadows here. The pieces finally clicked for Leo. So you're saying the local beasts are going absolutely feral lately? And you're playing? Detective Leo asked. Curran's eyes instantly locked onto the juicy meat skewer in Leo's hand. Bingo, he chirped. I figured the class needed some spice, but then the whole situation just exploded unexpectedly. No shot. You think I'm stupid, Leo barked. Farina owns this turf. She'd never let things get this messy. She'd definitely notice Curran gritted his teeth. But the Phoenix Fiore, she's literally missing in action right now. Leo froze in shock. Missing, Curran explained that the island was already a dumpster fire when they touched down. A cryptic note for the girl read, if you're seeing this, you've finally made it back to Phantom Isle. Fiore's mom dipped to meet the Oathbound, Curran added. All she left behind was a vague, mysterious letter. Total letdown. I wanted to see the Phoenix evolve, he sneered. Fiora ignored him, her eyes scanning the darkness. Every creature in these dark woods was acting dangerously erratic and showing strange signs. And then, glowing crimson eyes locked onto her. Sensing a lethal threat, she dropped Curran instantly. Something is horribly wrong here. They had to investigate immediately. Fearing he'd be abandoned, Curran scrambled after her like a desperate shadow. "Yo, don't leave me," he screamed. Processing the intel, Leo realized Fiora's true importance in this mess. As Farina's kin and the island's second-ranked spirit beast, she definitely sensed this lurking unusual evil. With Farina gone, things felt too convenient. Coincidence, Leo shot a mental ping to Fiora. No signal. Leo sighed, figuring she was too in the zone to sense his call. His instincts flared. Gripping his fist, Leo tossed Curran on his shoulder. It was time to hunt for Fiora. Aura detected west side. Curran groaned about being dragged from his nap into forced overtime. Why me? Under the western lake's surface, a treasure trove of shimmering gems lit up the dark. The glow was pure magic, turning the water into a neon dream. Fiora plucked one to examine. "Stunning," she whispered under the starlight. "Absolutely gorgeous." Then she literally inhaled the monostone. She chewed greedily, her face a mask of pure bliss. "What's the play here?" a voice rang out. Fiora snapped back, looking totally annoyed by the interruption. "It's a fishing trip, Leo." He stepped closer, knowing she'd been binge-eating those monostones. In these spirit beast habitats, monostones were basically concentrated energy pools, usually meant for cubs to grow. Fiora stammered. "I was told more snacks mean more height." Curran scoffed. They were elite beings, not stone-eaters. Leo clarified it was just a high-end dessert. "Did you chase off the locals just to hoard this buffet?" Leo warned. Busted, Fiora turned bright red, making excuses while Curran labeled her a gluttonous pig. "Did you just call me a pig?" The phoenix was ready to throw hands. "Cut it out," Leo barked. He turned serious, asking if anything felt off on the island. Fiora nodded. A foul, suffocating energy was lingering. Suddenly, Leo's gaze snapped to the sky. A chill wind bit into him. The beast eater, he realized, his blood running cold. Blade drawn. Battle stations now. Leo's eyes were locked on the rippling lake surface. Incoming seconds later, a monstrous maw erupted from the deep like a nightmare. Leo leaped back narrowly, avoiding the snap. The dark mage emerged, looking completely unimpressed. "So you're why my beast count is low. That phoenix is a real pest. We've got beef." Leo Plo. Recognizing the face, Leo smiled. This grudge was centuries in the making. Time to end this. Tentacles lashed out. Leo danced through the chaos, dodging every strike. A single whip shattered an ancient tree. The mage sneered, "I'll crush you into dust." Trap sprung. Two tentacles burst from the dirt, shackling Leo's legs in a vice grip. Was it a spirit beast? It had been hiding underground, completely invisible to his senses. Pure instinct kicked in. Leo deployed a mana barrier before he could even think. "Die," the mage screamed. Leo narrowed his eyes, focusing every ounce of his power. Fire missiles manifested around him. An inferno exploded from his core with devastating force. The tentacles were scorched to ash. But as they regrew, Leo realized he was in for a fight. Impressive regen. "Let's talk," Leo said, his voice cold as ice. "These feel exactly like the snakes of Gorgon, the ones that hoard forbidden knowledge." "A chimera," the mage laughed. "You're just a first year, yet you act like a god." "Who are you really?" the mage demanded. Leo didn't give him the satisfaction of an answer. Beside him, Fiora's bloodline awakened. She transformed into a massive, majestic phoenix. "Just a first-year hero candidate," Leo smirked. The heat began to warp the air. Fiora's wings beat down like thunder. "Go," Leo commanded, signaling the final strike. She dove like a sun-tipped arrow. The impact triggered a colossal, blinding explosion. "Not bad for a little bird," Curran joked. Fiora promptly deflated back into chick form. She perched on Leo's shoulder. He stared into the settling dust. "It's not over yet." Out of the haze stepped the mage, now a writhing mass of tentacles. He was fuming. "My beasts are gone. You're going to pay for that." He conjured a dark, pulsing orb. Rise, death slime. Toxic green sludge erupted from the earth, flooding the battlefield. A foul rot erupted nearby. Karen and Fiore gagged, clutching their noses as the air soured. "What is that rancid stench?" Karen screamed. Leo summoned a gale to push back the miasma. His eyes locked onto the monstrosity taking shape. "A high-grade slime," he muttered. The dark mage smirked. "Cry all you want, you can't dodge this." Suddenly a voice boomed from above. "Who gave you permission to touch my respected elder?" Storm clouds swirled instantly. A colossal thunderbolt obliterated the slime, leaving only wisps of smoke. Leo stood stunned. It was Alta, descending on a Kirin. The beast roared, "You filthy monster. What trash summoning is this?" Seeing his pet vaporized, the dark mage gripped his staff in shock. He hissed through gritted teeth. "Destroyed instantly. So the rumors about Lumen Academy's top summoner are true." Alta watched the stallion soar. Karen looked confused. "What is that winged horse even yapping about?" "Land already," she barked. He glanced up. "That is a Pegasus, a high-tier spirit beast, just like you." Alta's gaze turned icy. "These monsters make me sick," he commanded Arya. "Purge this filth from our world." The dark mage gnashed his teeth in fury. He realized he needed to stall until his tentacles finished regenerating. He summoned the death slime once more. The oozing creature leaped toward Altafang's bared. Lightning struck again, turning the beast to ash. Karen turned back, her voice filled with doubt. That thing is on our level. Leo clarified that it was not just raw Pegasus power. It is the summoner's domain buffing its stats. With one effortless flash of light, the threat vanished. Below, the dark mage roared. I have been waiting for this perfect timing. Finally, some fun. Try this on for size. A crimson magic circle ignited beneath him. A new shadow fell over Leo. Professor Yura manifested her gaze, piercing the dark mage. You find death interesting, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. Using spirit beasts for chimeras is a sin. He ignored her, fueling the ritual further. A titan emerged from the seal. Arise, he shrieked in ecstasy. Arise, Cyclops. He cackled at Leo. Ha, show me your weaklings. No summon of yours can stop this. My Cyclops is invincible. Yura stared at the giant, then summoned. A tiny rat. Karen gasped. A rat? Seriously, Leo smirked. That is no ordinary rodent. It is an omnivorous rat. It looks cute, but it is a killer. Magic circles multiplied, unleashing thousands of squeaking vermin. Yura pointed her finger. Devour them. Leave nothing but dust. Leo watched the tiny terrors. The swarm flooded forward like a living tide. A sea of fur and teeth rushed the enemy. They ripped into the Cyclops, making it howl.